Chapter 151. Mrs. Klein modified. It's not too late. Let's go to Mrs. Klein's store first. We have time to spare. Everyone can go shopping. Leonard's proposal was strongly supported by Jessica. For Jessica, buying the right evening dress is just the first step to attend the dinner. She also needs to bathe, skin care, beauty, hairdressing. They soon came to Mrs. Klein's boutique clothing store. The store is very large, with 3 floors. The wizard on the first floor, the witch on the second floor, and the third floor are for little wizards. Professor Flitwick and Alan stayed on the first floor without hesitation. Jessica's steps were brisk, like a breeze, and flew to the second floor. A large mirror is covered with walls. The first floor is divided into 4 areas: fabric area, model area and dressing area. Professor Flitwick and Alan have no idea about dresses. They plan to choose a dress in line with the trend of American wizards in the model area. Did you pick the right style? While Alan was bored, a slightly magnetic hoarse voice appeared in his ear. Alan looked up. This is a touching beauty, very well dressed. Her charming style and all kinds of delicate decoration on her body attracted everyone's attention. She appeared like a gust of wind, blowing everyone dizzy and unable to find directions. Mrs. Klein, nice to meet you. The grumpy Leonard suddenly became like a gentleman, looking at his appearance at this time, as if he was from England, and would not have thought that a braverer. Hello, Mr. Leonard, nice to meet you. Don't know who this is? Mrs. Klein couldn't help but focus on Alan. In Mrs. Klein's eyes, this is a very attractive boy. And at a glance I know that I have been well educated. Merlin seems to have given him a look that everyone loves. Of course, Mrs. Klein definitely did not think of Alan. In the eyes of this top designer of costume design in the magic world, Alan is simply the perfect costume model sent by Merlin. He gave Mrs. Klein a lot of inspiration. She can't wait to use Alan to practice her new ideas and complete new designs. He is my guest, Alan Harris, Leonard introduced warmly. Don't think about which clothes to choose. The junior model I designed this year has not been finalized. Would you like to give it a try? Mrs. Klein made an invitation outright. No need. Of course. His honor. Alan just wanted to refuse because he wanted to go to other magic shops quickly. But Leonard agreed on his behalf. Leonard stared at Alan's eyes, his eyes full of pleading. Alan can understand his ideas, but he is still very dissatisfied with his self-assertion. Soon, trust me, it won't take up too much of your time. Mrs. Klein saw Alan's thoughts, beautiful eyes flowed, smiling, and invited Alan again. Okay, Mrs. Klein. Alan followed the beautiful lady to the model area. Mrs. Klein used her wand for a little while, and a long skirt that was put on the costume model disappeared. Miss Klein waved her wand at Alan, and the dress model in front of her had changed to become exactly the same as Alan's posture. The next scene is as if there is silent music conducting, various fabrics, a variety of accessories, different thickness and needlework. Under the direction of Mrs. Klein, the clothing model shuttles and interweaves an elegant magic. The robe gradually took shape. Mrs. Klein swept the costume model with her wand, and the magically controlled robe was automatically put on Alan. Leonard actually praised loudly on the side before Alan finished wearing. Mrs. Klein guides the fashion trend of our magic world. This robe is too chic and too suitable for Alan. But Leonard praised Mrs. Klein's design, which obviously scratched her itch, and she repeatedly clicked the same fabric and needle thread again and again to sew on the clothing model automatically. Later, she gently said goodbye to Alan and Leonard, and looked at Leonard with 2 black eyes, and then gently lifted her silk dress to reveal a pair of snowy and attractive jade foot, quietly left in a slight rustle of silk clothes. Leonard watched Mrs. Klein away, and Alan couldn't help but snicker. Several men have already selected the appropriate dresses, but Jessica still has not gone downstairs. Leonard suggested that Alan could go out first, and he waited for Jessica to come out. After visiting Professor Flitwick can take Alan and they go home directly. Several people agreed happily. While paying, Alan accidentally discovered that Mrs. Klein actually gave him this dress. The only person in the world who deserves this dress is you. I hope you will like it." Mrs. Clon's sincere kindness made Alan unable to refuse. Alan took out a beautiful rose made of gold from the space. You reading book www.uukanzu.com gave it to Mrs. Klein. May you be young forever. This gift made Mrs. Klein put it down, and felt that she was inspired again. She felt that Alan was her muse and the source of her inspiration. Left Mrs. Klein's shop, and Alan was in a thriving, bustling Wizard Street. While Ian was still watching a set of wizard chess drooling, Alan had entered the store and did not hesitate to buy a lot of magic toys, both suitable for little wizards and little witches. "Are you still playing with rag dolls?" Ian looked at Alan's pen and stunned. "It's a rare visit. I have a cute little sister like a sweet bear." Thinking of Emily, Alan smiled and smiled. Wandered in the toy store for a while. Alan applied to Professor Flitwick. He wanted to go to the bookstore and said that he might stay longer. He could go back on his own without having to bother the professor to bring him to the shadow. Professor Flitwick advised for a long time, let Alan leave. Looking at the back of Alan leaving, Ian froze for a long time. Life is like a grand dial. Everyone has their own time in life. Don't be sad about your loss and frustration, but your time hasn't arrived yet. Professor Flitwick saw Ian's frustration and comforted. Alan left the toy store and came to the bookstore as he said. In the process of communicating with Jessica, Alan learned that the textbooks they used at the Ilverman School of Witchcraft and Wizardry were not exactly the same. Alan was very curious about this. Therefore, when he came to the bookstore, he bought 20 sets of Ilverman's textbooks for grades 1 to 6 for the first time. Then, Alan got into the pile of books again, picking up magic books that were completely unavailable in Diagon Alley. Chapter 152 Wizard Street modified because of time constraints. Alan can simply read through to determine whether this book has any purchase value. You must know that these magic books are really not cheap. Alan's books are piled high, and there is one person tall. The bookseller waved his wand and happily transported the books selected by Alan to the cash register. This is really a big customer. After completing this transaction, the commission he can get is enough to support him to spend a month in the Blind Pig Bar. Paid a large sum of Jinjialong, put all the books into a bag with a seamless extension spell, and Alan walked out of the bookstore in the eager eyes of the bookseller. Continue to explore this magical, bustling Wizard Street. If you don't bring enough Jinjialong, don't step here. Otherwise, I just bought a wonderful thing that makes you happy at first sight, and soon another kind of treasure worth a lot of money will appear. Alan walked around. More and more items received in the storage grid, and all kinds of strange. Of course, Jinjialong in his space has also shrunk dramatically. Alan has gained a lot on Wizard Street, but the most bizarre and most valuable harvest was obtained from the Sard Pet Store. This store can be described as a century-old store on Wizard Street, where the vast majority of wizard pets in the United States are purchased. There are many kinds of magical creatures here, flying in the sky, swimming in the water, crawling on the ground, suitable for pets with little wizards. Alan was attracted to the shop by the excitement of several little wizards. Is it true? Of course not. How could a real dragon egg appear here? But this is a pet shop. He is so stupid. Now which country still allows private dragon farming? There is a pet performing over the looking in the mirror. Go and see. Several little wizards happily ran to other places. Alan looked at this realistically shaped dragon egg placed in the grass with interest. Edward and Harry will be interested in them. Alan picked a few dragon eggs and put them in the shopping basket on the side. Applause next to him was deafening, and Alan's steps were taken. Is indeed very funny. Some owls tilted their heads and carefully looked at themselves in the mirror. A cat made an attacking gesture against herself in the mirror. A colored mouse, after seeing himself in the mirror, made a scream and quickly slipped behind the mirror, causing a big laugh. Alan happily checked out the dragon egg he selected and walked out of the Sard Pet Store. Put the dragon egg into the storage space. Alan suddenly stopped and quickly walked back to the pet store. Alan quickly packed all the dragon eggs and gave them to the boss to check out. The pet shop owner is a fat witch who smiled very kindly. Look, Look, our simulated dragon eggs are super popular. Alan smiled, without bargaining, and readily paid the fat witch 50 gold gallons and 20 in silver. Alan quickly walked back to the blind pig bar. Leon soon discovered Alan, walking towards Alan with his fleshy little legs. His small, slightly protruding belly would tremble up and down because he moved too much when passing through the crowd. "I'm so happy to see you again. Leonard is not with you." Leon put his finger on his lips. "Wait, I think about it, he must have gone to Mrs. Klein." "You guessed it. I'm in a hurry and want to go home. Please allow me to say goodbye." "Mr. Leon, goodbye," Alan said politely and hurried back and forth. You haven't tasted our chicken wings and giggle spirits," Leon called out regretfully behind Alan. Can appear in front of each customer in a timely manner, and strive to promote their products. This intention, this ability. No wonder you can open this blind pig bar vividly. After Alan left the blind pig bar, he immediately apparated and returned to Leonard's house. Leonard was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. His expression relaxed and comfortable, completely unable to see the kind of helplessness in front of Mrs. Klein. The face-effaced idiot reverted back to a serious scholarship. "Mr. Leonard, you are back," Alan said politely. "Alan, you came back really fast. Why didn't Phileas and Ian come back with you?" Leonard leaned one hand on the sofa arm, supporting his head, and asked Alan curiously. "I thought I was behind for a long time, and I was afraid to miss the evening banquet time, so I came back early. It turns out that Professor and Ian haven't returned yet," Alan explained gently. "By the way, Mr. Leon, the owner of the blind pig bar, asked you." Alan was a little curious. Leonard didn't pass the blind pig bar. How did he come back? This old guy still gossip like that. Leonard smiled and scolded. www.mtlnovel.com. Jessica wanted to buy a set of crystal jewelry to match her new evening dress, so we came back from another alley of. Leonard waved his wand, and a plate of fine chocolate cake flew to the table. "Jessica dresses upstairs. You can also take a break first. Do you want to eat something to pad your stomach?" Leonard motioned to Alan to eat some cake. "Thank you." Alan directly picked up a piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth. "Mr. Leonard, please allow me to go back to the bedroom first. I need to make some preparations for the dinner," Alan said after eating a few cakes and drinking a few cups of tea. "Of course. Please." Leonard forked a piece of cake freely, put it in the mouth, and said vaguely, "Think about the carefully prepared Jessica, and then look at the beautiful Alan." Leonard couldn't help but touch the beard on his chin, and said with emotion, "You are so good." After returning to the bedroom, Alan closed the door softly, and could not help but take a long breath, his expression gradually getting excited. It turned out that at the door of the Sard pet shop, Alan had just put the dragon egg into the storage grid, and heard the system's prompt tone, "Found life energy. Can you allow the system to absorb it?" Of course not allowed, but there are real guys in these toy dragon eggs. Alan quickly moved those eggs to the pet space, thinking that the artificial dragon egg he just bought may be mixed with real dragon eggs. Alan forced to suppress the excitement in his heart and went back and forth, sweeping away all the artificial dragon eggs in the Sard pet store. Although I don't know why real dragon eggs and artificial dragon eggs are mixed together, Alan realized that to take advantage of this kind of advantage, he must evacuate quickly to avoid undesirable branches. So Alan would hurried back. Testimonials. I coded a line of words on the computer and deleted them word by word. After struggling for so long, 1,000 words choked on my throat, and I don't know where to start. This book can come to today. First of all, must thank my editor King Mang. There is no doubt that King Mang is my bowl. Without his vision, this book would not appear in front of the reader. Without his encouragement, Tong Tang would not have dreams, and struggled in front of the screen in countless nights. Without his support, this book will not appear on various recommendation lists again and again, so that fans can easily find me and share the joy of the magic world with me. I would also like to thank my family. Without your support, it is impossible for me to have free time to conceive and write novels after my busy work. That cup of coffee, a greeting, a touch of care, help again and again, all turned into a warm current, flowed into my heart, and became my driving force. The most important thing is to thank the book friends. Is your recommendation tickets one after another, rewards again and again, and comments one by one motivate Tong Tang to move forward. Every of your comments, whether it is encouraged, suggested, or criticized, Tong Tang has taken it seriously, and is happy or sad for the traces you left in the book. This book was created by you and Tong Tang, and I sincerely thank you for your company. Finally, I hope everyone can support and encourage Tong Tang as always, accompany Tong Tang, and witness the growth of this book. Tong Tang stands here and salutes her thanks. In addition, I heard that the first day subscription is very important for the new books. Please subscribe. Thank you all. Updates will be sent later. Chapter 153 Christmas Dinner. In the end, Alan determined that only one egg had vitality, while the others were really just simulated toys. Despite this, Alan still felt that the trip was worthwhile. Stroking the dragon egg carefully. Maybe go back and talk to Hagrid. After all, he has successful hatching and breeding experience. Just as Alan was frowning, a masked witch in a gorgeous room on Wizard Street was using an unforgivable spell to punish a skinny wizard. It's the same as Henry's idiot. Broke my big thing. The female voice was lazy even when she was angry. Mom, those errors in Congress are really too tight. I was forced to insert the dragon eggs into the pile of simulated dragon eggs in Sade's pet store. I was thinking, when I got rid of errors after tracing, just go and get it back. Who knows that it was bought by someone? The Thin Witch explained the weakness with pain. I can't think of it. The mysterious witch was amused. Pet shops, of course, have something to buy and sell. Brainless idiots. The Thin Witch dare not excuse it. Go and investigate who bought the dragon eggs. Otherwise, you will use your life to pay for it. The witch's tone was very firm, and the witch could not be doubted. The hour hand points to 7:15. All five of Ellen are well dressed and ready to go to the Magic Congress for the Christmas dinner. Alan's robe looked extremely elegant, and with the polite boy, it was particularly striking. The robe followed Alan's movement, as if there was glory flowing, and the price was extraordinary at a glance. A group of 5 phantoms moved in front of the Woolworth building. The skyscraper was brilliantly illuminated. The 5 reached the side gate leading to the Magic Congress. Leonard showed the invitation letter to the uniformed guard and entered the Congress Hall smoothly. The Congress Hall, which was already very tall and very magnificent in style, was renovated, brilliant and splendid. The witches and witches in magnificent dresses walked elegantly in the hall, talking in a low voice. Alan looked up, and the pointer on the big turntable showing the level of magic exposure showed a medium threat. Perhaps the previous hunt didn't wipe out Henry's net, and there are still some fish that missed the net. Alan secretly, Mr. Knox, I'm so happy for you. Will you soon be called the director of errors? A greasy voice suddenly sounded. It turned out to be the Mediterranean of the Wand Licensing Office, Mr. Abernethy. His face-changing stunt and front and back respect made Alan remember. Abernethy, Merry Christmas. To Alan's surprise, Leonard actually smiled and talked to Abernethy. There are many wizards like Abernethy, and they all want to talk to Leonard Knox, the current celebrity in Congress, until a paper mouse slipped in front of Leonard and floated to his hand. Leonard opened the paper mouse and politely said goodbye to others. I'm sorry to leave beforehand. The witches gave way and let him leave. Leonard called the 4 of Alan and went to the office of Chairman Pickwill together. This is an oval-shaped office. The center of the carpet is embroidered with a giant U.S. Magic Congress logo pattern, and the sun-shaped radiating lines are arranged around the logo pattern. Dark brown wood tables and chairs are carved with various gorgeous patterns. On the periphery of the pattern, there are some sofas that look extremely soft and comfortable. Alan thought of the small, sullen office environment of the One Permission Office, and could not help but sigh. Abernethy was not unreasonable to bow down and strive for power. An extraordinary wizard appeared suddenly behind the table. The falcon-like sharp eyes are daunting. He is the chairman of the American Magic Congress, William Peakley. Welcome to you. The high-weight sorceress stood up and welcomed him. I listened to Leonard's report, Thank you very much for your efforts and contributions, especially this Mr. Alan Harris from the UK. You not only caught Henry, but also saved the important magical creature Thunderbird. Really a young hero. After listening to Leonard's report, President Piquilly had always appreciated Alan. After seeing Alan himself, he felt that this young man was extraordinary in appearance and outstanding in temperament. Next, he praised Jessica and Ian a few times, and talked to Professor Leonard and Professor Flitwick for a while before he said the purpose of calling the 5 people up. Although Henry Jones has been condemned, his associates have not been arrested. If we let the outside world know that due to several of your reasons, their arrest will surely avenge you. So after deliberation by the top Congress, we decided here is a small award ceremony for several people. Chairman Piquilly waved his hand, and 4 dark red velvet boxes appeared on the wooden table behind him. Leonard is a member of our Congress. Your reward will be announced at the conference. Perhaps we will have a new director of a division. Sirius Piquilly smiled and felt very kind. Next, Piquilly handed over all the 4 velvet boxes with names to Alan. I hope you will be satisfied with the rewards in the box. Wish Merry Christmas. As Piquilly's words fell, Alan knew that they should also leave. Sure enough, Leonard took a few people to salute and left Piquilly's office. I'll send these gifts home first, and I will be back soon. Leonard felt it was inconvenient to bring these 4 large boxes to the Christmas dinner. Everyone thinks this idea is good, although I am also curious about what is in the box. But it is not easy to open it under the eyes of everyone. Returning to the Congress Hall again, Alan picked some joint food on the buffet table, then found a secluded corner and sat down to enjoy the food. To some extent www.untitled.novel.com. This is also a state banquet. The arrival of President Piquilly gave way to the defeat. He made some speeches that calmed the people and encouraged morale, and then the dinner officially began. Alan felt that the dinner was far less vivid and interesting than the Hogwarts Halloween dinner. These politicians walked through the crowd with a fake smirk, and all kinds of conversations revealed utilitarianism, which is really unpleasant. Jessica obviously did not like such a serious occasion. She thought there would be a grand ball. Such a scene clearly does not fit the romantic feeling of the little girl. Finally filling up his stomach, Alan was bored. Everyone got together and felt bored. Ian first proposed to go back, and received a warm response from everyone. After all, there are still 4 mysterious boxes at home waiting for them to open. Download the full set of TXT, free full text reading, ebook. Please remember TXT download address, Funny Reading, Chapter 154. Hijack. As a representative, Jessica found Leonard and expressed her desire to go home. Leonard agreed without hesitation. In fact, he also hated such occasions. But in the workplace, it is impossible for people to do whatever they want and indulge their willfulness. But as long as there is a suitable excuse, for example, to send a lovely niece home to rest, you can be forgiven and leave here smoothly. This kind of Vanity Fair is honey for those who are keen, but shackled for indifferent people. The 5 people left the Woolworth building with ease, and Leonard and Ian walked ahead. Ian has been impatient for a long time, and now he can finally leave. He is like a wild horse running freely and running ahead with impunity. Leonard followed. Is he the most tired? Seeing Alan, they can carry delicious food and enjoy the food quietly. He is envious. At this moment, the mutation suddenly appeared, and several masked witches appeared in front of Ian in an instant. Leonard was caught off guard, and they succeeded. The 4 of Alan were desperately chasing behind, but the premeditated gangster quickly turned around the corner and disappeared without a trace. Leonard couldn't control his frustration and impatience, and threw a punch on the wall. Leonard, this is not the time for self-blame. You go to Informera. I will bring Jessica and Alan home, and then come to you. As long as you move quickly, you can find clues. Flivy, the professor suggested calmly. A trace of perseverance appeared in Leonard's face, nodding heavily, and ran quickly towards the Woolworth building. Under the starry sky and countless lights, New York City's buildings are lined up. Their shadowy outlines, like giant monsters with open mouths, engulfed the young boy Ian. New York is so big, How to find it? Jessica's face was fragile and desperate. Her brother, a mother, was taken away in front of her. She would rather be the one who was robbed. Professor Flitwick brought the Alan and Jessica phantoms to the house. Looking at Jessica on the verge of collapse, Professor Flitwick urged, "Jessica, you are at home waiting for the news. If Ian news comes, you must use the owl to send us information in time. This is very important. Do you understand?" Then he told Alan, "Be smart, look at her." Alan nodded in agreement. In fact, Alan is also thinking, if he uses the system's task map, he should be able to find Ian smoothly. But how to explain to Professor Leonard and Flitwick? In spite of the cold wind in the winter night, Jessica insisted on standing in front of the open window. She looked at the dark night outside and kept praying to Merlin, begging for Ian's message. Alan pointed the wand at the fireplace. The fire is raging, and the temperature in the room soon rose. Alan sat beside Jessica, and the 4 boxes that President Pickwill gave them were on the table, neatly stacked, but neither of them had the mood to open it. Alan is thinking, who is going to take Ian? Did Henry's associates retaliate? So why don't they avenge Leonard? After all, on the bright side, Leonard caught Henry. If it weren't Henry's group. Alan thought of the dragon egg he accidentally got today. This world is indeed full of traps everywhere. It is a place to test people. Ian, like him, is a teenager. He has short golden hair, and his eyes are blue like sea water. If you only listen to people's narration and haven't seen them, it is easy to confuse the two. Alan felt that if I didn't guess wrong, Ian should not be in danger. After all, the other party was still thinking of learning about dragon egg from his mouth. But Alan was extremely guilty in his heart. If it was really as he guessed, Ian was traumatized by him. Seemingly hearing Jessica's prayer and Alan's apology, Ian woke up, much earlier than the gangster expected. After all, it was a child trained by Leonard who was Honora's uncle since childhood, and Ian was sober because of his hard work in his early years. He stretched out his hand, and suddenly touched the cold box, and he was startled as if touching a large toad. Ian was very upset at this time. Anyone who was inexplicably stunned, and then woke up in a large airtight box, placed in such a situation, there will be an unspeakable panic in my heart. Ian couldn't hear the outside sound, only felt the ups and downs of the big box carrying himself. His heart sank gradually, and he didn't know where he was taken. When will Uncle Leonard find him? The Breckenry Mansion is a magnificent building located beside the Hudson River. Its wide garden separates the building from the noisy neighbors. This garden seems to be a dear court of a senior official or a rich businessman. From a distance, there is no light in the uncountable windows of this building. This place seems very desolate, almost no one has been here, and the owner of the house seems to have been away for a long time. A mole once thought about exploring here, but even the brave people will be mentally disturbed when they come out, shouting something incomprehensible. Over time, it was regarded as an ominous place, and no moles dared to get close. But today, 2 masked wizards in black robes came to the building with a big, bulky box. After they arrived, in a little while, they found a small door, which was the back door of an alley between the 2 garden walls. Ian was finally released from the box and fell the ground. But the clever boy resisted the pain and did not make any sound. www.untlenovel.com still pretending to be unconscious. "Don't break him. Did you inform my wife?" said one. "It won't break. How can it be so fragile?" "Of course, I have already sent the letter," another answered. "After this work is completed, we can get a large commission." The first speaker laughed a few times. Ian took advantage of them to speak, and quietly released the curled devil. He now counts on this magical little guy to be able to report to him. The winged devil flew away quietly in the darkness without catching the attention of the 2 wizards. Soon, the back door was gently opened with great care. A skinny wizard reached out his pale faces, and after finding them, he stretched out a hand and greeted the 2 men with Ian. Download the full set of TXT, free full text reading, ebook. Please remember TXT download address, Funny Reading, Chapter 155 Rescue. They followed the skinny wizard through the garden path, all the way to the kitchen door of the building. In this large stone-paved kitchen, there is only a very dim light. But the kitchen does not have the necessary furniture for everyday needs. The thin wizard walked in front of them, and the wand in his hand glowed faintly to illuminate it. He was a very thin person, bent over and bent, but still very agile. He turned around from time to time, gesturing to warn them to be quiet and cautious. The other two witches followed, holding Ian's armpit, almost finishing the boy. Ian's heart beats terribly. The environment here is so dark, so remote, so disturbing. This place looks very suitable for the most insidious business. Even a person much older than Ian, when walking up this spiral staircase, will feel terrified. As he walked to the top of the stairs, the thin wizard opened a door and let the two wizards in the back walk Ian into a small room. There were no lights in the room, only the blazing flames burning in the fireplace, which made this small room brighter and warmer. Next to the fireplace, a beautiful witch was sitting, and she was smoking a lady's cigarette in a self-satisfied and very enjoyable way. On the table, next to her elbow, a glass of bubbling beverage was placed high, and the pleasant aroma from it filled the whole room. "Where is the dragon egg?" a very lazy voice sounded, but it was extremely magnetic. Ian still pretended to be unconscious. "Ma'am, he is still in a coma," the thin wizard said carefully. "Fool, he doesn't know how long it has been awake." The witch saw through Ian's trick. "Where is the dragon egg?" the witch asked again, impatiently. Ian is really baffled. "What dragon egg?" "Stun him, and pour him the real potion." The witch pointed to the drink glass next to it. Immediately, the bubble-filled, fragrant drink disappeared. Instead, there is a small glass straw with only a few drops of medicament inside. True vomiting agent is a magic potion that makes people confess the truth. As long as 3 drops are drunk, the secrets in the heart will be revealed. If the person who needs to take the medicine drank it without any precautions, it will not have enough resistance to the medicine. As the skinny wizard tried his best to interrogate Ian, Alan was pleasantly surprised to see Ian's curling devil. The winged devil circled the couple a few times before flying out of the window. "Jessica, you sent a letter to Mr. Leonard and the professor. I'll check the situation. When I get there, I'll let the winged devil come back and show the professor their directions." After thinking about it, Alan added, "Don't follow you." Knowing the weight of Jessica's eyes with tears in her eyes, she nodded and agreed. Regardless of the cold weather, Alan rode on a flying broom, followed the curling devil tightly, and flew quickly. Arriving in the garden, Alan saw the large box that was unusually obvious even in the dark. The winged devil rocked twice when Ian fell, and Alan understood what he meant. Watching the trail of the garden carefully, Alan found footprints and judged where they were going. Alan tried to communicate with the winged devil, hoping it would go back again and bring Professor Flitwick and Mr. Leonard here. After repeating it several times, the winged devil flew away with Alan's instructions again. Alan concealed his figure and walked towards the kitchen. He walked through the desolate kitchen, stepped on the spiral staircase, and walked to the door of the small room. He clearly heard a mantra secret. Even though Ian took the vomiting agent, the mysterious witch failed to get the result she wanted, because Ian doesn't even know where the dragon egg is. No matter how the mysterious witch asked, he answered without knowing. This made the witch almost think that the truth's bit was invalid. Angrily angry, she actually found a meditation basin and wanted to capture Ian. After reviewing Ian's memory several times, the mysterious witch was anxiously corrupted. "You must have tied the wrong person. The young man named Alan is probably the one who bought the dragon egg. Go and get him to me. Go." The two witches looked sad and did not dare to disobey the witch's order and walked out in disgrace. Alan glanced at Ian, who had fallen to the ground, and decided to get rid of the two wizards who had just left, lest they find Leonard's house and hurt Jessica. Alan followed the two silently and walked into the garden to ensure that the people in the building would not hear. Alan quickly all petrified to solve the tall man without any defense. Then a hand knife stunned another wizard, and then added to all petrified. Dragging the two to a very hidden place and hiding, Alan quickly returned to the small room just now. Fortunately, the witch actually just let Ian fall to the ground, and did not torture him with the evil spells imposed on him, nor did he choose to kill him directly. Alan quickly thought about the countermeasures. How can I successfully rescue Ian without disturbing the witch? After looking at Ian on the ground without knowing the personnel, Alan stepped forward to carefully check Ian's physical condition. Alan couldn't make any suspicious voice. He crept to Ian's side, and after a closer inspection, he was relieved. Ian is not life-threatening, but has been hit by a coma spell, taking a true vomiting agent, and adding several dimensions. Not a particularly serious and irreparable injury. Therefore, Alan decided to temporarily delay for a while and wait until Professor Flitwick and Mr. Leonard came. "Why haven't you come back? Won't these two idiots be caught?" The witch waited impatiently. www.untilnovel.com. Since Henry was caught, she always had a sense of urgency and wanted to hurry complete the transaction and then hide it for a while. Just when she hesitated whether to go out in person, Professor Flitwick and Leonard's soldiers descended, and surrounded them with a large number of arrows. When Professor Flitwick and Professor Leonard received the news from Jessica, they immediately returned to the house with a group of arrows, and came here following the faithful curling devil. Upon seeing this, the mysterious witch immediately wanted to wave her wand and leave here, but her speed was far less than that of Professor Flitwick. The wand of the mysterious witch flew out of her hand and flew to Professor Flitwick's hand. The witch's reaction was extremely rapid, and she immediately thought of using Ian as a hostage so that she could escape. But she just flew to Ian, and Ian disappeared from the ground. Download the full set of TXT, free full text reading, ebook. Please remember TXT download address, funny reading. Chapter 156. Death. Alan lifted the magic spell and appeared beside Leonard and Professor Flitwick. Ian was lying at his feet. "Good job, Alan." Leonard saw the nephew successfully rescued, and the big rock in his heart was put down. "Next, he can let go." Leonard and Raz pointed their wands at the witch. The short, rickety wizard had long been subdued by Leonard. Seeing this, he struggled violently, regardless of his own safety, and wanted to do something for the witch. The Aras approached the witch slowly, but the masked witch sat silently on the chair. "Leonard, can you let me go?" Suddenly, the witch lifted her veil. The well-trained Aras looked at each other, and Leonard was shocked. It was actually the glamorous fashion master Mrs. Klein. Perhaps it was when Mrs. Klein usually appeared in her clothing store that she was luxuriously dressed and beautifully decorated. Therefore, although everyone thought that the witch had a graceful appearance, such a simple black robe made it difficult for people to associate a gangster with the design master. Mrs. Klein. Leonard, after all, was a well-trained Ara, who quickly relieved himself. "Why are you kidnapping Ian?" "Who are you?" "Leonard, I'm just making a little joke with you to test you. Can't you forgive me?" Mrs. Klein's ecstatic eyes stared closely at Leonard, pleading the meaning. The whole person looked pitiful. "I want to use Leonard's good impression of her to forcefully quibble and distort the facts in order to get rid of the predicament in front of me." "Test." "Mrs. Klein, I never conceal my affection for you, but you can't treat me like an idiot." Leonard didn't want to say more. He was determined to arrest Mrs. Klein and bring it to Congress for trial. Leonard made a forward gesture, and the Aras continued to walk towards Mrs. Klein. Mrs. Klein bit her lip, her eyes instantly turning firm and determined. She will never allow herself to be caught by the Magic Congress. She has committed too many crimes and must not be disclosed. "Wait!" she shouted. "Leonard, can you not reveal that I am Mrs. Klein?" "It depends on our past sentiments. I'm sorry, I can't give you any guarantee." Leonard was expressionless, but he mourned in his heart that the relationship had ended before it had begun. Suddenly, the room shook violently. "No, she can cast a spell without a wand." Summers could not help but exclaim. He was not afraid of danger, but of Mrs. Klein's escape. As everyone struggled to stabilize themselves, the thin wizard who had been uniformed by Leonard took the opportunity to get rid of the shackles, jumped up violently, and grabbed Alan's throat quickly. He shouted recklessly, "Madam, run." He may think that Alan is so young to bully, using Alan as a hostage as a threat. Maybe Mrs. Klein can escape this robbery. Alan felt a fierce angry face close to his face. The wizard who held Alan was thin, but he was a strong man after all. With all his efforts, the average person was really difficult to parry. But Alan, who insists on exercising every day, is extraordinary. Although he was just a boy, if he really wanted to fight, Alan was far more than the wizards who used to use wands to solve problems. Although the skinny wizard was older than Alan, Alan aimed at a gap and suddenly tried hard to escape from the skinny wizard. After all, Alan was young and vigorous, and his skill was much lighter and lighter. He turned back and kicked, and the thin witch knelt on the ground, unable to control his balance. A few magic spells arrived in an instant, successfully hitting the thin witch. He fell to the ground, motionless. Alan sniffed his breath, completely lifeless. The arrows did not control the power of the curse in anxiety. Several powerful spells broke the witch's internal organs, and he had no chance of surviving. No, it's going to collapse here. The whole building was shaking and shaking violently, but Mrs. Klein laughed hysterically. Dust, dirt, and rocks fell lumpy, but Mrs. Klein, who attached the most importance to appearance and manners, did not care. Instead of being taken by her group of people in Congress by various means execution, she would rather integrate herself with this gorgeous manor forever. Leave Ian first, and hand it over to me here. Mr. Leonard gave the unconscious Ian to Professor Flitwick, beckoning Alan and Aras to evacuate. Alan, they just phantomed and walked out of the building. They heard the sound of the collapse of the rumbling booming through the sky. This magnificent building collapsed at an incredible rate in order to avoid being injured by splashing gravel tiles. Mr. Leonard is not out yet, Alan exclaimed. But working with Leonard for many years, the Aras who knew his strength were expressionless and unmoved. As Aras, they were born and died and experienced many more shocking and thrilling scenes. But time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, Leonard's figure still did not appear. Leonard is strong, and there is no reason why such a small scene can hardly hold him, unless... No. Does Mrs. Klein have a way out? Alan thought of Mrs. Klein's unusual behavior when facing her as Siegesh did not meet the enemy, but chose to sit in that chair. However, now that the building has been turned into ruins, no one can find out what happened inside. The Aras didn't want to clean up these broken bricks and tiles. This project is too large, and it would take a long time to completely clean them up. But as long as there is a silver lining, the Aras will not give up. Just as everyone was in a hurry, the ruins heard the sound of collapse again, and a figure appeared at the very top of the ruins. It was Leonard, holding Mrs. Klein in his arms. Everyone was very pleasantly surprised and went forward. Leonard looked very sad. He had no intention of explaining what happened below. Seeing the lifeless Mrs. Klein in his arms, everybody was considerate and asked nothing. Professor Flitwick brought both Ian and Alan back home. As soon as they saw them, Jessica threw herself up. Seeing the comatose Ian, Jessica's tears slipped from her eyes. Chapter 157 Gift. Don't worry, Jessica, Ian just got a coma spell, and I'll cast the spell on him. However, he drank the real potion and was put on a telepathy. I was worried that it would hurt his memory. Professor Flitwick thought it was best to send Ian to the Magical Injury Hospital. Back. Leonard appeared in the yard. He strode into the room and ran straight to Ian. Well, take him to Gray's Magical Injury Hospital first. Leonard came to the same conclusion as Professor Flitwick. But Alan and Jessica were ordered to stay at home and could not go anywhere. Ara has been arranged to guard in secret near this house, so that no fish will come to revenge. Leonard appeased Jessica anxiously. If you follow the past and give criminals an opportunity, isn't that chaos? Leonard looked serious, clenching his fists, and his heart began to be irritable. Seeing his uncle look like this, Jessica stopped talking and, with tears in her eyes, watched them go out. What a sensible and distressing girl. After thinking for a while, Alan decided to find something for Jessica to distract the girl. Jessica, if I guessed right, Ian should be able to come back at night. He must be very hungry. If we make some digestible food, wait for him to come back and taste it. Alan suggested, make some food. It's hard to say if you're in the mood for dinner at night. But you can't always have an empty stomach. Found Jessica to do things. It really looks much better when busy. People will not be cranky. That will reduce a lot of fear. Jessica chopped a lot of vegetables in the kitchen, made a pot of American-style stewed chicken broth, and then turned around and cooked some oatmeal for the sake of her younger brother. Alan slammed his hand inwardly, watching the girl waving her wand vigorously in the kitchen. This is always more active and healthy than letting one's head down and leaning sadly on the window. To Alan's surprise, it wasn't until sunrise east that Leonard, Professor Flitwick, and Ian appeared in the courtyard with exhaustion. With Jessica's continuous efforts, she said that she digested the food well, and the whole night turned into a long table full of food. Jessica saw the unscathed Ian jump over and wanted to hug her brother. Ian avoids it with rareness. Well, really fragrant. Jessica is really capable. We are really hungry. Leonard was in a much better mood than last night. Although the woman who had been unrequited for a long time turned out to be a criminal, he was still dead in his arms. This made him emotionally unacceptable and sad, but it didn't make him innocent. But if something happened to Ian, Leonard would be heartbroken and heartbroken. Now Ian is fine. Leonard only feels that peace is a blessing, and everything is fine. Sitting at the dining table, everyone chooses their favorite food to enjoy. Jessica carefully served a bowl of stewed chicken soup to Ian. It seems that she almost regarded Ian as a fragile porcelain doll, and wished to feed it herself. Of course, many people in the world want this treatment, but Ian is definitely not included. Jessica, I am okay, but I am just missing some memories. So there's no need to make such fuss. Although Ian was moved, he was treated impatiently under the influence of Leonard's temper. Less memory? Jessica exclaimed. She was not the kind of girl who was frightened and irritable, but Ian was her only younger brother. She was too concerned about Ian's health. Don't worry, I'm in good health. It's just that my memory after yesterday's captivity is gone. It seems that someone used the forgetting spell on me. But who wants this kind of memory? Isn't it better? Ian made a careless expression. It's true, Jessica, and eat with peace of mind. Leonard couldn't see the woman making a fuss, even though he was more impatient than anyone else. After the meal, 5 people who had been tired all day wanted to get a good night's sleep, especially Ian. He still needs to take a tranquilizer. But before that, they wanted to see the gifts presented by President Pickwill on behalf of the American Magic Congress. Inside Jessica's box was a bag of gold gallons, and a beautiful magic robe. Jessica put her magic robe on her body and looked around in the mirror, looking very satisfied. Ian's box also contains Gingy Arlong, and there is also a redemption voucher, which can be exchanged for a Light Wheel 2000 flying broom in the Wizard Street Quidditch Boutique. This made the cold-hearted boy leaping up and waving his fist. The excitement was overwhelming. Professor Flitwick opened his box, glanced at it, and closed it lightly. This caused the curiosity of several other people to be hooked up. It seems that the professor's gift did not satisfy him. Seeing several others staring at themselves, Professor Flitwick pushed the box forward and opened the lid. Except for the exact same bag of Gingy Arlong, it turned out to be a certificate. After obtaining the professor's permission, Alan opened the certificate and read, Ilmerman Honorary Professor Appointment. Alan looked at this certificate with surprise. www.untitled.com. What a reward. But Jessica and Ian next to him looked at Professor Flitwick immediately, but it was their professor. Right? You became a professor at Ilvermorny, which is awesome. Jessica was a little excited, and the professor at her school lived in her home. Seeing the expressions of Jessica, Ian, and Leonard, Professor Alan and Flivy wisely said nothing. In the eyes of the three of them, the professor of Ilvermorny has the highest honor. But in the eyes of Professor Flitwick and Alan, Hogwarts is the best school in the world. And teaching and attending Hogwarts is the luckiest and happiest thing. Now, it's almost as if Alan's box hasn't been opened. Except for the exact same Gingy Arlong, the box is actually an egg. Recently, I have a relationship with egg. Alan couldn't help but caress this huge egg with colorful patterns. There is also a card next to it, in recognition of your outstanding contribution to the protection of magical creatures. After consultation with the Department of Magical Animal Management and Control, this unhatched Thunderbird egg is given to you as a commemoration. Note: if it is successfully hatched, please contact the local Department of Magical Creature Management and Control for registration procedures. Please pay for your own expenses. The United States Department of Magic wish you a happy. If you switch to the Weasleys, you can't afford the registration fees. Thunderbirds and fire dragons can be kept privately. I don't know if there are any different laws in the UK. Alan looked at the few self-paying words. Shaking his head, he found that there was a card under the card. It was the same as Ian's, and it was also a redemption voucher for 2,000. After unpacking the gifts, several people returned to the bedroom to recuperate. This year's Christmas is a mixed experience, but it is truly an unforgettable experience and memory. Chapter 158. Partying the rest of the time in New York was pleasant and fulfilling. During the day, they visited famous mall attractions such as the Statue of Liberty and the Metropolitan Museum. Although Jessica did not understand why Alan was so enthusiastic about visiting the buildings of Magi, it did not prevent them from playing happily together, and Leonard seemed to have really recovered from the death of Mrs. Klein. Speaking of Mrs. Klein, although her death did not seem to have any effect on the stronger on Leonard, Alan could hear sighs from Leonard's room every night, and Alan would occasionally. It was found that Mr. Leonard was in a daze at some magic robes. He didn't care as much as he showed it. If there is real love in the world, then Mr. Leonard is definitely the one to take. Alan once privately asked Professor Flitwick why Leonard was able to get back from Congress so quickly to treat Ian. Professor Flitwick told him that Leonard handed over part of his memory to the Magic Congress in the form of revelation. All of a sudden, it was time for Alan and Flitwick to return home. Before leaving, Alan gave Ian the redemption voucher of 2,000 and the luxurious wizard chest that Ian coveted to Ian as a memorial. Ian gave Alan a bottle of venom wings with blue fluorescence. Jessica got a set of crystal clear diamond jewelry. Although at her age, it is not suitable to carry such luxurious ornaments on her body, it does not hinder her love for these exquisite jewelry. Jessica knitted a scarf for Alan herself, in the style of Ravenclaw. She did not use magic knitting needles, but knit her own stitches against Professor Flitwick's scarf. The moment Alan got it, he wrapped it around his neck and said it was extremely comfortable and warm, making the sadness of Jessica's parting lighter. The plane rushed to the sky, with thoughts of family and reluctance to friends. Alan and they embarked on the return journey. "Come on, Jessica, weeping ghost," Ian sneered. "What are you saying? Big lazy." Jessica, who was irritated by her brother, rushed up and tried to teach Ian. "I said, we can go to the UK to find them in the future," Ian said seriously. "Good idea." Jessica, who was distracted by her younger brother, began to look forward to. "Next time you meet, be sure to see Hogwarts in Alan's mouth, and the handsome professor of black magic defense." Jessica couldn't help laughing. Leonard became the director of the Division as expected, and the future is just around the corner, but if he can't control his impatience, it may be inevitable. But what does it matter? The ups and downs of the sea can raise magnificent waves. The ups and downs of life can only bloom the colorful life. The status of President Piquilly has been unshakable, which is very beneficial to the development of the American Magic Congress. Although the smuggling of magical creatures will never be truly eliminated, he has been walking at the forefront of protecting magical creatures. On Wizards Street, Mrs. Klein's boutique clothing store will never see the gorgeous and graceful hostess. There are many speculations about the whereabouts of this glamorous woman. There is no one agree, and there are countless glamorous stories compiled by boring people. In the Blind Pig Bar, Leon wore a velvet robe and shyly introduced the specialties to the guests. Whether he is a newcomer or a regular customer, knows or doesn't know, he can catch up with others and quickly get involved. This is his talent. His increasingly fat body and the red light all over his face indicated that the business of the Blind Pig Bar was operated by Leon and was prosperous and vivid. In a magnificently carved church in the mole world, Simon, dressed in neat and clean priestly clothing, stood on a wide circular platform and prayed to God. His pious look is very sacred in the sun, and his handsome and beautiful face is full of sincere prayers. Simon felt that he must have seen a real angel, so his faith was particularly strong. He made up his mind that he would dedicate all his love to his faith, and he would never give up the rest of his life to pursue his light. After getting off the plane and saying goodbye to Professor Flitwick www.mentalnovel.com after the Phantom moved to Alan at home, the family's liveliness and warmth made the fatigue of Alan's journey disappear. Alan happily took the present from everyone out of the prepared suitcase, and at the same time, he handed over the large bag of gold galleon that he got from President Pickwilly to Mrs. Harris, for the clucking spirits and bangs prepared by Mr. Harris are very popular and have been loved by the whole family. Such a happy and peaceful time is always flying fast. Alan ended the holiday and embarked on the Hogwarts Express. In this holiday, too much happened. The time spent at Hogwarts is as if it were yesterday, and it seems to be a long time ago. Alan remembered the non-human friends in the Forbidden Forest. Gaia and Fearens, who have tribes, should have a good time, right? Harry, if they saw the artificial dragon egg they gave them, they didn't know if they would like it. Hagrid might like it, but Alan will never tell him that he still has a real dragon egg. It's a good excuse to ask him about the experience of breeding dragons by simulating dragon eggs. Alan can be sure that if Roger knew that he had given a Light Wheel 2000 to others, he would yell in pain, even though their team already had 7 Light Wheels 2000. The magic robe brought to Sister Penlow should be well received. After all, Daisy, who is also a girl, and the little sweet little sister who are not sensible. They can't put it down. She complained for a long time. Alan had both expectations and worries about returning to Hogwarts. The monsters in the Chamber of Secrets and Riddles diary have not yet been resolved. Tina once reminded that not only is there only one monster, but Alan is not clear, what else is there besides the basilisk? Chapter 159 Late Christmas Present modified. While Alan was meditating, the car door was suddenly knocked, and the Ravenclaw female director Penlow Grivet, who was just remembered by Alan, walked in with his long legs. Alan, Merry Christmas. Penlow simply squeezed a blue, slender box into Alan. You went to New York on Christmas holidays. My owl couldn't fly that far. I couldn't find you. I hope you like this belated gift. Penlow flirted with her long curly wavy hair, and sat down Alan's opposite. Thank you. I brought you back from New York, and I thought about going to Hogwarts to find you again. Alan quickly opened the suitcase and sent himself to Penlow's magic robe from the box. Take it out. Alan, who was facing away from Penlow, did not see it. When he said he had brought a gift from New York to Penlow, the light flashed in the eyes of the beautiful girl. It's so beautiful. Penlow unfolded the neatly arranged robe and couldn't wait to fall in love with this plain robe with a faint streamer. This is the masterpiece of the famous New York designer Mrs. Klein's girly style of the Breeze series of magic robes. I hope you like it. Alan sighed at the beautiful and moving Mrs. Klein. Obviously, he has a brighter and brighter future in this respect, but he has lost his life in order to seek profiteering. Mrs. Klein, it should be beautiful. Penlow, despite holding the most beautiful robe, still noticed Alan's moment of regret. It's true, as long as she is there, it's difficult for you to look away from her. Alan thought about the only 2 encounters with Mrs. Klein. The performance of others. Sincerely praised Klein lady. Penlow held his robe's hand tightly and smiled a little far-fetched. So beautiful. I really hope to see her. It's better not to see it. She has passed away. Alan told Penlow the things she knew about Mrs. Klein. That Mr. Leonard has a soft spot for her. Should he be very sad about her death? Relaxed Penlow focused on this love story that ended in tragedy. It's true. Although he seems to be doing the same, I know that his inner feelings must be complicated. Alan hopes that Mr. Leonard will meet the right person as soon as possible and be happy. Don't talk about others. Would you tell me about your experience in New York? For Penlow, by contrast, she is more interested in Alan's experience in New York. Alan talked about her experience in a reduced form, and Penlow listened with interest, and also looked at the photos of Alan and Jessica when they visited the scenic spots. As the train approached the station, Penlow suddenly asked Alan, What do you think of Percy Gryffindor Weasley? Percive Sly. Penelow's sudden question made Alan start thinking about Percy's outstanding academic performance, outstanding strength, ambitious, especially caring about other people's evaluation, a little stereotyped, love family. Alan thinks Percy is a more complicated person, but why? Penlow asked Percy. He's very good, very good. As everyone knows. Of course Alan would not say bad things behind his back. Why do you ask him? He actually gave me a clay doll as a Christmas gift at Christmas, Penlow said indifferently. That's great. Alan was a bit surprised by Penlow's reaction. It's a good thing to have a gift. The problem is that this clay doll looks like me, wielding his wand, and it's menacing. Penlow thinks that Percy is really strange. At the duel club, he beat him so badly, he actually gave it back. She gives gifts. Alan felt that Percy was either taunting Penelope for being too fierce, or that he fell in love with Penelope. It seemed that Percy's girlfriend was Penelope. With a long beep of the train, it arrived. Penlow glanced at Alan's open gift box before leaving and pointed to the robe in his arms and asked, "Did you give me this magical robe alone?" Seeing Alan's puzzled eyes, Penlow coughed lightly. "I don't want to hit shirts with others at school. I gave one to my sister Daisy, and I left one to Hermione." Alan told the truth. Penlow just nodded and quickly left the car without saying goodbye to find the little witch who was also in Ravenclaw. Is she angry? Alan felt awkward when he saw Penlow's expression when he left. Alan turned to pack his gift box and saw that the sleeve of the robe that was going to be given to Hermione was turned to the top of the salute. The pattern and color were very similar to the robe given to Penlow. Alan found out that she saw this magic robe, but at the same time, Alan was also puzzled. Everyone wears a uniform black magic robe on weekdays. Isn't that also a hit shirt? Why didn't you see Penlow unhappy? The girl's mind is really hard to guess. www.mtlnovel.com. She's so much taller than me. Wouldn't it be my fancy? Alan shook his head and opened the gift box Penlow gave him. It is an exquisite men's necklace. The pendant of the necklace is an exquisite silver snowflake. There is also a card in the box that says, according to the boss, this necklace was made by an ancient alchemist, with a spell of happiness attached to it, which can make the person wearing this necklace feel happy. I wish you happiness. Alan picked up the necklace and looked carefully, and put it on his neck. He suddenly felt a rush of heat all over his body. Is this feeling happiness? Maybe. Alan shrugged, left the train, and returned to the castle with the crowd. With the influx of little wizards, this magnificent castle regained its infinite vitality. Due to the previous attacks, during the Christmas period, very few students stayed in school. After a pleasant Christmas holiday, everyone's fear of the legend of the heirs of the Chamber of Secrets has disappeared a lot. Various exotic amulets that were popular on campus before the holidays have been rarely seen. But this calm atmosphere lasted only one night. Early the next morning, when Alan went to the restaurant to eat, he heard the news of the attack on Hermione Granger. Last night, none of the little wizards who returned to the castle had seen Hermione. Even Gryffindor. There was a lot of talk about her disappearance, and everyone took it for granted that she was attacked. So, the students lined up across the hospital and wanted to take a look at her. Alan joined the team with the magic robe he chose for Hermione. No one saw Hermione, because Miss Pomfrey used her drapes to hang around Hermione's bed, covering Hermione tightly. Chapter 160. Harris Torah Modified. Seeing this, Alan knew in her heart that Hermione, Harry and Ron must have taken the compound soup during the holiday. Harry and Ron became Goyle and Crabbe. Hermione wanted to become Millicent, but mistakenly treated the cat hair as Millicent's hair and put in a compound decoction, which turned out to be inhuman. Cats and cats. Alan did not like Hermione's words, like other students, to wonder what happened to Hermione. Hermione, did Mrs. Pomfrey say when you will fully recover? Alan asked gently. Miss Pomfrey told me that even if you recover well, you will not be discharged until February. Hermione was keenly aware of the difference in attitude between Alan and the other students. Others certainly care about her body, but more about wondering if she was attacked by the monster in the secret room. what the monster looks like and so on. Alan's thoughtfulness greatly increased Hermione's favor with him. This sentiment reached a peak when Alan handed her prepared gift to Hermione. "Wish you a Merry Christmas. Please accept this belated gift." Hermione hurriedly opened a slit in the curtain and took over the packed huge box. This box occupies most of Hermione's bed. As Hermione moved, the pillow fell to the ground. Alan showed no surprise at her flashing hairy hands and face, and cat ears standing on her head, but calmly picked up the card that fell from the head of Hermione's bed. Even though it was just swept away, Alan also read the contents of the card clearly. "To Miss Granger, I hope you get well soon. The teacher who cares about you, Professor Jidero Lockhart, the Merlin Jazz Medal III. Honorary member of the Black Magic Defense Alliance, won the Witcher Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. Alan's eyes flashed a trace of disgust that was not easily noticeable. This narcissistic old liar. Pushing the card from the gap to Hermione again, Alan pulled the curtain to cover it thoughtfully, covering the big hairy tail that Hermione accidentally exposed, and got up to say goodbye. Because of the curtain, Alan didn't see the embarrassed and shy expression on Hermione's face. Sometimes, boys are not sensitive to the girl's emotional changes. There are several possibilities. One is that the boys themselves have low EQ, and there is no cure. The other is that the boys are narcissistic, and there is no one else in their eyes. The other is the most common, that is, girls have not entered the boys' hearts. He naturally does not pay attention to the emotional changes of girls all the time, and Alan, obviously belongs to the last kind. Neither Punlo nor Hermione have successfully entered his heart for the time being. The former is much larger than Alan regardless of age, while the latter is just a little girl. Although Alan himself is only 2th grade. After Alan left, Hermione put the card given to her by Professor Lockhart under the pillow, thought about it, and sandwiched it in a thick magic book beside the pillow. She couldn't wait to pick up the gift box from Alan. This box is heavy and heavy. At the moment when the lid was opened, Hermione thought that Alan was worthy of being a school bully, and the gifts he gave were so special it turned out to be all the teaching materials from the 1st grade to the 7th grade of the Ilverny School of Magic in the United States. The days of recuperating in bed are not boring. Originally, Alan prepared Hermione for the girly robes of Mrs. Cullen's shop, which were slightly different from the Punlo ones. But Punlo's words on the train made Alan change his mind. If Punlo doesn't like hitting shirts with others, then Hermione must be unwilling to come. Hermione loves reading so much, and all of Ilverny's teaching materials are suitable for her as a gift. The same gift was received by Mrs. Pins, and 16 sets were received at once. 1 set was given to her, and the remaining 15 sets were donated to the Hogwarts library. Mrs. Pins, who was thin like a vulture, showed a surprised look on her face. She has worked at Hogwarts for so many years, and few little wizards will give her gifts. After all, she is serious and cautious by nature, irritable, and she has strict discipline management in the library. Many little wizards listed her as the 2nd most annoying person at Hogwarts, the first being Filch. Because of this, after she received Alan's gift, she rarely showed a sympathetic look different from the past. Although the school is just beginning, the library is filled with little wizards every day. Professors, regardless of whether they start school or not, have a lot of homework assignments, among which Professor Snape is even more particular. As a result, Mrs. Pings quickly returned to normal, waving a feather duster and yelling at a first-year wizard who folded the inside pages of the book. At the door of a girl's bathroom on the 2nd floor of Hogwarts, Alan found Harry and Ron and wanted to give them the dragon eggs and the luxurious wizard chess. The two of them were head-to-head together, reading a small, thin book with a tattered black cover. "Harry, Ron!" Alan shouted deliberately behind his back, which scared the two of them, and Ron sat on the ground. Seeing their embarrassed expressions, Alan couldn't help laughing. "I have been looking for you for a long time. Why are you two looking mysterious?" "We found a book." Before Harry had finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed out of a room next to it. "Is Percy Weasley?" "What are you doing at the door of the girls' bathroom?" Percy looked serious. www.untilenovel.com Shen Sheng asked, looking like he was interrogating the criminal. Alan thinks Percy's expression is particularly bad. He will not be like the parents of Bear children. He thinks that his own children make mistakes. Are they caused by others? We didn't go in again. Could we just stand here and chat? Ron asked with a wounded face. Apparently, he thought Percy was targeting him. I'm the Commander-in-Chief, and I have the right to ask, Percy said proudly. What are you holding? Percy looked at Alan. Harry hid the black notebook in his hand behind him. Am I? Alan said softly. It's a Christmas gift for Harry and Ron. Beside the women's toilet, Percy asked sarcastically. Not the head of Ravenclaw. How to give gifts is my business. Do we need to go to Professor McGonagall with theory? Alan pushed back indifferently and was inexplicably targeted by Percy. He would not be like ordinary students are afraid of the class leader. Percy looked a little bit furious, but also a little bit indignant. You need to show respect to the commander a little bit, he said. I don't like your attitude. After he finished, he held his head high, like a fighting spirit cock. Alan looked at each other. Is Percy prejudiced against me? He wouldn't think it's my idea to read books in the girls' bathroom. Alan felt wronged. Who knows? He's just that. He's so arrogant, the class leader, and his homework first. Ron wrinkled his nose in disgust. Seeing Alan's face affected by the expression of Caillou, Ron quickly added, of course, you are not the same as Alan. Well, I'm not a senior. Alan smiled. Chapter 161 Valentine's Day modified in early February. Hermione was discharged, her beard was gone, her tail was gone, and her cat hair was gone. Penlow happened to pass the school hospital when she was discharged and saw the huge box held in Hermione's arms and kindly stepped forward to help. What is this, so heavy? After taking the box, Penlow was stunned by the weight of the box. Oh, thank you, Penlow, this is the Christmas gift Alan gave me. Hermione temporarily got rid of the box and felt much lighter. Harry and Ron said they would come to pick me up, but I waited a long time and they didn't come. Hermione couldn't help complaining. But no one answered. Hermione looked up, and Penlow was looking down at the huge box in her arms. Is it too heavy, Penlow, or should I take out some of the books in it? Hermione was a little embarrassed. How could she let Penlow move such a large, heavy box alone, and herself just mention some light salutes? It's a book inside? Penlow's voice was light. Yeah. It's all textbooks from the 1st grade to the 7th grade at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hermione finished and wanted to take the huge book box in Penlow's hands. But Penlow put the box on the ground first, waving his wand, to Hermione's surprise. The box opened silently, and the textbooks inside flew out one by one. Let them fly back with us. Penlow spoke lightly, with a little excitement that Hermione could not understand. Penlow picked up the empty box on the ground, and as she moved, her plain magic robe faintly flashed across. It's beautiful. Hermione couldn't help admiring. What? Penlow saw Hermione's gaze stuck on her, and she understood. This robe is a Christmas gift from Alan. It is a masterpiece of the famous American design master Mrs. Klein. Penlow stood upright, and the graceful figure of Tinting was more enchanting against the background of this robe. Well, I mean, Penlow, your spell is so beautiful. Hermione looked away. Penlow smiled even brighter. Thank you. Like you, I am also the first in the grade. She blinked mischievously. We all look good. Hermione smiled when she heard the praise, and the uncomfortable weird feeling that she had in her heart disappeared without a trace. Although he likes to read books, he is also very excited to see Penlow's beautiful robe. If two gifts can only choose the same. After thinking about it, Hermione still thinks the magic book is better. Now, the sun is shining weakly on Hogwarts again. In the castle, people's emotions become optimistic. Since Justin and nearly headless Nick were petrified, there have been no further attacks. In the Forbidden Forest, when Alan gave Gaia some of the toys that he brought back from New York that were suitable for little unicorns, Gaia also said that no birds had been mutilated in the Forbidden Forest for a long time. Madame Pomfrey is pleased to report that Mandela grass has become moody and reticent, which means that they are rapidly breaking away from childhood. As long as their acne is healed, they can be transplanted again. Then, It won't take long for us to cut them off and put them on the fire. All those who were attacked will return soon, Pomfrey the lady said happily to everyone who cared about the attacked. Pippi forgot his fear, but he was afraid of the nature of the world. When he saw Harry, he sang, "Oh, Potter, you hate Ghost," and now it is also equipped with a fixed dance moves. Alan also inadvertently saw that Jidero Lockhart's self recommends to Professor McGonagall with great confidence. "You know, there is a need to inspire morale in the school now. Eliminate those last semester things in memory. I am inconvenient now, say more, but I think I am confident." Professor McGonagall's expression told Alan that she did not believe in Jidro at all. The Forgotten Curse is perhaps the best curse of Guide-Aero. To eliminate the memories of little wizards, Professor Lockhart is fully capable and will do better than everyone. Alan felt that if Professor Lockhart did not perform too badly in other aspects of the spell level and loved vanity, perhaps he could be competent for the Ministry of Magic's Reverse Occasions team. Soon, Alan understood that what Professor Lockhart said to eliminate bad memories was not what he imagined. On February 14th, Alan was astonished when he went to the auditorium for breakfast after training as usual. All four walls were covered with big dazzling pink flowers. What's worse, there are many heart-shaped confetti falling from the light blue ceiling. Alan looked at the confetti that fell into the porridge, completely lost his appetite, helplessly picked up a sandwich, flicked the confetti, and put it in his mouth. Compared with boys who showed disgust, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. Girls obviously prefer this pink, romantic arrangement. Breakfast is available every day, but Valentine's Day is only once a year. When Professor Lockhart wore a bright pink robe matching those decorations and waved his hands to make everyone quiet, Alan couldn't help but hold two cakes and quickly left the auditorium. However, this kind of avoidance is useless. In front of the doors leading to the hall, Alan saw 12 gloomy dwarfs. They all have golden wings and carry harps. This is obviously a little Eros arranged by Professor Lockhart to deliver love letters and greeting cards. Throughout the day, Professor Lockhart's little people kept breaking into their classrooms and delivering Valentine's Day greeting cards, making the teachers bored. In the afternoon, when Alan climbed to the 4th floor to take a spell lesson, he found a dwarf struggling to chase Punlo. But Punlo, because of the rule that he can't cast a spell in the corridor, walked hurriedly, obviously not wanting the dwarf to catch up. Alan blinked and stretched out his right leg quietly, tripping over the little man. Unexpectedly, the dwarf froze for a moment, then gave up chasing Penelope and instead entangled with him. "Alan Harris, I have 5 messages from the soundtrack to personally convey to you," said the dwarf, striking the harp in an aggressive manner. When Punlo saw him in the distance, he no longer escaped, but came together. Several first-year little witches, pointing at Alan and the dwarf, giggled. Alan had a bad hunch. Heeding Hogwarts rules, he pulled out his wand and pointed at the dwarf. The curse succeeded in sticking the dwarf's upper and lower lips together without letting him sing a song. Alan breathed a sigh of relief. The little man looked somber and took a deep look at Alan before turning to leave. Chapter 162 Revenge of the Dwarfs. Modified Ravenclaw gets 5 points. Percy Weasley squeezed out of the crowd. No magic in the hallway. I'm going to report this, you know. It's okay, Weasley. I added more than 20 points for Ravenclaw today. Alan didn't care at all, as long as he could stop the dwarf from singing the so-called Valentine's Day message, and not shame in front of everyone. Even if Ravenclaw wanted, it is worthwhile to lose 5 points for this. It's Percy, now a constipated face, a Gryffindor. How could this lesson appear near the curse classroom on the 4th floor? Percy's 2 provocations made Alan aware that he was hostile to himself. This is inexplicable. Ron and Harry are good brothers. They like to go to the women's toilet. What's the matter with him? Alan frowned. If Percy kept staring at him and troubled him, the so-called debt must be paid. He should find an opportunity to teach Percy a little. Professor Snape was completely unimpressed by the increasingly relaxed and pleasant atmosphere in the castle, and the number of assignments made all the little wizards bitter. Hair Rejuvenation Agent, You need to add a mouse tail. Alan thought of the Mediterranean of the US Magic Congress, Abernathy, while writing a paper about hair rejuvenation. Why doesn't he use hair tonic? Such a simple potion. He should be able to cook it, unless he has experienced any special magic damage. No longer thinking about it, Alan, who had completed the long paper, stood up easily, planning to get some other books to read. At this moment, a rough clarinet sound suddenly came from outside the library door, sounded one after another, and then there was a loud and uneven song. The clarinet's playing sound accompanied the little people's singing, which caused the little wizards in the library to stop writing. Everyone rushed out and wanted to see who had been treated by the dwarves in such a big battle. There was a bad hunch in Alan's heart. He remembered the dwarf who was cursed by him during the day and thought of his resentful eyes. Ah, Alan. Ah, my ideal lover. Ah, the longing in my heart. Let us grasp the idea tightly. This charming and wonderful time. In a different tone, the little people continued to sing. You are my sun, you are my light, in my heart, you are the brightest starlight in Hogwarts. Ah, Alan, I can't forget you. That charming look. Alan felt he had to take measures, but one person moved much faster than him. Librarian Mrs. Pins. Mrs. Pins waved a big feather duster and rushed towards the little dwarves with her face covered. No noise at the library door. The dwarfs were frightened by the menacing Mrs. Pins, and even the wings tied behind them fell to the ground. They couldn't pick it up and fled the library in droves. Thank you, Mrs. Pins. Alan thanked Mrs. Pins gratefully. And, I'm sorry, because of my sake. These little talents are so unscrupulous. It has nothing to do with you. As long as the discipline of the library is violated, I can't tolerate it. Mrs. Pins raised the feather duster and looked at the lively little wizards at the door. Warning. Do you want to return to the library? The little wizards were scattered and left the door of the library. Alan, who returned to the library, immediately picked up his books and was ready to leave. Because the little wizards around him looked at and made funny eyes, he felt very uncomfortable. On the way back to Ravenclaw Tower, Alan saw the dwarves again. They swarmed in, and a few dwarves wanted to grab Alan and not let him escape. But Alan was so good compared to the dwarves' physical fitness, and he evaded easily, but instead stumbled a few dwarfs to the ground. This act angered the remaining dwarves, who seemed to know that their singing was unpleasant and sang loudly. His eyes are blue like the sea. His hair is shining like Gingy Arlong, so lovable. I hope he's mine. He is really handsome. He is the score control of Hogwarts. Alan. 3 songs. Alan, swallowed by shame, could not bear it, and pulled out his wand in anger, petrifying the dwarfs. Alan tied them one by one like tying the dumplings, then dragged the string of dwarves without mercy and went to Professor Lockhart's office. Professor Lockhart's door was open, and there was a clear voice from the people inside. Alan couldn't help stopping when he heard this, and listened attentively. Guy Darrow, how do you explain this reply? It is Daisy's voice, and her voice is constantly improving. www.untitled.novel.com with excited anger. The voice seemed to be trying to restrain himself so as to calm himself, but his heart was absolutely angry. Emotionally excited, Daisy talked endlessly and spoke very fast. But probably the reason is too fast. People can't keep up. Even the words are hard to hear. A series of words spewed out like running water, and they blew 1,000 miles, and they were frustrated. Sometimes, 1 or 2 words are particularly bright, as if she feels that these words contain infinite power. Alan immediately stepped forward to find Daisy wearing the magic robe he gave her, tearful eyes, and excitedly grabbing Lockhart. And Darrow Lockhart had a wand in his hand. Daisy, why are you here? What is your relationship with Professor Lockhart? Alan forcibly restrained his anger, and his voice seemed a bit rigid. Guy Darrow invited me to come. He is my boyfriend. Daisy was caught by his brother, a little embarrassed. I'm not, I don't. Don't talk nonsense. When will you become my girlfriend? Professor Daisy's words made Daisy's emotions even more exciting. Did you? Are you not? I'm talking nonsense. Daisy's voice broke out more intensely. Who kept the correspondence with me for more than half a year? Who asked me to go out during the holidays? Your sweet words are deceiving, is it? This is just a normal interaction with book fans. Lockhart looked innocent. We have only had a few meals together. Book fans? How many book fans can enter Hogwarts with your letters? Daisy almost collapsed. Okay, Lockhart replied loudly in a very helpless voice. Well, I am very grateful for your love. Chapter 163 Runaway Alan modified. Alan realized that Lockhart seemed to want to close the door. He glanced at Lockhart's wand in his hand, and thinking of the other party's glorious deeds, Alan instantly understood what he wanted to do. Alan quickly pointed at Lockhart with his wand. Professor Lockhart, I don't want to use threatening language. Alan's voice was calm. Although he was only in the second grade, some of them started to feel a little angry at this time. And Y felt, however, if you don't put your wand down, honestly, I'm really welcome. Daisy looked at Alan with a confused look, and then looked at Lockhart, not knowing what was happening, so that the two suddenly confronted each other. Seeing that Lockhart did not move, Alan came decisively to a weapon removal and dismantled Lockhart's wand. Lockhart was hit by Alan's merciless spell and hit the wall behind him. Daisy looked a little relieved when she looked at it, although she still didn't understand why Alan suddenly shot against Jidro. Daisy, let's go. Alan grabbed Daisy and threw the petrified pile of dwarfs into Lockhart's office. Professor, please be optimistic about your Eros. Forcing others to accept the expression of love is not a good idea. Alan no longer looked at the embarrassed Lockhart and took Daisy out of the office. Daisy, why did you appear at Hogwarts? Alan asked the question again. Guidero invited the dwarfs, and when I learned it, I got into the team with the letters that Jidro wrote to me. Daisy was a little embarrassed. Love blinds. It turns out that Daisy wasn't really invited by Lockhart, and Alan instantly felt tired. I wanted to give him a surprise, but I didn't expect to find countless greeting cards at his desk. I also found a letter he wrote to a female book fan. His words were frivolous and he couldn't bear to look straight. Daisy was angry again. His reply was all in a template. He just changed his name. Just like the popular third-rate fanfiction of ancient wizarding stories. Alan suddenly thought of Ian at the beginning, and now he finally fully understood Ian's state of mind at that time. At this time, Alan would like to give Daisy a forgetting spell, or feed her with the venom of the curling winged devil. Alan had to tell Lockhart all the ridiculous deeds in school. Daisy, we have reason to suspect that Lockhart's heroic deeds are all others. He cast a forgotten spell on those real heroes and took other people's experiences as his own. His talent for forgetting spells and flattering is very good, not ordinary. Alan settled down to conclude. Daisy thought of the wand in Lockhart's hand and finally understood why Alan shot at Lockhart. You mean, he wanted to erase our memories at that time? Yes. Alan nodded. This scum. Daisy scolded bitterly. It's interesting to say, if before Daisy discovers the ambiguity between Jidero and female fans, Alan tells her these words and wants Daisy to believe that it doesn't take much effort. But now she had resentment against Jidro in her heart, and when she heard Alan's words, she did not hesitate to believe Alan's conclusion. Daisy, I'll take you out of the castle. How are you going back? It was already dark, and Daisy was inconvenienced to spend the night at Hogwarts. Alan could hardly imagine what would happen if Daisy didn't find Lockhart's ambiguous letter, and if he didn't show up at the door of Lockhart's office in time. From this perspective, Alan should also thank the little people who are entangled with him. I'm out of the castle's range, and I can phantom move back. Daisy said indifferently, then this range is too large, you have to walk a long time. Alan was a little worried. It doesn't matter, Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. Who will make trouble here? Daisy didn't care. Alan ignored her and sent Owl Benny to the Forbidden Forest to find Gaia. Then he rushed to the edge of the Forbidden Forest with Daisy. Alan, the unicorn Gaia soon appeared beside the Forbidden Forest. Gaia, I'm very sorry, but I have to bother you at this late hour. Alan had no choice. At Hogwarts, it was only Gaia who could send Daisy away safely and quickly and trust him again. Hey, Did you change another girl around you? Gaia looked at Daisy with a look of interest. You are much older than the previous one. Although Daisy didn't know what they were talking about, the atmosphere made her stare at Alan. Gaia, this is my sister Daisy Harris. Alan quickly explained. Explaining that he needs Gaia to help Daisy leave Hogwarts. Gaia agreed without any hesitation. Seeing Gaia and Daisy's figures disappearing into the night, Alan also returned to Ravenclaw's tower. It's time to clean up Lockhart. Alan was busy before going to the United States and didn't put it on his daily routine immediately. www.mtlnovel.com. But now, he feels that he must be paid some price. And Alan didn't intend to just let Lockhart lose his memory, which was too cheap for him. So Alan mailed an anonymous letter to Rita Skeeter. Miss Skeeter, if you do not want the illegal animagus beetle to be exposed, please do as I requested to interview Jidero Lockhart, Hogwarts' current professor of black magic defense. At that time, you will get the next instructions. Believe me, you will get a real big news. Alan replaced a new piece of parchment paper, wrote down what happened today, and sent it to his father Irving Harris. Father needs to know what happened to Daisy. Alan believes that as a father who loves her daughter, he will give Lockhart a little color. The next day's black magic defense lesson, Jidero Lockhart started his drama acting class as if nothing had happened. Today's performance is Walking with the Monster. When Lockhart was looking for a performance partner, Alan took the initiative to walk to the stage in Edward's surprised eyes. Professor, I think I can do the role of a monster. Alan stared at Lockhart's eyes and couldn't refuse. Alan, your appearance does not match the monster. Lockhart instinctively couldn't choose Alan. But Edward is even more disagreeable. Professor, please give me a chance, Alan said, and strode to the center of the podium, shaking his head and waving his wand. Professor Lockhart still stayed where he was, staring blankly at Alan's figure. Previously, how much Lockhart appreciated and liked Alan, now how disgusted and disgusted. Chapter 164 Lockhart beaten modified. Okay, Alan, please turn your back to me. Jidro has to cooperate with Alan to carry on the course. For other little wizards, it can be seen that although it is usually very gentle, but it also feels a little arrogant, Alan plays a dumb monster, which has a different comedy effect. Alan turned back obediently and broke a table leg into a wooden stick in the monster's hand. This wooden stick is as thick as a child's two arms, and does not look light. If you want to live with the monster, you must have the ability to subdue the monster, and I happen to be good at dealing with the monster. Jidro flicked his hair and crept to Alan. It was Chilo who was good at dealing with giant monsters. Alan clenched the stick when he heard the soft footsteps of Jidero. Jidero raised his wand and seemed to want to remove the stick from Alan's hand. Oh, Professor, can I use the stick? Alan turned around inadvertently, evading Jidero's curse, and the curse hit the wall and hit a spark. Lockhart really curses Alan, Edward exclaimed. Should it be a disarming spell? After all, the stick in Alan's hand is very threatening. But did you hear the spell he said? And the disarming spell is not red? His lips wriggled. I didn't hear it. What other spells can be used against the monster? The little wizards didn't know what spell Lockhart cast. Alan heard it clearly, and he was surprised at the other party's behavior. However, it's really bold enough to dare to cast the forgetting spell in public. Oh, of course, Alan, you can use the stick. After all, the stick is the weapon of the monster. However, I won't give you the opportunity to use the stick. Jidro was very hit by a hit and was very worried, surprised. This is the first time he has ever encountered a person who cast a forgetting spell on others from behind. But the result has failed. Alan turned around again, turning his back on Jidro. Jidero changed his strategy. He gave up using the spell and decided to defeat Alan by virtue of being an adult, with a size and strength far superior to the 12-year-old wizard. Just when Jidro walked carefully behind Alan and raised his arms, trying to twist Alan up, Alan suddenly turned around, grabbed the collar of Lockhart, and held his head, make him face down. Except for the ground and the steps of the podium, Jidero could see nothing. In this way, Alan pushed Jidero roughly, rubbed his head against the wall forcibly, had walked for about a minute and a half in the classroom. The little wizards were stunned, and no one stopped Alan. In fact, many boys are happy to see Lockhart so embarrassed, and girls are now entangled in the question of how to stand in line with it. Is Alan of the same age or old idol Lockhart? Alan walked through the three corners according to the already scratched Lockhart, and returned to the podium again. Alan suddenly let go of Lockhart and shouted, "Go!" Alan looked in the direction, like an athlete who was about to shoot at the goal, kicked Lockhart off with a kick, and rolled forward, rolling directly outside the classroom door. There was a neat pumping sound in the classroom. For a moment, the boys applauded excitedly, clapped the table, applauded, and screamed. Some soft-hearted little witches finally ran out of the door and helped Lockhart back. When Lockhart got up and calmed down, he only felt numb, and blood donation continued to flow from his nose. For the first time in his life, Lockhart felt uncontrollable anger and pain. "Sorry, Professor, I'm too involved in the drama. But the power of the monster should be much greater than me. I haven't used a stick." Alan seemed to sincerely apologize. Lockhart flinched back involuntarily, without using a stick to make his face into a rug, and using a stick to kill him. But Lockhart is Lockhart after all. At least, almost no one can match it in the thickness of the face. Lockhart sorted out his clothes and hair, and pretended to say dashingly, "Of course, Alan, I just show it to everyone. It's not easy to subdue the monster. I also paid a certain price. Let the monsters convince me." Seeing Alan open his mouth, he seemed very interested in continuing the demonstration. Lockhart quickly opened his mouth to end the unilateral battering demonstration. "I think this demo is almost over. If you want to know what happened afterwards, you can take a closer look at my book Walking with Monsters." He still has blood on his face, but insists on selling cuteness. This makes many little wizards can't help but look directly at www.mtlnovel.com, can't help laughing out loud. In this laughter, Lockhart seemed to be encouraged. He continued, "It's pleasant. Nothing is more rewarding than subduing a monster. If so, it must be." He lengthened his voice, trying to attract the attention of the little wizards. He succeeded. Everyone was staring at him vigorously. Before the class, I received a letter from Rita Skeeter, the chief reporter of the Prophet Daily. She is very humble and discerning, and wants to do an exclusive interview for me. Really a tasteful witch. Lockhart was proud and looked very proud. This gave everyone the illusion that it wasn't him who had just been beaten up by Alan. "It's making you happy for a while." Alan watched sarcastically as Lockhart bragged in front of the little wizards. At night, Alan sent the owl to deliver a letter to Rita. "Miss Skeeter, I know you are an illegal animagus. If you don't want me to divulge, please report truthfully to Jidero Lockhart. This is good at forgetting spells and taking others' achievements as his own conman." After rolling the note, Alan lifted the vomiting curse on the quill pen and restored its function to its original state. In the middle of the night, Alan received a reply from the owl, a simple 4-character "as you wish." In the following days, Lockhart was in a state of fluttering. He told everyone he wanted to be interviewed by the Daily Prophet, to everyone who was willing to listen to him. Soon, the whole castle heard about it. Some little witches who learned that Alan had beaten Lockhart with black magic defense couldn't help but complain. "Professor Lockhart is so pitiful. Alan is so brutal." Chapter 165, Lockhart's Life and Lies Revised. But that's a classroom demonstration. Professor Lockhart also said that he is particularly good at dealing with giant monsters, and of course Alan will wait for it. A little witch of Ravenclaw argued for Alan. What's more, Professor Lockhart took the lead, and he really sent a spell to Alan. But Alan was unharmed. Didn't he? Professor Lockhart was hurt. Who is weak is reasonable. As a professor, Lockhart cannot subdue a second-year sorcerer. It is really doubtful how the achievements in his book came from. After all, he wrote it himself. Who knows the truth? If Professor Lockhart really didn't learn nothing, Why would President Dumbledore hire him as a professor? The birth of Moles is probably unclear. The black magic defense class hires new professors every year. Now it is good if someone is willing to come. It is said that the mysterious man cursed this position. No one can let his term of office exceed 1 year. Many graduates are said to be unable to release even the Iron Mantra. I don't know why President Dumbledore is not worried about this. In Hogwarts, Alan and Lockhart have many supporters, and quarrels about this matter are very common in the castle. Until this morning, the owls flew into the auditorium as usual and gave the letters to their owners. But unlike in the past, there are more owls in the auditorium today, batch after batch, and the printed Prophet Daily was given to everyone in the castle. The auditorium seemed to be cast and lifted the silent mantra, suddenly silent, and suddenly clamoured. Everyone looked at the newspaper in their hands, and then looked at the Lockhart who actively distributed the Prophet Daily on the teacher's seat. Jidero Lockhart's Life and Lies, a recognised master, a star in the magic world, a Hogwarts professor of black magic defense, and a Merlin Jazz Medal 3. According to the reliable evidence obtained by the author, Lockhart took all the experiences he found interesting and imposed a spell of forgetting on him. Actually, except for the spell of forgetting, Lockhart knew nothing. He is an outright liar. Suddenly, the door of the auditorium slammed open, and the two wizards in uniform black magic robes, led by Professor Dumbledore, came in. The auditorium was silent, and everyone stared at the uninvited guests. Guidero Lockhart, the leading witch, was thin and muscular, and stood in front of Lockhart seriously. Lockhart looked pale, with the illusion of being stripped and standing in the spotlight. We are the staff of the Magic Law Enforcement Division. According to reliable information, you have confirmed that you have violated the Wizarding Charter. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation. Hong Liang's voice made everyone in the auditorium hear clearly. The little witches who had been arguing for Lohat and Ravenclaw could hardly believe their eyes. Professor Lockhart is really a liar? He also hurt others, taking others' experiences as his own. Is he really useless except for getting the spell? For his book fans, the little witches are unwilling to believe and have to believe. After all, the facts lie ahead. Lockhart could only leave the teacher's seat, his lips trembling, whispering to say something, but in the end he could not say anything, and he followed the two black wizards in capable disappointment and left the castle. It seems that before our Professor Lockhart returns, I need to find a new black magic defense class professor. Professor Dumbledore helped his glasses and left the auditorium. Alan, won't you order so many newspapers? Edward asked Alan curiously. Of course not. Why did you ask? Alan really didn't subscribe to so many newspapers, and he wasn't so sad. I just think there has been a conflict between you and Professor Lockhart recently. Edward shrugged. This newspaper is probably subscribed by Lockhart himself. Alan speculated. He had always thought he would be on the Prophet Daily, and as a best-selling author in the magic world, he was not short of money. The female director Punlo heard their comments and calmly pointed out the facts next to them. Surprisingly, Professor Dumbledore actually went out of his way as a temporary professor of black magic defense. This made the little wizards happy and excited, and the greatest white wizard in history has served as a professor of black magic defense, which is really cool. Alan has no doubt that Dumbledore is qualified as a professor of black magic defense. After all, in legend, Professor Dumbledore and the former generation of the Dark Lord, the most dangerous black wizard from ancient times, Gellert Grindelwald, have a great relationship. Moreover, Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald. In fact, this is also the point that Alan admires Dumbledore the most. His methods and shortcomings are not mentioned first. At least in terms of purpose and right and wrong, Dumbledore is a good person. If you knew you had drove away Jidero Lockhart, you could get Dumbledore as a professor of defense in black magic, and Alan might have started working on Lockhart. Principal Dumbledore is indeed very good at teaching. His explanation of black magic is very simple. so that every little wizard can be immersed in his lectures. Alan actually has a bit of complaint about Dumbledore. The level of the little wizards is not as good as 1 year as a principal. Why don't you care about this matter? He has so many things to consider that he doesn't care too much about his job. No one wants to miss his lesson, even every sentence he said. The little wizards will write it down in the book. He can know the doubts of the little wizards at a glance and answer their questions patiently. As a principal, this is incredible. If there is any shortage, www.untilnovel.com, that is, they changed from 2 colleges to 4 colleges to teach together. Black Magic Defense class has many hours and heavy tasks. If it is not a class of 4 classes, Professor Dumbledore may be too busy to have a little free time. With his excellent classroom performance and excellent grades, Alan successfully served as assistant of Professor Dumbledore in the 2nd grade. Alan had to ask what he was going to teach in the next lesson, prepare the materials in advance, and use the copy in double mantra to ensure that every little wizard could get a handout. As the days passed, the little wizards lived very fulfillingly. The Chamber of Secrets incident seemed to be a long time ago. Almost everyone thinks that the attacker, no matter who he is, has never washed his hands. In March, several Mandela plants held a lively and noisy dance party in the 3rd greenhouse, which made Professor Sprout very happy. When they want to move to other flower pots, we know they are fully mature, she said to Alan, who came to help. Then we can make the poor people in the hospital alive. There was no more information from Jidero Lockhart, but Alan knew that he had already paid the price for his wanton arrogance. He had to stay in Azkaban for at least 10 years. All the people he had hurt were found by the Ministry of Magic. For officials, as long as they want to investigate, there are very few things that cannot be found. In his letter to Alan, Albert stated that his father initiated some family relations, and the Eras also checked some information. The documents that sentenced Jidro were kindly assisted by the Enforcement Department of Magical Law Enforcement Altdorf to a certain extent. The former Minister of Magic Millicent Barnold had decided to lose his face. Chapter 166, Recurrence of the attack modified during the Easter holiday. Sophomores have new things to consider. They should choose the 3rd grade course. This matter needs to be treated with caution, because it involves the range of occupations they can pursue in the future. The wizards of Mull backgrounds are very confused. As long as they hear someone talking about electing courses, they will listen carefully beside them. The little wizards who were born in a wizarding family were also very upset, because the men and women wizards in their families wrote to them one after another and offered many different suggestions to them on the course selection. Therefore, many little wizards are at a loss and are very nervous. Some people even closed their eyes with their magic wands and randomly clicked on the course list. So easy. For Alan, he is not short of money, and his desire for power is nothing more than a desire for his family to take it one step closer. He himself is more greedy for learning, and he can pursue any occupation that interests him. There are too many possibilities for him in the future. Under normal circumstances, the little wizard will only take 2 courses. For example, Harry, he chose to protect magical creatures and divination. Hermione is different. She chose all the courses in Harry and Ron's Surprised Eyes. For Alan, even if it is for divination and Mull research, Alan wants to learn, but if you want to choose all, although it is estimated that you can get the right to use a time converter like Hermione, but this will put it's too tiring to do it himself. In fact, Alan suspects that Hermione will make her a lot older because of this. Fortunately, in addition to Mull research, the books in the Ravenclaw Tower contain all other books about real magic and related subjects, and modern knowledge is constantly being copied through the library where Ravenclaw is placed in the lounge. Enter the tower. So Alan only chose the Magical Creature Protection class and the Ancient Magic class. The Practice of Magical Biology Conservation class occupies a large part, and the amount of work is relatively large, which is the Ancient Magic text. But obviously this burden is very small for Alan. Lun intends to study only in the Ravenclaw Tower. After all, it is important to learn this knowledge. If you choose all courses like Hermione, there will be too many homework that is unnecessary for him. On the contrary, It delays the time you can really learn something every day as long as you wait for the OWL's exam to take 12O and then report to all NEWT courses for 2 years. After choosing a course, Alan's attention was focused on Ravenclaw's next Quidditch match. Opponent was Gryffindor. Roger insists on letting the players train after dinner every day, so Alan has little time to do anything other than training and completing homework. However, such intensive and high-intensity training is very effective. Ravenclaws have become more and more comfortable with training, and everyone's cooperation has become more and more tacit. The night before Saturday's game, when they finished training, everyone was looking forward to the next day's game. Everyone feels that the Ravenclaw team has never been as confident of winning the Quidditch Cup as it is now. They woke up early the next morning, the weather was fine, the sun was shining, and the pleasant breeze gently blew. Alan came to the auditorium early, and he found that the Gryffindor team members were already seated, and they seemed to have a mysterious confidence in winning. The captain of the Gryffindor team, Wood, enthusiastically encouraged the players and gave each player their own food. This made Alan wonder whether Wood asked Percy Weasley to borrow a book How to Win, and their seeker, Harry Potter, looked very worried. Ravenclaws came to the restaurant one after another. They also long for victory, but they understand the importance of filling their stomachs and maintaining physical strength. Until 11 o'clock, people came out from the auditorium, everyone laughed loudly, preparing to go to the Quidditch stadium from the front door. The team members walked to the stadium amidst the cheering. Roger Davis and Oliver Wood rose into the air and warmed up around the goal post. The two captains with extremely strong desire to win. Each time they meet, their eyes seem to be sparking like lightning and thunder. Miss Huochi released the ball. The Ravenclaw team members were wearing bronze clothes and were gathering together at the moment to seize the last minute to discuss tactics. Alan was about to ride his own flying broom, and Professor McGonagall suddenly ran across the arena with a huge purple microphone in his hand. A few months of calm, busy and fulfilling study life, Alan was a little paralyzed. Seeing McGonagall's appearance reminded him suddenly, before Harry completely solved the secret room, there would be people under attack. And the person who encountered the attack was Alan's heart sank like a stone. The game was cancelled, Professor McGonagall said through the microphone to the crowded bleachers. Dissatisfied boos and shouts from the crowd. All students must return to the common room of the college, where the person in charge of the college will tell you more. Please leave as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall's face was serious and his tone was unquestionable. The Ravenclaws returned to the common room in the tower. Roger was very dissatisfied and sat down on his chair in despair, gruntingly complaining that the game had been cancelled. And more Ravenclaws appeared nervous, and cleverly they guessed that someone might have been attacked at the school again. All students must return to the common room of their college before 6 o'clock in the evening. www.mtlnovel.com. No student can leave the dormitory after this time. Each class is escorted by a teacher. In the absence of a teacher, no students are allowed to use the bathroom. All Quidditch training and competitions have been postponed. No more activities will be held at night. Professor Flitwick announced the parchment document urgently issued by the school, and then said in a somewhat suffocating voice, "It is a pity that our Ravenclaw female head Punlo Cravat suffered after the attack. She was petrified." Professor Flitwick waved his wand, and the scene of Punlo in the hospital appeared in the air of the lounge. Ravenclaw was silent, and many little wizards were pale and worried. For the first time, the smart Ravenclaws did not rush to express an opinion on something. Things are clear. Hogwarts has been attacked again and again. The culprit has been unable to catch. The school is likely to be closed. Alan was sitting on a large chair, and in his mind kept showing Punlo, who was lying on the hospital bed, as stiff as a stone sculpture. Alan knew that the basilisk in the bathroom was the culprit that caused Punlo's petrification. But unfortunately, Alan is a snakehead. Although he can open the faucet of the bathroom alone, it is obviously too dangerous for him as a sophomore to face a monster alone without help from outside force. Harry must be found so that Dumbledore will send Fox to help. and even Alan as Ravenclaw can't get the Sword of Gryffindor even if he has a branch hat. Before that, Alan had to go to the Forbidden Forest. He had to ask Gaia what he meant by more than one monster that Tina had mentioned before. Chapter 167 Dead Forest Revised. Little wizards are discussing the Chamber of Secrets. Heirs, petrified people. Everyone started to take out those amulets again, and the glasses that Alan had made Punlo distribute. When the sun finally fell behind the clouds, Benny took Alan's letter to Gaia and spread his wings into the thicker and darker haze. Its figure gradually blurred, and finally disappeared under the low clouds around the setting sun, which could no longer be discerned. The sky suddenly turned red, and then the sky became dark, and Venus blinked in the sky. In the middle of the night, Alan went to bed as usual, and he waited for Edward to fall asleep before getting up from the bed and getting dressed again. After stealth, Alan quickly ran to the Forbidden Forest. Through the dark corridor, this road is not pleasant. Alan had walked around the castle several times before midnight, but he had never seen so many people after the sun had set. Teachers, class leaders and ghosts patrol the corridor in pairs, looking around for abnormalities. Alan had to take his steps lightly and move forward cautiously to avoid kicking or knocking something and making a sound. Murphy's Law worked again, and when Alan was about to reach the gate of the castle, he saw Professor Snape's face gloomily patrolling the door. Alan stared at Professor Snape intently, hoping to find a time to call Professor Snape away. Perhaps Alan's eyes were too focused, and Professor Snape walked suspiciously in the direction of Alan. Alan had no choice but to step back quickly, daring to keep his eyes on Professor Snape. Professor Snape waved his arm a few times in the position where Alan was, and of course he caught nothing. Suddenly he sneezed and returned to the gate again. Just as Alan considered detouring, Professor Dumbledore walked over with a serious expression. He was followed by a very strange-looking man. The stranger was short, squat, sturdy, with grey hair that was messy, with anxious expression on his face. His clothes were a strange hodgepodge: pinstriped suits, bright red ties, black long cloaks, purple pointed boots. There was a dark green bowler hat under his arm. Soon, Alan remembered who he was. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore, Minister Fudge." Professor Snape showed the politeness of a gentleman, although his tone sounded like irony. "Hello, Professor Snape." Fudge was clearly familiar with Snape's character. He said in a crisp and quick tone, "Very bad, I have to come. 4 attacks on moles, too much. The Ministry of Magic must take action. Anyway, I hope your actions are effective." Professor Snape gave way and opened the oak door for them. Alan's eyes lit up, and he quickly burrowed out the moment the door was about to close. Dumbledore, they were going in the same direction as Alan, but soon they can be separated. After crossing the pumpkin patch, Alan continued to the Forbidden Forest, and Professor Dumbledore and Fudge entered Hagrid's hut. Before leaving, Alan noticed that Dumbledore glanced in the direction he was. Alan didn't go far, and heard the quarrel from the hut. "I hope you understand, Connelly. I totally trust Hagrid. It won't help to take Hagrid away. But you see, Albus, Hagrid's previous record is not good for him." The Ministry of Magic had to take some measures. It seems that the Ministry of Magic regards Hagrid as the #1 suspected object, and will imprison him to Azkaban. Alan didn't come forward. If Dumbledore couldn't leave Hagrid, how could a second-year little wizard control the Ministry's will? When the cruel social reality was naked in front of Alan, Alan suddenly discovered the beauty of power. Although Alan has never tasted the power, but a small flame ignited in his heart. The people in his family work in the Ministry of Magic. Can he help them take it a step further? The hills to the north of the Forbidden Forest are hidden in darkness. Although the bright moon hangs high in the deep night sky, it cannot shine into the Forbidden Forest. The layered branches block the moonlight. Fluorescent flashes. Alan had to use a fluorescent spell to illuminate the path in front of him. Looking at the Forbidden Forest in front of him, Alan could not help but take a breath. The ground is covered with black stumps and leaves. Along the way, Alan couldn't count how many dead birds he saw. The carcasses of these birds are black and blurry, and some of them have left marks of torn bites. www.untitled.novel.com. But Alan can't tell what animal left the bite marks. The more Alan walked deeper into the Forbidden Forest, the more quiet and terrifying all around him was. There was no other voice, only deathly silence. The dead trees in the Forbidden Forest spread their teeth and claws around Alan, staring at Alan like a ghost. Alan dared not act recklessly, clenched his wand, and quickly advanced towards the unicorn settlement with vigilance. When Alan saw the shining star again, in this glimmer, Gaia descended from the sky. This made the Forbidden Forest instantly add vitality, making Alan feel the breath of life again, and feel relaxed in his heart. Alan, I received your letter and I've been waiting for you here. Gaia raised her front hooves, looking very happy. Your owl is highly toxic. There are some places in the Forbidden Forest where the poison gas is diffused. It may take some time to go back in our settlement. Without waiting for Alan to state the purpose of his trip, Gaia spoke a great deal about Barabara. Benny was poisoned. Alan was worried. Relax. I have let it drink water mixed with unicorn horn powder. I have to praise it, it is really a dual owl. In the case of a poisonous body, it can support the letter to me! Gaia appreciates Benny very much. How could the Forbidden Forest be like this? Alan asked. It's not the monster yet. The monster locked in the castle by humans ran out and raged in the Forbidden Forest. Wherever it went, the birds and beasts disappeared. Gaia said angrily. Benny was hit by this monster. Alan exclaimed. It is possible, but it is also possible that it encountered the venom left by it. Gaia guessed. Chapter 168 Big Battle Chicken Snake Beast Modified. Do you know what this monster is? Alan quickly asked, asking for more information. It is absolutely impossible to be a snake monster. There is no trace of a snake monster crawling in the Forbidden Forest, and it is impossible for the snake monster to release such large-scale poison gas. Otherwise, the little wizards of Hogwarts have long been poisoned by a large piece. All these signs tell Alan that Tina is right, and there is another monster in the Chamber of Secrets. And this monster should be particularly interested in birds, so it will go directly to the Forbidden Forest instead of staying in the castle. It is also possible that the basilisk crawled out of the chamber through a pipe, and it also had its own passageway, which could lead directly to the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, Gaia suddenly looked behind Alan in alert. Alan quickly jumped to Gaia's side. Watching vigilantly in the direction you were just in, there were several animal stone carvings on the road, all of which were painful and lifelike without exception. When Alan heard the rustling sound, the surrounding trees turned yellow-brown at a rate visible to the naked eye, and they were about to die, while the trees a little further away were not dead, but the black poisonous gas became one by one. Black lines entangled the entire trunk. The grass decayed rapidly, the leaves changed from green to white, and then quickly withered and became brittle. When lightly touched by the night breeze, it shattered and turned into black dust. A disgusting smell of rusty metal gradually spread in the air. Alan's open space turned into a bleak endless scene. In this silence and darkness, the fear of death enveloped the land. You can see this monster with your own eyes. Gaia stared cautiously in the direction of the weird voice. We should leave here soon, Gaia suggested. Alan believes that in the face of not knowing the strength of the opponent, it is a wise move to avoid the edge. Alan climbed on Gaia's back. Gaia spread her wings and flew high into the sky. Soon, a strange creature appeared in the open space. Alan had to admit that this was the weirdest creature he had ever seen. It is not big, just the size of a hen. Just looking at its size, you can hardly imagine that such a small animal. The exhaled gas can kill flying birds. This poisonous gas is extremely overbearing, and wherever the monster walks, no grass or bushes survive. Chickens and snakes have lizard bodies, rooster heads, feathered bat wings, and a second head at the tail. Its head is raised high, with a small pattern of yellow and blue intertwined crowns, and it is a bit like a cock's comb. Its eyes are shaped like toads, and its wings are red, yellow and blue. It walks with 4 feet, and it is full of enthusiasm. The front feet are yellow and blue, like the paws of the rooster. The hind feet are jagged and webbed, like the feet of a frog. It's the monster in your castle, that chicken and the snake, Gaiashin said. Alan finally knew what monster this was. In the illustrated book of mysterious animals he had read before, there is a brief introduction to this monster. It is said that an old rooster laid an egg, a toad hatched the egg, and the chicken snake came from this egg. This is similar to the birth of the basilisk. In any case, this terrible hybrid is always the theme of horror stories, because chickens and snakes can only be killed by poisonous gas, and if they are bitten by chickens and snakes, their bodies are not strong enough to resist toxins. They will be turned into stones directly, and not like the paralysis effect of all petrification. Instead, it turned into stone at a real price. Therefore, few people have seen it. People who know exactly the technique of breeding chickens and snakes are even rarer. However, it is well documented that the chicken, snake, and beast are considered to be the culprits of the plague that raged in Rome in the 9th century. In 1202, a chicken, snake and beast hiding in a well caused a plague in Vienna. In 1474, in Basel, Switzerland, a mole saw a rooster laying an egg, but before the egg hatched, in the face of thousands of people, the rooster was burned alive. The egg he was also thrown into the fire. Because the description of chickens, snakes, and beasts in the mysterious animal illustrated book is really few, and there are no patterns to learn from, Alan had never thought of it before. Gaia, let me go, maybe I will be able to solve it. Alan, who knew its roots, wanted this monster to go on for a while. Alan, it's not just poisonous gas and venom. All the small animals that see its gaze will die for no reason. If it is bitten by it, it may become a stone. Gaia disagrees with Alan. In danger. It's okay, I'm not a bird, aren't I? Alan took out the unicorn horns that Gaia gave him before, and took some powder down with a file. It should be bigger. Gaia saw Alan's tone firm and prepared, and determined to solve the chicken and snake beast, had to land behind the chicken and snake beast, let Alan crawl down from its back. Gaia spread his wings and flew again, hovering in the air, wanting to attack the little monster. I fainted. Alan was about to prepare for a quick spell while he was unprepared. The spell successfully hit the cock and snake. The cock and snake turned around instantly, staring angrily at Alan, and hissed as a symbol of death. The feathers and lizard scales of the chicken, snake, and beast had given it considerable resistance to spells. The moment he turned around, Alan closed his eyes for caution. All petrochemicals. Hearing the argument, Alan once again cast a spell and blindly shot past. The spell hit the feet of the snake, and the snake, and this time it semi-successfully staggered its already agile action. The chicken and the snake turned their wings in anger and flew a few feet away in the air. Reaching out, two sharp front claws rushed towards Alan's face. The fishy wind fluttered, and Alan, who had been training for a long time, made a mistake and escaped the fierce blow of the chicken and snake. At the same time, Alan let the wand wave instantly, a Wadus Ming. The green light shot from the tip of Alan's wand. This is the first time Alan really tried to use a killing spell on other creatures, since ordinary spells don't work. Alan hopes that the spells that directly affect the soul can penetrate the opponent's magic resistance. In fact, the spell will be sentenced to Azkaban for any reason once used on people. Squatting in a prison for a lifetime, if not just in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, Alan would not dare to use this spell, although his casting target is a monster and does not cause too many legal problems. www.mtlnovel.com. But after all, a sophomore can cast a life-spelling curse is too bad for his reputation and Dumbledore's opinion. The green light succeeded in hitting the snake and beast, but just before Alan's expression showed joy, Alan felt a pain in his hand, and the snake and beast's neck would suddenly grow longer, biting Alan fiercely. At the same time, venom was ejected. Even after taking the unicorn horn, Alan instantly felt a little dizzy. Fortunately, the effect of petrochemicals did not seem to work for him. Alan couldn't help but open his eyes. The cock, nose and mouth of the beast were bleeding like blood. Alan knew that although his killing spell had hit the other party, he didn't know whether the other party's magic resistance played a role or because Alan's own lack of intention to kill the other party caused this special magical effect that required motion to produce a fake mew. The kind in DS mouth is just to make the opponent bleed a little nosebleed. Although watching the chicken, snake and beast vomiting blood, Alan estimates that the other party has also suffered a lot of injuries. But after all, Alan has not been able to kill this one directly. Monster. Alan faced his toad-like eyes, although nothing bad happened. Gaia mistakenly thought that Alan's consternation was because he had lost his life. It sighed sadly, swooped down from the sky, and stomped down the lower body of the chicken and snake. The snake beast instantly gave up and continued to attack Alan, and had to turn his head to Gaia to bite past. Gaia completely ignored his own safety, and kicked the chicken and snake beasts like crazy, and the hooves fell like rain. The chicken and snake beast could not escape Gaia's attack range. Seeing that he was seriously wounded and unable to overcome the sudden unicorn, the chicken and snake beast was aroused by his fierce determination to bite Gaia's leg, even if his lower body was kicked and sloppy. He was not relieved. Chapter 169 Spontaneous Rewards of the System Modified in a Hurry. Alan couldn't care about the dizziness of his head and those undesirable thoughts. He continued to cast various spells on the wounds of the chicken, snake, and beast, and finally the other party fell to the ground like a mud. The fuchsia blood spewed out instantly, splashing onto the bodies and faces of Gaia and Alan, who could not escape. But the snake and beast still bit Gaia firmly, struggling to inject the remaining venom into Gaia, and Alan grabbed its remaining neck and pulled it off Gaia's leg. But the chicken snake, the sharp fangs of the beast are still deeply inserted in Gaia's legs. Fortunately, the unicorn is strong and has a natural resistance to poison. Gaia has no tendency to be turned into a stone. Gaia, he'll pull out the fangs. Alan felt very distressed looking at the wounds. Although he mastered the magic spell and knowledge far beyond the average little wizard, and experienced many duel battles, he obviously did not accustomed to taking into account the habit of taking care of others in combat. Gaia's madness-like attack state is because she mistakenly thought she was stunned that she was killed by the sight of chickens and snakes. Gaia was surprised by Alan's nothing, and then she nodded in tears. I didn't feel it when I was fighting. Now all the pain is recovered. The place bitten by the chicken and snake is swollen like an explosion. The pain is unbearable. Putting on the dragon leather gloves used in the herbal medicine class, Alan carefully pulled out his fangs and used both hands to squeeze the venom from Gaia's wound. The black venom spattered on the ground, making a whimper sound, as if the earth had been burned by the venom. The venom also splashed on the gloves, but apart from being a little disgusting, Alan didn't feel any abnormality. Dragon skin also has quite good magic resistance and anti-poison function. In fact, many rich wizards will use them as costumes materials. Although these effects have been greatly reduced when removed from the dragon, do not allow the wizards to truly have the resistance of the dragon. It wasn't until Gaia's wound ran out of normal blood that Alan stopped. Alan took the unicorn horn from the storage space again and threw a lot of powder onto Gaia's wound. The cold feeling made Gaia feel a lot more comfortable and felt much better. Alan began to use the magic wand to use the magic of healing wounds used by his mother and sister, who are the therapists of Street Munger Hospital, to heal the wounds on herself and the unicorn. Fortunately, the venom of chickens, snakes and beasts does not have the effect of Nagini that cannot heal wounds, and it may be due to the short size. Although its venom is very deadly, its size are far less than that of the basilisk. Powerful, it can only kill some creatures such as insects, birds and small mammals. What about this thing? The restored Gaia looked at the messy body of the chicken, snake and beast with disgust. After all, it's a rare animal. I try to see if I can use the waste and extract useful materials. Alan thought about it, but he still didn't want to destroy this chicken, snake and beast. He went to the woods in the distance, cut down a section of trees, and turned it into a wooden box. collecting the bodies of chickens and snakes. Gaia sees the end of the matter, and the unicorn with a more direct nature simply bids farewell to Alan. Then Alan, thank you for saving the Forbidden Forest. I have to go back and cultivate for a while, and I want to sleep well now. No, I should thank you for saving me, Gaia. When saying goodbye to Gaia, Alan thanked Gaia sincerely, and rarely took the initiative to embrace others. It's nothing. We are friends. Gaia carefully avoided her horns and rubbed Alan with her horse's face, and then her big wet eyes blinked mischievously. Very cute. Alan swiftly traveled through the Forbidden Forest. When he broke out of the Forbidden Forest, Alan suddenly stopped. The long-lost system sounds in my mind. The system detects the gratitude of a large number of creatures to the host and activates the reward. Hey, is this such a good thing? Alan couldn't wait to see the reward. Reward skills when capturing animals. You can perceive the animals' emotional fluctuations and understand each other's thinking patterns. Is this going to make me go further and further on the way to protect the magical creatures? Alan dumbfounded, communicating with the system in the sea of consciousness. Because the host is grateful for the many forest creatures, the reward items are related to the creatures. Please continue to cheer on the host. To the surprise of Alan, the system actually answered, and a serious and tranced female voice made Alan cry. Does it require human gratitude if you want to obtain human-related magic skills? Alan asked tentatively. Everything is three. Things always have three possibilities, or three situations, or three forms. The system fell into silence after a philosophical answer with the mystery of the gods. After that, no matter how Alan teases, the system no longer makes a sound. The stars in the deep sky are brilliant, and although the rewards of the system are not very in line with Alan's intentions, Alan, who has solved the chickens and snakes, is relaxed and happy. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. The reward of this system is unexpected surprise. Why lose your good mood because of preoccupation? Alan put the systematic reward behind him and moved on. While passing by Hagrid's hut, Alan heard howling from the hut. Its teeth. Hagrid's big hound. It barked from time to time, scratching the closed door with its claws. After a while it stopped and sobbed. Even without the beast's skills, from its ambiguous words, Alan can understand the loyal dog's reluctance, worry, and fear of being abandoned by Hagrid. What a pity. Alan couldn't help walking to the door of the hut. Hearing the footsteps outside the door, his teeth cried violently, and his claws quickly scratched the wooden door. Hole. Alan opened the door easily. His teeth fluttered out suddenly, whirling around Alan, his tail swaying desperately. Alan pulled out his wand teeth and tried to use unskilled telepathy. Although intermittently, Alan also felt that the soldiers understood the joy and dependence of teeth and, for year, it completed the communication with Alan. Then, this usually timid dog suddenly jumped out. Alan snapped his hand and grabbed the big dog. It actually wanted to go to Hagrid, but Hagrid is probably taken to Azkaban now. Alan pulled out his wand and cast a soothing spell on Teeth. Alan sighed as he watched the big dog, who was still very anxious, curled up on the ground and fell asleep. He took it back to his kennel. Due to the friendship between Hagrid and Harry, Harry and Ron will definitely take care of Teeth, so Alan cannot send Teeth into the pet space. Chapter 170 Days When the Principal is Away modified the fact that Hagrid was arrested and Professor Dumbledore was forced to leave Hogwarts spread throughout the castle overnight. The people in the castle were panicked. Professor Dumbledore is gone. What shall we do? I'm afraid the school will soon be closed. Is Hogwarts without Dumbledore still the safest place in the world? After he leaves, there will be attacks every day. Talks of this kind abound in the castle. Dumbledore was gone, and fear was spreading in an unprecedented way, so the sun warming the outer wall of the castle seemed to fail to enter the mullioned windows. Every face in the school looked terrified. Every laugh in the hallway was harsh, weird, and quickly suppressed. After Lockhart was taken away, the school was once again sent to Azkaban by the Ministry of Magic. Importantly, Alan's black magic defense lesson is no longer taught. Professor McGonagall, acting as the principal, and Professor Flitwick, the Dean of Ravenclaw, called Alan to the office. Harris, under the current circumstances of the school, there is no way for us to immediately find a suitable professor of black magic defense. Professor McGonagall frowned, staring at Alan closely. You have performed very well as Dumbledore's course assistant. We have heard him praise you many times. Professor McGonagall took out a large parchment with neatly nailed paper, and Alan aimed at it. "S name is Hermione Granger. And students, I think you have the ability to continue to lead everyone to learn. Professor Flitwick also praised you, thinking that you are the best student in Hogwarts ever." Professor McGonagall is obviously not suitable for such to praise people. The tone is more rigid. "Of course, your performance in the Metamorphosis class is almost unmatched." Seemingly not speaking well, Professor McGonagall said with a lip. "The boss praised you and did not hesitate to praise. That must be a task to be assigned to you." Alan, who was rich in inner activities, said nothing, and vaguely guessed that Professor McGonagall and Professor Freeve called him to come. "Purpose. You are very responsible for doing things for others, and you are extremely self-disciplined. Students and professors rate you highly. Therefore, we want to give you an important task." Professor McGonagall was very serious and asked Alan seriously, leading the second-year students to continue to study the defense of black magic, even if they just read some books. Professor Flitwick nodded sideways and looked proud. "It's not that they haven't considered letting senior wizards lead their classmates, such as Percy Weasley. However, the senior wizards may not be able to convince the students of the 4 colleges. Secondly, they may not be close to the state of the hearts of the wizards. Third, the wizards are uneasy, and few people can study calmly as usual. The most important thing is that the black magic defense courses are large, and it is impossible to do a good job solely by a little wizard." Under the discussion of several professors, the courses of the other grades are either taught by professors or taught by little wizards. In the second grade, elite wizards like Alan appeared, enough to reassure the professors that the second grade black magic defense learning was left to Alan to arrange. In the eyes that Professor Flitwick looked forward to, Alan nodded and agreed to take over the task. In essence, this task is not difficult for Alan, who has been a course assistant for a while. Although his understanding of magic theory may not be as profound as Dumbledore's, but he made it clear that he could easily do it by explaining the content of the course. The students of the 4 colleges had no objection to Alan standing on the podium of black magic defense. Respect for the strong, this is the truth that has not changed since ancient times. Even the arrogant Malfoy, who liked to find fault most, had no objections. Since Malfoy was rescued by Alan from the 8-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest, he has rarely continued to target Alan, plus the Harris family's pure-blood identity. Therefore, the Slytherins are in the black. The performance in the magic defense class is also quite satisfactory. In fact, Alan's course was particularly smooth. His smooth expression, complete and detailed lectures, and profound knowledge, all of this made the second-year wizards respect him and admire him. In the student era, there will always be people who have left a very deep impression on other students. They are incredibly good and make people look up, and Alan is such a person. In the summer quietly came to the ground around the castle, like the lake. The sky turned into a light blue with a purple light, and flowers blooming like cabbages bloomed in the greenhouse. Compared with the calm waves in the black magic defense class, the inside of the castle has become a mess. Alan wanted to visit Punlo and Hermione, but the visitors were blocked from the hospital. www.mentalnovel.com. We can no longer take risks. Madame Pomfrey opened the door to the hospital. Seriously said to the visitors, "No, I'm sorry, the attacker is likely to come back and kill these people completely." Not only Madame Pomfrey, the professors in the school seemed to be more serious than usual, teaching students severely and restricting them strictly. The little wizards were ordered not to wander around without permission, but had to work in groups with other students in the castle. In fact, the little wizards seemed happy to have the teacher them from one classroom to the other, and Alan felt very bored. However, one person seems to particularly like this atmosphere of panic and suspicion. Draco Malfoy walked around the school vividly, as if he had just been appointed as the chairman of the Boys' Student Union. In fact, everyone understands his mind. He is pure blood of Slytherin and will not be targeted by the heirs of the Chamber of Secrets. His father is a director of the school and has the right to participate in the voting to determine the ownership of the principal's position. He hates Dumbledore. Dumbledore's suspension was due to his intentions. This smug Malfoy gave Alan the urge to beat him hard. These days, Ravenclaw's common room is always full of people, because after 6 o'clock in the evening, Ravenclaw students have nowhere else to go. And they always have a lot to talk about, and as a result, there are often people in the common room after midnight. This also caused inconvenience to Alan's life. Alan has been looking for an opportunity to leave the castle these days. He wanted to return to the Forbidden Forest while everyone was not paying attention. By groping for traces of the activities of the Chicken and the Beast, he found the passage of the Chicken and the Beast into and out of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 171 Secret Road Modified. It is not easy to leave Hogwarts Castle now. Although Dumbledore left the castle, the professors inspected the castle more frequently. The little wizards gathered together in groups of 3 or 5. Basically, after midnight, the common room would be empty. And Alan can't always go out after midnight. He still has to sleep, so that he can have the energy to deal with the next day's class. Therefore, Alan had to let Tina and Sniff out and wanted them to cooperate with Gaia to find the passage of chickens, snakes and beasts into and out of the Forbidden Forest. They left the pet space reluctantly, and Alan felt their mood swings. All wanted to complete the task as soon as possible, unwilling to stay outside. However, it is regrettable that the area of Forbidden Forest destroyed by chickens, snakes and beasts is really huge and messy, and it will take some time to find out the clues. A month of starry nights. Gaia brought Alan a message that Harry and Ron broke into the Forbidden Forest 2 nights and entered the territory of the 8-eyed giant spider. But in the end, with the help of the magic car, he left the Forbidden Forest in a safe and sound state. In this regard, Alan expressed no surprise that he needed to do his utmost to escape the place where he was born. Under Harry's luck against the sky, it was not worth mentioning. The next day, in the first metamorphosis class in the morning, something happened that caused the little wizards to forget the secret room for the first time in weeks. Professor McGonagall just walked into the classroom for 10 minutes and told them that the exam will be held on June 1st. Only a week away from today. Under the current abnormal situation, the school is still not closed. The purpose is to let you receive education, she said sternly. Therefore, the exam is still conducted as usual, and I believe you will review it seriously. The students in the class talked eloquently, and there was a chatter in the classroom. This is already the case in the castle, and there is still an exam. Professor, I have a question. Alan has no idea about the exam, but there is a problem. He must pay attention. Professor McGonagall's brows were tighter and his face darker. Mr. Harris, what's your problem? Professor, how do we test the 2nd grade black magic defense class? Who will make the question? In addition to the school bullies who are confident in the exam, the other little wizards calmed down in an instant. They silently prayed in their hearts, don't take the exam. Don't take the exam. I will decide the test questions for the Defense of Black Magic class together with Professor Flitwick. The content should be the knowledge you have learned this year. Professor McGonagall's expression slightly relaxed. After a pause, she continued, of course, it will focus on the content of the lecture notes prepared by Mr. Harris for you. The little wizards exchanged glances. Everyone knows that Professor McGonagall means the expensive and thick books of Professor Lockhart can be thrown aside. Just review the contents of the notes organized by Alan. With the review scope, the exam is much easier. The decision for the final exam is very wise. It is more effective than any Valentine's Day gift, amulet, or professor patrol. The anxious atmosphere in the castle was replaced by a tense and busy review. After all, the monsters in the secret room will not necessarily hit themselves, but the exam is really imminent. This night, unlike what was obtained in the past, Sniff brought back a gold cup with a unique shape and the starry moon pattern on it was very cute. Where did this come from? Alan played with the gold cup and tried to communicate with the other party. This seems to be a cultural relic of thousands of years ago, definitely not a modern craft. After sniffing the little body, the collection was taken away, and it was very unpleasant. Tina patted her sniffing head gently with her wings, reminding her to pay attention to her attitude. We and Gaia saw a collapsed stone house in the depths of the forbidden forest while tracing chickens, snakes, and beasts. The remaining stones were weathered, forming a large ruin. Tina said gently, "You sniffed this cup in this ruin?" Alan asked. This question was affirmed by Tina. Alan felt that whether this ruin had anything to do with the chicken and snake was worth exploring. Alan is a decisive person. If he is determined, he will act immediately. He escaped from the professors on the night watch, led by Tina, through the dense forest, escaped countless forest creatures, and came to an area he had never stepped on before. A rich and lush world unfolds before Alan's eyes. Trees and ferns full of flowers are flourishing. Further away, there is a small lake. Under the moonlight, the waves shine like silver. The lush earth gradually rises and extends to the rolling green hills, and the green hills eventually disappeared in the solemn sky. There was a peculiar scene that caught Alan's attention. www.mentalnovel.com. Those are round wells, and there are several. These wells are surrounded by weird copper railings, and above them is a small dome that can shelter from the rain. Alan walked over and looked down from one of the wells. According to Alan, this was simply a bottomless hole. Alan sat down next to the well, leaning down to look down at the bottom of the black hole. He could not see the waves of the well water at all, and after illuminating with the fluorescent spell, he could not see any reflection. However, some sound came from all the underground. Bang bang bang. Alan stretched his arm into the well, and he found that a continuous airflow was blowing down the well wall. To further confirm his judgment, Alan threw a note at the wellhead. The note did not drift down slowly, but was immediately sucked in and disappeared. Alan thought of the secret room where the sewer pipe was connected, and he got a very exciting conclusion, that is, there is a huge ventilation system underground, and these wellheads are the air inlets of the ventilation system. Does this mean that chickens, snakes and beasts came out through these wellheads? Alan thought it was very likely. Well, here it is. Tina's voice came from behind a raised hill. Alan stood up and turned around the hill. Tina was hovering over a huge stone ruin and yelled a few happily to help Alan. It was very happy. Sniff up and down in the ruins of this stone house. Alan also drilled through a gap between two stone pillars slanted diagonally. Many roads are unblocked and blocked by huge fallen stones. Alan found a narrow promenade, and the windows at the end and sides of the promenade were blocked by the collapsed stones. Chapter 172. Human face spider modified throughout the dark and depressing space. Only the little fluorescence from Milan's wand could be seen. Suddenly, Alan stopped, stunned like a spell was cast. He saw a pair of eyes, reflecting the glare in the darkness, staring at himself. The unknown is the most terrifying. Alan didn't know what kind of temperament the masters of these eyes were, gentle or grumpy. Is it harmful to humans? Strong attack? He stretched his wand forward, trying to see clearly with the help of a fluorescent spell. Those eyes flashed sideways, and then a white thing ran past Alan. In a panic, the white shadow hit a piece of granite, staggered and ran a few steps aside. And in a blink of an eye he hid in another pile of dark shadows. Alan paused for a few seconds before deciding to track. At first, Alan couldn't find it, but after groping for a while in the ruins of the dark and unknown stone house, Alan found a round well, exactly the same as those he had found before. However, the well was half covered by a fallen pillar. Alan suddenly came up with an idea. Would that thing have already gone down the well wall into the well? Alan leaned out and looked down under the light of the fluorescent spell, and saw a white, fast-moving thing the size of a giant turtle. As it crawled down, the pair of bright thieves' bright eyes stared at Alan straight, making Alan shudder. It's a big spider with an old man's face. It was crawling down the well wall when Alan noticed that along the well wall, there were many black protruding stones forming the ladder. The humanoid spider crawled very fast, and soon disappeared into the darkness where the wand couldn't shine. It seems that the ground beneath my feet must be dug in crisscross, and the tunnels in these round wells are the passages leading to the underground space. Alan speculated secretly. In order to confirm his speculation, Alan planned to go down and find out, but something caught him. Alan turned his head instantly. It was the shrinking Tina and Sniffing. They were very anxious to see Alan's move. Alan perceives that with their natural instincts, they perceived that there is something detrimental to them in this well. But Alan had been curious by the white human-faced spider, ignoring Tina and Sniff's obstruction, and brought them back into the pet space and jumped over the fence. It must be admitted that Alan's movement down the well was rather hasty, because he was worried that in such a dark and unfamiliar and depressing environment, he would lose the courage to continue exploring in the next second. Climbing down about 200 meters, Alan felt very tired. These raised stones are obviously for a human-faced spider that is smaller than Alan and lighter than him. It is small and narrow, and Alan is very difficult to get up. This awkward posture made him very uncomfortable to climb. If it was just this way, there was a stone step loose, and the weight of Alan suddenly rolled into the deep well, and almost fell Alan into darkness. Bottom of the well. Fortunately, the long exercise worked, and Alan hung there with a raised stone in one hand. After a false alarm, Alan endured soreness in his arms and spine and crawled down the shaft as quickly as possible. Not knowing how long it took to climb, Alan turned his thoughts several times and wanted to climb up, and he didn't care about what was underground. But this kind of thought was dispelled after a few turns in his mind, because it may be harder and more tired to go up, but now it has entered the area where Hogwarts prohibits phantom shift, otherwise it will be more convenient too. Finally, Alan's feet stepped on the ground, and a narrow hole appeared in the well wall about a foot to his right. Alan let out a long sigh of relief and burrowed into the hole. Inside the cave is a narrow horizontal tunnel. Alan held the wand and walked carefully through the tunnel to a huge underground cave. This is an arched cave that extends into the darkness beyond the magic wand. A huge statue of a chicken, snake and beast cast a weird black shadow in this dim light. The face-faced spider hid in the shadow, hiding from the light. Looming, there was a smell in the air. A little further away from the central open space, scattered the bones of small birds and animals. The thick smell, the inexplicable stone statue, and the human-face spider lurking in the black shadow all make people feel uncomfortable. Alan thought he might have guessed wrong. Salazar, how could Slytherin build a secret room in such a place? He should have inadvertently broken into the den of the human-face spider. I just don't know. There is only one such spider. There is still a group. Like thinking that Alan could not pose a threat to it, the human-faced spider actually crawled out of the shadows and quickly crawled towards Alan. Alan quickly fired an obstacle with his wand and knocked it back, avoiding its hook-like feet. At this moment, Alan saw clearly the face of this Spider-Man, ghost pal, chinless face www.mtnovel.com. Huge, no eyelids, light red and a little bit grey eyes. It looks disgusting. The human-faced spider seemed to want to turn Alan into its food, opened his mouth wide, and spit out a long thread of silk, trying to entangle Alan. Flame. The tongue of the fire flicked swiftly along the silk towards the human-faced spider. The human-faced spider quickly cut off the silk and hid back into the shadow. The burning spider silk fell to the ground, and the fire gradually weakened, and it was extinguished after the spider silk was burned to death. It seems to be that Alan is not easy to mess with, and the human-faced spider intends to run away. Alan's movement to start retreating was captured by Alan. Alan took advantage of the chase. The human-faced spider failed to avoid Alan's attack with all his strength, and was eventually petrified in place. Looking closely in this cave, Alan found traces of the venom of chickens, snakes and beasts. The dead bodies of those birds and beasts were probably captured by chickens. snakes and beasts to feed human-faced spiders. After carefully observing the life marks left by the chicken snake and the human-face spider in the cave, Alan speculates that in return, the human-face spider is likely to serve as the guardian role of the chicken snake and the beast. This proves that Alan's speculation may be correct, and indeed it can lead to the secret room. Alan walked deep down the cave. After walking a long way in the dark, Alan came to a hall. It seemed that the magic of Alan's wand was detected, and the surrounding light was bright. The magic lights on the walls light up one by one, and the bright light disperses the darkness. In the direction of Alan, a bronze gate stood in front of Alan, engraved with an ancient magical text. Only a pure wizard of pure blood can enter this gate. Chapter 173 Two-Headed Chicken and Snake Modified. Seeing this engraved text on the door, Alan was finally sure that he had indeed found Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Among the four founders, Salazar Slytherin is particularly fond of lineage. The passage on the door is very Slytherin. As Alan looked at the bronze gate, black poisonous gas gradually floated in the air. Alan heard the small footsteps keenly. He looked around and saw no creatures at all. But this black gas gives Alan a very familiar feeling. It's another chicken and snake. Alan immediately transferred the unicorn's horns out of the storage space, threw down some powder and swallowed it as an extra precaution. But where are the chickens and snakes? The voice was getting closer, but Alan still found no traces of chickens and snakes. Is it still invisible? Suddenly, Alan had a pain in his leg and he was bitten. And Alan didn't notice when it was close. Alan lowered his head and finally found the culprit who bit him. This chicken and snake is very different. In terms of appearance, it is indeed a chicken and a beast. But it is about 8 inches long, very mini, and has an extra head. Chickens and snakes are already very rare. If you don't count the head on the tail, this pair of chickens and snakes is extremely rare. At this time, its 6 eyes stared at Alan together, unharmed in the face of the attack of its venom, and this rare two-headed chicken, snake, and beast was obviously a little uncertain whether to escape or continue to fight. Alan couldn't help laughing, reaching out deliberately just like giving it another bite, which made the face of the serpent beast show a human expression. After taking a chance, Alan pointed the wand at his mouth at a close distance and cast a petrified spell, then immediately received it into the pet space. After sprinkling the unicorn powder on the wound on his hand and waiting for a while before healing them with healing spells, Alan felt that the mini version of the two-headed chicken and snake was still cute and a little bit cute. Although it is dangerous for moles and ordinary wizards, chickens and snakes are dangerous. But after all, it is a kind of magical creature, and Alan has no choice to destroy it. The double-headed chicken, snake and beast will almost disappear from the animal species list. If Mull knows, will it be listed as an internationally protected animal? With the precedent of the double-headed chicken, snake, and beast, Alan carefully toured the surrounding environment to ensure that no other danger existed before returning to the bronze gate again. Only wizards of pure descent can enter this gate. Alan could not help reading this sentence. Alan can be sure that he is a pure wizard, but how do I get in? Do you need to use a snake tongue? But this door does not have any snake pattern. Alan carefully looked at the gate, so as not to cut his hand, and then painted the door with blood. Salazar Slytherin is not a black wizard. Although he likes ambitious teenagers, and he is also ambitious, it does not mean that he is a dark wizard with no bottom line. Alan was puzzled, and tried to use Araco Caves, which was completely ineffective. Violently pushed and hit this gate, the gate remained motionless. Alan tried the method of opening the door that he could think of, even some violent spells, and groped for a while in the whole hall, not letting go of every suspicious place, but it was in vain. The bronze gate stood there silently, guarding his secrets faithfully. Alan was sorrowful and gave up his intention to continue exploring, and decided to take a closer look afterwards. Returning to the cave where the human face spider lived again, Alan looked back at it unwillingly, and it was inevitable that he would feel some frustration when he returned without success. He glanced at the huge statue of the chicken and snake, and suddenly some doubts came to his mind. Why should this statue be placed in the cave of the human face spider? What does Salazar mean by putting this statue here? Alan turned back to the statue and searched carefully. It looks unremarkable, without any magic fluctuations. But that's why it is even more strange. In such a secret underground chamber, such a huge statue is sculptured, but it is of no use at all. From the base to the top of the head, Alan didn't let go of every corner. When he saw the eyes of the chicken and snake, Alan's heart was filled with endless joy. The eyes of the statue are different from those seen for the first time. When he first saw it, his eyes were two bulging, round stones. Now, the stone is gone and replaced by two black holes. Although the statue itself does not have any magical fluctuations, when Alan stared at him, there was a red light flashing looming deep in his hollow eyes. Why is this scene different from when he first entered the cave? Did the action at the bronze gate just activate what organ? I don't know the specific reason. Alan took his flying broom out of the storage space. You read the book www.uukanzu.com and then put on the protective lenses that he gave to the students before and flew to the statue of the chicken, snake and beast. In front of both eyes, it seemed like a life wave was detected, and two red lights were emitted from the eyes of the chicken and snake, like a sword. Alan was very fortunate that he chose to fly up on a flying broom. When the red light appeared, he could react quickly and roll away. The red light hit the stone wall opposite the chicken and snake, and turned into a line of red letters. Put your hands into the statue's eyes. Alan thinks that Slytherin wouldn't be so straightforward if he wants to leave any traps to kill the illegal intruders. He thinks that perhaps the institution that opened the bronze gate is here. This should be one of the detection pedigrees set by Salazar. Kinds of means. Alan stretched his hands into the statue's eyes. A burning sensation came, and Alan sensed sensitively that a drop of blood was dripping from the middle fingertips of his two hands. The sound of rumbling came from the direction of the main hall. It's done. Alan waited until the burning sensation receded from his hand before stretching his hands back. He looked at his hands, and from the outside, there were no signs of injury. Alan rode on a flying broom and quickly swept towards the previous hall. But it was like an invisible film that bounced Alan back from the air. Alan had to land on the ground and return the broom to the storage space. Trying to go forward again, Alan successfully entered the narrow passage. Before, Alan exhausted the bronze gate that could not be opened by all means, and opened his arms to Alan, waiting for his presence. Alan brought herself with joy and excitement, and was about to enter it, to find out, and the sudden change. Chapter 174 Guild Wars Monster Modified. A figure of a python appeared in the bronze door. It's a basilisk. Through the back of the other person's head, I saw a bunch of scarlet-colored crested hair. Alan recognized the identity of the python. The giant basilisk was green and full of bright light peculiar to the viper, and its trunk was as thick as an oak tree. The basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets is only controlled by the real heir to Slytherin. Obviously, Alan is not the heir to Slytherin. Perceiving the arrival, the basilisk began to adjust his body, and wanted to turn around to attack Alan. His twisted body made it look particularly dangerous. Although protected by lenses, Alan did not intend to actively try to look at it, but tried his best to judge the other party's movements with only the remaining light. With his agile skills, Alan successfully stepped directly on his body. Finally, he jumped up and reached the top of the basilisk, grabbed the crest of crests above it, and tried to control himself from being thrown down by the basilisk. The basilisk stretched his upper body high into the air, and his flat head was shaking wildly in the cave, like drunk, trying to throw Alan off his head. Alan released all the in the pet space. These were originally raised by Hagrid, but Alan planned ahead and kept them as non-magical creatures in their pet space. See, it has come in handy now. Although protected by lenses, Alan will not be directly killed by the snake's sight, but look at it, the snake's sharp fangs and the thick body. Even if Alan prepares to have a detoxified unicorn horn and some detoxifying potions, these sharp fangs are enough to pierce him. What's more, The python is better at winding, suffocating the captured prey, and swallowing it again. The body of this basilisk is many times larger than the thickest python. But Alan's attacking methods are very limited. Chickens, snakes and beasts are all resistant to magic, not to mention the thick-skinned basilisk. Basilisk skin has the characteristics of armor like dragon skin, and can reflect the spells hitting it. Only its eyes and mouth are the only weak links of defense. The roosters fluttered to the ground, seeing such a huge monster, as if frightened, flying around, trying to stay away from the source of danger. Alan grasped the crown hair with one hand and pulled out his wand in one hand to cast a spell that had been in contact for a long time before trying to cast it. The basilisk was also very uneasy when he saw the rooster. He gave up the plan to throw Alan off his head and rushed out, trying to escape from the room. That made him uneasy. Unable to do so, Alan gave up the spell he was about to cast and instead let a heavy obstacle fire at the arched tunnel entrance. The basilisk hit the invisible wall and bounced back. Under the great force, Alan flew into the air, and then kicked to his body and jumped away. Alan rolled on the ground, avoiding the snake and letting him twitch his tail continuously. The attack appeared angry. The basilisk made a crazy hissing noise, and after being blocked, it gave up running away, and in turn wanted to attack those intrepid roosters. The basilisk's tail snapped the wall and the ground. Alan tried to put the basilisk into the pet space, but it didn't work at all. It was so manic and uncontrollable that Alan had no way to let it lose its resistance. Its mouth was very large, so big that it could swallow Alan in its entirety, and there were 2 rows of fangs as long as his silver sword, thin, gleaming, and containing venom. The basilisk pounced on the roosters, and Alan moved quickly to his position, evading the tail of the other party. This allowed Alan to see the dawn of victory. The silver sword flew out of Alan's hand. The basilisk rushed to Alan again, his fangs gleaming coldly. Alan Gap cast a magic trick on the group of attacks. Alan used magic to simulate the roar of the rooster. Merlin blessed the same scene as in the test. In this false call, the rest of the roosters were left. They also started crowing. The basilisk shook his head, stood tall, and his tail swayed wildly. The roar of the rooster is fatal to the basilisk. The 2 roosters repeatedly cried several times. They have recently been living in the pet space, very moist, with adequate nutrition, bright hair, and a high-pitched sound. Alan has never found the roar of the rooster so nice, so exhilarating. The basilisk fell straight down from the air and made a loud crash. For safety reasons, Alan used a transforming technique to pull out an iron hook from the monstrous nostril and pounded it in his brain. Then he took out the dragon skin protective gloves he used for the herbal medicine class to protect his hands, disassembled the poisonous teeth of the basilisk. Alan can finally take a good look at the scene inside the Bronze Gate. After entering the Bronze Gate, Alan found that it was not a traditional hall www.untitlenovel.com but a veranda paved with turquoise stones. These strange creature statues are displayed on both sides of the corridor. Various strangely shaped fire dragons and snakes, quadrupeds, winged beasts, and sea beasts are on display. Statues of chickens, snakes, and monsters are also on the list. Is Salazar still a fan of magical creatures? Alan left the statues behind him and walked through the corridor. Entered a hall again. The space inside this hall is very large, more magnificent than the most spectacular palace or ruin site that Alan has ever seen. Its walls are very exotic. The surface of the wall is faintly shiny, almost greenish, like the blue and green color of some porcelain. After a close inspection, Alan discovered that the building material of the hall wall was indeed ceramic. In the era of Salazar, it was indeed a very luxurious act to cover such a large space with ceramics. Its cost should be more expensive than gold. Its ground is paved with large chunks of some extremely strong white stone. At one end of the hall, Alan found a row of tall showcases displaying specimens of various ancient creatures. It is a pity that they have changed beyond recognition in the passage of time. The animal specimens have shrunk and blackened, leaving only a few traces. The now dehydrated dried corpse is kept in the pot of medicine, Rare herbs leave a pile of brown debris after weathering. This is everything on the showcase. Although Salazar set up a magic circle, the process of causing these storage items to be damaged by corrosion was extremely slow. However, in the past millennium, the magic array that has gradually lost its magical maintenance has begun to stop running. It is naturally impossible to keep these exhibits as they were. Chapter 175 Salazar Slytherin Modified. Although Salazar set up a magic circle, the process of causing these storage items to be damaged by corrosion was extremely slow. But in the past millennium, the magic stones that keep the magic circle running have lost their magic power, and it is naturally impossible to keep these exhibits as they were. If you are holding a treasure hunt mentality, you will be disappointed when you see this. Alan believes that Salazar spent huge efforts to build such a secret room, not just to store these things. He patiently continued to explore. At the innermost end of the hall, there are several spiral staircases spiraling up. Interestingly, the staircase is divided into two parts. One part is like a curved slide pipe in a children's playground, and one part is a normal staircase for human walking. Obviously, the passage similar to the slide is for the basilisk. Determining that there was nothing to hang around in the lobby on the first floor, Alan climbed the broad stairs and stepped up. Here, Alan is extremely hopeful for some useful discoveries. This is a wider circular space. A thick layer of dust accumulates on the tiled floor. In the middle of the space, a strange, thin, and large skeleton is erected. It can be seen from its skewed metatarsal bones that this is an extinct animal resembling a ground lazy animal. Its skull and upper body bones were buried in the thick dust next to it. Some dark, scorched cloth-like objects were scattered all over the place, and Alan immediately recognized it as a remnant of the rotten book. These books have long been broken into pieces, and the mottled ink is difficult to distinguish what is recorded above. Alan gently brushed away the scattered books. The dust to be raised fell to the ground, and a polished slate table appeared in front of Alan. It lies horizontally on the ground with some well-preserved stone boxes on it. Just as Alan wanted to pull the stone box open, a majestic voice suddenly sounded. Thousands of years, someone finally finds here. Alan was startled. His heart raised his throat. Who is it? Here, above your head. The owner of the voice seemed to guess Alan's thoughts. Alan turned around, and behind that huge skeleton, a painting actually floated in midair. With everything decaying and decaying, this painting has not only been preserved intact for thousands of years, but it can even float in the air. The painting shows a handsome man of just right age. His facial features are very three-dimensional, such as cutting axe. He frowned slightly, his expression firm, and his expression dignified. The color of the painting turned out to be a single dark green, which is very different from the bright and colorful oil paintings commonly used by wizards. It was painted with the ink of arrow stone. The man on the screen seemed to guess Alan's mind and explained directly. Alan hurriedly checked her own closed brain surgery. There is no flaw. I'm not going to capture the mind, but your look reveals what you think. This is simply the smartest painting Alan has ever seen. However, Arrowstone. By accident, Alan had seen its data. Arrowstone, an ancient creature, became extinct millions of years ago and became fossils. Being able to have such precious fossils and using the ink from a large amount of arrow stones to paint luxuriously, Slytherin's wealth can be seen. But the wealth is Slytherin, and there is only desolation here. There is dust everywhere, and there is a run-down site everywhere. It's a pity that you came too late. There used to be a lot of precious literature and rare medicinal herbs. Nowadays, it is all a waste product. Slytherin said coolly. Alan thought about it and decided without hesitation. It's all about you, isn't it, Professor Salazar Slytherin? Ha! Keen. To keep the portrait intact, I had to use a lot of magical energy to maintain it. It's all worth it. Salazar replied unkindly. I'm sure, Alan said to himself. Salazar is definitely the most narcissistic of the four founders. In order to protect his portrait, he can let countless treasures fly into annihilation. Let me remind you that it is difficult for people in situations like mine to restrain themselves. and I don't have to bother about the guesses in your heart now. Salazar's voice showed a trace of disdain. But Alan didn't care. After all, the other party could only be framed in the picture and could not go anywhere. Salazar looked at Alan with sharp eyes, and seemed to be studying carefully from head to toe. "Aren't you a Slytherin?" Salazar was disappointed. "But I'm an outright Hogwarts." Alan was not humble. "In the beginning, we completely parted ways because of some differences. Now it seems that we might as well try it. After all, time is running out." Salazar seemed to be caught in memories of the past, saying something that made Alan seem to understand. Alan waited patiently, with an impeccable gentle smile on his face. "The reason why I use all the magic to maintain the portrait is because I need to give some guidance to the little wizard who can find here." Salazar came out of the portrait, although it was only a faint phantom. "Are you sure you can have a little wizard here alive?" Alan blurted out. Salazar glanced at Alan sideways. "Did I make a mistake? Are you a ghost?" Alan was speechless. "You open the stone box and you will get the answer." Salazar went to the stone table and pointed to the stone box that Alan just wanted to open but could open in the future. Alan pulled away the stone box without delay. A brilliant divine light was instantly sprayed from the stone box. After Alan got used to this bright light, he was surprised to find that this was a green gem. The shape of this gem is roughly the same as the Merlin gem in Alan's hand. It should be said that apart from the color, there is almost no difference. The Merlin gem in Alan's hand is blue, and this one is green. The green light it emits shocks the heart. www.mentalnovel.com. Needless to say, you can see that this rare treasure is of extraordinary value. But what does it have to do with Merlin's gems? Why are they so similar? Once, one of my descendants came to the Chamber of Secrets. However, through the basilisk, I knew that he was not even pure blood. Although he could speak a snake, he did not meet my conditions, so he could only open the peripheral back room. Salazar seemed very satisfied to see Alan kept calm in front of the gem and explained with great interest. "In you, I saw all the qualities that the four of us wanted: smart, brave, honest, and ambitious. They should be satisfied with my choice. Of course, the most important thing is that you are a pure blood." Salazar immediately added. Chapter 176. Tom Marvolo riddle modified for Salazar Slytherin to comment on himself. Alan is not sure. Everyone is a polyhedron, and it is somewhat sloppy to define a person with only one or two personalities. With the passage of time, the experience of the world, the original brave person may also become a cowardly coward. Originally ambitious conspirators may also become ordinary people who do nothing. The clever and wise wizard may also make the mind faint and do something that stupid people don't bother to do. This gem can help the little wizards who strayed into this place but were injured by the chickens, snakes, and monsters. Of course, they will also take away their memories. Salazar is not a dark sorcerer. What use monsters to clear people who are not worthy of learning magic is just to make a mistake. But, 50 years ago, a little witch died in the hands of the basilisk. Alan said, "That's because she died outside the secret room, and I can't walk outside the secret room." Salazar's understatement made Alan realize that although he was not a black wizard and would not take his own life, he did not care about their lives and deaths for young wizards who were not pure blood. "The basilisk belongs to my heir, and this gem is yours. This gem may contain this big secret. With it, you have the possibility to control the world." Salazar looked at the jewel in the box with nostalgia, his figure getting weaker and weaker. "I hope you can crack the gem's secret. The gem that I put with the gem, as well as my research experience. Hope that it will be helpful to Hogwarts students." "Are you leaving?" Alan did not rush to get the gems and experience, looking at Salazar's fading figure and hurriedly asked. "Yes, I can finally be relieved." Salazar's slightly frowned brow was smoothed by a smile before he died. Alan felt that he seemed very much looking forward to this moment. The painting suspended in midair fell down and became fragments, scattered all over the ground. The people in the painting have long disappeared. Alan named the green gem directly as Salazar's gem and then put it in the storage space. Under the gem, a thick stack of parchment lies quietly in the stone box. Compared with the dazzling gem, It is unpretentious, but the knowledge contained in it cannot be underestimated by Alan. What this book records is actually the cultivation and breeding methods of magical creatures. Salazar and Hagrid have the same hobby, but Salazar is even more terrifying. He actually cultivated chickens, snakes and monsters. Judging from the large skeleton in the room, if it weren't for life to come to an end, wouldn't it be strange and amazing lethal creatures that Alan would encounter today? If according to Salazar Slytherin's last wish, this book should be handed over to Hogwarts, I am afraid it can only be placed in the restricted book area. If creatures such as basilisks and chickens and beasts can be arbitrarily reproduced by little wizards, I am afraid that the muggles will suffer the disaster. As Alan carefully read the books in his hand, the sound of banging and banging came suddenly at the end of the stairs. A huge black hole appeared at the end of the stairs. After a brief consternation, Alan guessed where it was. That is the passage to the outer chamber. Tom Marvolo Riddle summoned the basilisk in the outer chamber, and the basilisk would crawl out of the hole. Alan put Salazar's manuscript into the system's storage grid and walked down the staircase out of the hole. Seeing Alan appearing at the entrance of the cave, Riddle's smug expression froze. Harry's horrified expression faded. In his impression, there was no problem that Alan could not solve. So, should Alan have no problem with Voldemort in his school days? Just now, Riddle had completely told Harry what he had done. He wanted to use the basilisk to keep Harry and Ginny in the secret room forever, but it turned out that it was Alan. Who are you? The basilisk? Why did you come out of it? You got the legacy of Salazar. Riddle pointed Harry's wand at Alan, jealous and envious. But Alan was faster than him, quickly pulled out his wand, and pointed at Riddle first. After all, Riddle's vitality and magic come from Ginny, and Alan's strength far exceeds Ginny. Except your weapon. Killing curse. Alan's spell hit Riddle first. Riddle was instantly struck and his wand came out. Alan jumped swiftly from Salazar's huge stone carving, avoiding Riddle's spell. Before Riddle had turned up, Alan glanced at Salazar's diary beside his huge stone toes. Alan immediately summoned the fangs of the basilisk from the space. Without hesitation, aimed at the center of the diary, and inserted it firmly. With a terrible, long-lasting scream that pierced the eardrums, a burst of ink rushed out of the diary and ran down to the ground along Alan's hands. Riddle twisted and struggled, waving his arms constantly, screaming in his mouth, and he disappeared. At this moment, a soft moan came from the other side of the chamber. Ginny started to move. Ginny sat up. Her blank eyes fell on Harry, and then on the notebook in Alan's hand. She shuddered and gasped, and her tears ran down. Harry at breakfast, to want to tell you, but in front of Percy, I can't say it. I did it, Harry, but I swear I didn't mean it. It was Riddle forcing me to do it, and he control me. You, how did you kill that guy? Riddle was. Where is it? I just remember he came out of the diary. It's all right now, Harry said, pointing at Alan. Alan arrived in time to kill Riddle. Alan stepped forward and showed Ginny the big hole in the diary book that was penetrated by the fangs of the basilisk. Quickly leave here. Ginny's condition looks very bad. She had better leave here as soon as possible. I'm going to be fired. Ginny cried when Harry stood up and helped her to stand up and down, whispering, since Bill came, I've been looking forward to Hogwarts came to study, and now I have to leave. What will parents and fathers say? How do they say? No, you will not be expelled. You have experienced such a dangerous thing. They will only feel distressed, will not criticize you. Alan warmly exhorted. Fox hovered at the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets, waiting for them. With the help of Alan, Ginny crossed the dead body of the basilisk. They passed through the dim and empty room with echoes and returned to the tunnel. Alan heard that the two stone doors slipped behind them and closed gently. Chapter 177 Dinner and House Elves Modified. They walked up the tunnel for a few minutes, and Alan heard the sound of slowly moving rocks in the distance. It's Ron, Harry said to Alan and Ginny. Ron! Harry shouted, accelerating under his feet. Ginny is fine. I have found her." Ron gave a dull cheer. They turned another corner and saw Ron's face looking at them eagerly through a big gap. This gap was finally taken out by Ron from the falling rubble. With the help of Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox, 4 little wizards successfully passed through their long, black hole of the sewer pipe and returned to the girls' bathroom. "Hey, why is there one more person?" The crying Myrtle was very surprised and stared at them with wide eyes. Alan didn't have time to chat with her. He had an empty stomach, eager to finish these things, and then ate a big meal. He felt that he was hungry enough to eat a cow. Alan and Harry said goodbye. He desperately needed food comfort. It would be better if he could have a large glass of steaming milk. Fox flew over and wanted to hold Alan's robe and let Alan follow him. But Alan flashed deftly, when said, "Fox, I am tired and hungry. I need food and rest very much. I will go to Dumbledore later." Fox blinked its big beautiful eyes, turned around and flew away. 3 people. Harry said goodbye to Alan, striding with Fox. Alan didn't go to the kitchen to find food. He went straight back to the dormitory. "Thank you, Mrs. Harris, for sending delicious pastries to Alan from time to time." After eating a few cakes, Alan washed quickly and climbed onto the soft and comfortable bed, refreshingly breeze gently blowing on his face. Alan quickly fell asleep. However, not long after Alan fell asleep, the whole tower was full of voice cheers and running footsteps came and went. Dinner. Edward ran in cheering, which was really rare. Alan used to be sober before him. The school decided to hold a celebratory dinner. Those who were petrified were rescued. The matter in the secret room was resolved. It was Harry Potter of Gryffindor. It is indeed a wizard who defeated the mysterious person. Edward went feet on, wearing pajamas, but look excited. Alan was pulled up, and it was obviously unwise to sleep alone in the excitement. The sleepy Alan followed the crowd to the restaurant, but just walked out of the tower and had not seen the situation clearly. He was held tightly in his arms. Unexpectedly, Alan didn't even open. Alan's drowsiness was suddenly scared out of Juxeon. This person's strength is very strong. Struggling, Alan saw a few awkward red-haired Weasley around him, and instantly knew the identity of the person who came. "Mrs. Weasley." "Thank you, Alan." "Thank you for saving Ginny." Mrs. Weasley was very grateful. Alan made a coincidence, embarrassed to get rid of Mrs. Weasley's arms. "Mrs. Weasley, it was Harry who discovered Ginny. I just happened to meet." Alan said politely. "Okay, Molly, let the children go to the dinner." Alan, "Thank you. Anyway, you saved Ginny and Harry." Mr. Weasley grabbed his emotional wife gently. "Thank" is already surrounded by lively little wizards, which is obviously not a good time to speak. Alan nodded to Mr. Weasley and pulled Edward away from the tower quickly. The hall is very lively and has become a pajama party. Victims who were petrochemically recovered. Hermione screamed at Harry, screaming, "You got it! You got it!" This situation made Alan couldn't help laughing. And while Punlo was holding a glass of juice and smilingly clashing with Alan, Alan's heart overflowed with infinite joy. Hagrid appeared at 3:30 in the morning, causing cheers from the little wizards. Although Ravenclaw was deducted a large number of points at the beginning of the semester, due to the efforts of everyone, the points have been leveled. Plus, because Alan solved Voldemort's diary, Dumbledore added 200 points, and Ravenclaw scored far more than other colleges, successfully defending the College Cup. The atmosphere at the scene reached a climax. Professor McGonagall stood up and told them, the school decided to cancel the exam in order to treat everyone. The waves of cheering in the auditorium were higher than the waves. So many exciting news. Let the celebration last one night, and let Alan forget tiredness. There is one more thing, the system informs Alan, because Alan has received the sincere gratitude of many wizards. So he awards Alan a draw. It may make sense to save one's life and to make 7-level floats. Alan was so lucky that he got a purple box. He got a living house elf. This house elf is clean and beautiful. She was wearing a neat little skirt and a blouse, and a small blue hat on her head. When she looked at Alan with her ignorant, pure, loyal and joyful eyes, www.untitled.novel.com, Alan fell in love with this little elf from the heart. He named her Maggie, because its appearance is simply Merlin's gift, a systematic miracle. Maggie can freely enter and exit Alan's system space. Whether it is a storage grid or a pet space, Maggie won't turn Alan's things at will, even if she gets Alan's trust and support. She likes staying in Alan's pet space the most. The magical creatures have become her little friends. Because she has the management authority of the pet space, she will never be hurt by the magical creatures in the space. Even if it is a basilisk, I still want to move her. Because of her meticulous and proper care, the magical creatures are extremely friendly to her. Alan also does not skimp on his own praise, always bouncing the little guy up and down. For her life, Maggie is very satisfied and full of energy. The rest of the summer semester was spent in the dazzling sunlight. The haze on Hogwarts had disappeared and the whole school was back to normal. Professor Dumbledore was very satisfied with the progress of the Black Magic Defense course after he left school. He decided to continue to implement such a system until he found a new professor of Black Magic Defense. Alan didn't want to see Professor Dumbledore at all, but there was no way. Who put him in charge of the second grade Black Magic Defense course? And Salazar Slytherin's experience should also be handed over to Hogwarts. This is Salazar's wish. Chapter 178 Vacation modified. In the principal's office, Dumbledore sat in a large chair with his hands crossed and his chin resting on his hands. He listened with interest to Alan and discovered the passage of the secret passage. I just happened to find the anomaly in the Forbidden Forest. The main reason is Maggie's credit. The clues it found helped me defeat the chicken, snake and monster. Alan spoke lightly about his discovery of the Chamber of Secrets and defeating the basilisk. He attributed his victory to luck, and let Maggie play an important role in it. It's amazing. Your house elves have endless potential. Professor Dumbledore sighed. Human wizards underestimate the ability of house elves. Their magic is actually amazing. Excellent house elves are even better than an adult wizard. Be strong. Alan handed that Salazar's experience to Dumbledore. He read intently. It's great. It's amazing. Salazar Slytherin's research on magical creatures has really reached the extreme. I have only seen one person with such a talent. But he is committed to protection, not create new creatures. Professor Dumbledore, wouldn't it be Newt's commander? Alan said secretly. Professor Dumbledore supported his glasses. This manuscript is very precious and valuable. Alan, thank you for your contribution to Hogwarts. Well, I think, in addition to those 200 points extra points, you deserve to receive the school's Special Contribution Award. Dumbledore finally reassured Alan and looked at Alan gently. Alan is so similar to that riddle. The same handsome, excellent academic and excellent popularity, popular with classmates and professors. But Alan is not greedy or selfish. He is brave enough to take risks. The most important thing is that he has love in his heart. All the little wizards are looking forward to the summer vacation. They do not need exams. They are relaxed and happy, and the professor's work is not so heavy and cumbersome. If anyone in the castle is unhappy, it must be Draco Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy not only lost his domestic servant, Doy the house elf, under the design of Harry, but also was expelled from the school board. Draco no longer walked up and down in school, as if he were the master here. On the contrary, he now has a sullen face all day long, seeming to be full of resentment in his heart. On the other hand, Ginny Weasley regained her lively and cheerful personality. Ginny now worships one more person. That is Alan. After knowing that Alan appeared in time to save her and Harry, Alan's status kept rising in her heart. Although her favorite is Harry, she communicates with a group of little witches in private, saying that if Alan wants, he can get the hearts of all girls. In a blink of an eye, they would take the Hogwarts Express train home. Alan and Punlo monopolized a box. Punlo gave up the preferential treatment of the long box, and chose to sit and talk with Alan. During this period, Alan saw Percy Weasley patrolling the entrance of the box many times. I heard that Percy Weasley of Gryffindor is pursuing you? Alan asked with interest. Maybe. Do you care? Punlo's smile was very charming. Alan smiled and stopped talking. In the last few hours of magic allowed before the holiday, They played crackling explosion cards and set off a few laborious fireworks purchased by Penlow. They were very happy. The Hogwarts Express train gradually slowed down and finally stopped. Your parents will be proud of you after hearing these things you did this year. Penlow blinked, hugged Alan, got off the train, and disappeared into the crowd. In fact, Mrs. Harris was ecstatic after learning that Alan had won the Special Contribution Award. She told the news to every relative and friend she could tell. So, Alan received a lot of praise letters and gifts of love. When he was overwhelmed by these replies and salutes, Mr. Weasley's family visited the house and came to thank them solemnly. It's really rare. The Weasleys are one of the most prestigious pure-blood wizard families. Mrs. Harris waved her wand to keep everything in her family organized. Although they seem to be down now, every pure-blood wizard can't be underestimated. Mr. Harris sat on the sofa beside him and looked at it, agreeing with his wife very much. Boom boom. Knocking sounded rhythmically. Mr. Harris went to open the door, and Mr. Weasley's family appeared outside the door. They brought some snacks made by Mrs. Weasley, and 2 precious bottles of rum. Mrs. Weasley's cooking skills are first-rate. After tasting Mrs. Weasley's dim sum, Mrs. Harris immediately had an in-depth exchange with her on the types, practices and cooking magic of desserts. I can't stop myself. And Mr. Harris and Mr. Weasley, their origins are similar. Although they are pure blood, they are not prejudiced against Muggle-born wizards. In the conversation, Mr. Arthur Weasley mentioned that he had won the annual grand prize, the Gingy Arlong Award. Mr. Weasley said happily to Mr. Harris, "We are going to use this money to go to Egypt for the summer vacation." www.untilnovel.com. Our elder son Bill is there as a curse breaker at the Goulinch Wizard Bank. I'm taking the liberty to ask, can you give us a chance to express our gratitude and let us take Alan to Egypt? Mr. Weasley looked forward to Mr. Harris. Egypt? It is of course willing to go out and take a look at the world. He looked forward to Mr. Harris. If you are not in trouble and would like to take Alan to open your eyes, that would be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Harris agreed with Mr. Weasley's proposal after seeing the small eyes that Alan expected. They will stay in Egypt for a month, so they need to leave soon. Although Mrs. Harris was reluctant, she knew Alan's desire for this trip, and before Alan set off, he gave Alan a full bag of gold gallons. Hold it. This is what you got in New York. Go out. Be careful. Mrs. Harris urged constantly. Alan hugged his mother and was escorted by Mr. Harris to the burrow. Alan rescued Ginny from Voldemort, which became an opportunity for the two to make a good relationship. Although they were friendly to each other before, this incident has brought the two people closer and got along more harmoniously. In addition to Percy, although he was also grateful to Alan for saving Ginny, he was not enthusiastic about Alan, and occasionally made a few satires. Once he treats Alan in this way, he will get the glare of the two ladies at home, which makes him extremely depressed. After a few times, he simply regarded Alan as air and turned his eyes off. Chapter 179. Bill Weasley modified. Arriving in Egypt is like jumping into a warm pool. Alan only felt that it was wrapped up in a heat wave, and the Cairo sun was particularly dazzling. After a while, Alan felt dry lips. Even if there is a wizard's robe to regulate the temperature on the body, Alan still finds it hard to handle the heat. Mrs. Molly Weasley was so busy that it was not only the cause of the hot weather. On the one hand, she has to take care of several children to avoid losing them, especially the twin brothers. They flew around on the plane. On the other hand, there are a total of 7 large boxes that need to be taken away. No one can be less. If the magic books and magic items in the box are found by muggles, it will cause big trouble. Alan stepped forward and took a large suitcase from Mr. Arthur Weasley. "Oh, Alan, you are so sweet." Mrs. Weasley's expression changed from anxiety to kindness. Then he yelled at the twin brothers in the distance, "George, Fred, don't run around." Alan, who is younger than you, knows to help with luggage. Ron saw it, and wanted to receive performances to attract the attention of parents. So learning Alan, take the initiative to bear responsible for the care of a luggage. Unfortunately, as always, was ignored. Percy pouted and took 2 large pieces of luggage from Mr. Weasley and gave Alan a blank look. It's inexplicable. Alan didn't understand what Percy was so proud of. If he is not afraid of shocking the world, he can command 7 luggage to float together. At the time of security, Ron's pet mouse, Spotted, probed the brain in his shirt. Ron pressed it back and forth again and again, but the mouse seemed to be intolerant of loneliness and always wanted to see the scenery outside. A security officer at the airport seemed to see the spot. He walked over meteorically and pointed at Ron with his baton. "What is in your arms?" Arthur was carrying her luggage farther in front, but could not catch up. Alan took the initiative and pulled out his wand, giving the security officer a confusion spell. The poor security guard shook his head, a little confused, at a loss. Where is the toilet?" Alan eased the security guard's embarrassment by using Arabic with an English accent. "Turn left from that intersection and go straight." The security guard showed Alan the direction and walked away. "Alan, thanks to you." Ron was shocked with a look on his face. "Fortunately, Mr. Weasley applied to us for permission to hold the rod in advance." Alan smiled slightly. "But anyway, there are adult wizards around, so in fact they can't find it out without permission." Ludo Bagman of the Department of Magical Sports helped a little. He has acquaintances all over the world. Arthur hurried back to the children. "Alan, your Arabic is awesome. And you can't?" Ginny admired. "The accent is still a little heavier." Alan was a little embarrassed by Ginny's hot A's, nodded at Ginny, and hurriedly took a few quick steps to catch Mrs. Weasley in front. After passing through the security check in a panic, they walked out of the airport in a mess. "Mom, I'm here." A tall, cool young boy with red hair unique to the Weasleys came over. He had long ponytails, earrings on his ears, and a small fan-like thing over it. "It's Bill." Ron shouted happily to his family. Molly embraced the eldest son, which moved Bill a bit embarrassed. "Mom, I'm a little thirsty." Ginny poked her mother's waist gently. "Don't you just drink malt beverages before getting off the plane?" Molly released Bill and asked her favorite daughter for water. Bill blinked at Ginny happily, and Ginny returned a sweet smile. "Are you Alan Harris?" "Thank you for saving Ginny." After greeting other relatives, Bill turned his eyes to Alan. "It's nothing." Alan smiled gently. "I borrowed a car to transport gold coins from the unit, and the space is large enough." Bill took everyone to the front of an off-road vehicle with a square shape and huge tires. "It's so cool." Mr. Weasley stroked the body with a surprised expression. "It seems that neither moles nor wizards can resist the charm of cars." The space inside the car is made quite wide by the repeated inflexible curse. 7 large boxes were neatly stacked in the trunk, but they only occupied a small part of the trunk space. 5 boys, Alan and Ron, sat comfortably side by side in the back row. Mrs. Weasley and her daughter Ginny were sitting in front. The wide armrests and soft seats were extremely comfortable. Arthur studied the dashboard in the co-pilot position, while Bill was driving. "It's so comfortable." Mrs. Weasley couldn't help but sigh when the temperature in the car was cool. I don't know how Bill judges the visual error caused by the difference in the size of the inside and outside spaces while driving. Alan was a little worried about Bill's wild speed because of the scenery outside the windshield. They passed through the bustling city with chaotic traffic and past the towering Cairo Tower, the sacred and solemn mosque and the elegant and atmospheric opera house along the way. No one cares about chatting and admiring the charming exotic atmosphere outside. The car drove out of the city, and at the beginning, some sparse dwarf trees were seen, and then it drove into a vast desert. Didn't go far. www.mtlnovel.com. Ron pointed out the window in surprise and shouted, "Look! Pyramid." The pyramids and sphinx are standing in the dazzling and golden desert. Very shocking. "After we settle down, you will have a chance to visit the pyramid," Bill shouted happily in front. He was very happy to see his long-lost relatives. They walked for a long time in the desert and stopped in a small remote village by the Nile. The car drove to a small building with a rounded roof and a unique shape at the end of the village. "It's here." Bill jumped out of the car first, and everyone came to him one after another. "The weather is too hot, the sun is hot, there is no cloud in the sky, and there is no wind. The plants I saw on the road were all a little scratchy, and only a few sparse low trees cast a sparse shadow. But the plants in front of this small building are exceptionally lush and vibrant. 2 jacaranda flower trees were planted symmetrically in front of the gate. Tall bougainvillea climbed on the gate. The milky white flowers boiled and covered the entire gate like a large white cloud. This is the house of my colleague Ahmed in Galing Pavilion. We can stay here for a month, Bill introduced with a smile. The twin brothers cheered and entered the villa first. Entering the room, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Without him, it is too cool. Alan and Ron were separated into a room, which was on the 3rd floor and had a large balcony facing the Nile. A large area of sunlight spilled into the room, but it did not bring a scorching sensation. It must have been a magic that can adjust the temperature, Ron said to Alan swearingly. Chapter 180 Nile Monster Modified. As Alan and Ron stood on the balcony to admire the Nile scenery, they found some abnormalities. The weather outside was so hot, there was a group of people by the river, surrounded by a hot sun, forming a pile. Let's go down and see, Alan suggested. Ron, aroused curiosity, immediately nodded in agreement. They walked to the river. It turned out that this group of people was surrounded by a large bunker. An Egyptian in a white robe and a red hat was standing next to the sandpit and gesticulating. He gave orders in his throat, blushing and sweating, as if why he was angry. Several young men with bare feet stood next to him holding a shovel and pickaxe. As I said long ago, I can't come to the river alone at night. Why not be obedient? Dare not tell us, but bury the body in the bunker. Stupid. The white-robed man pointed at the bunker said. Alan and Ron looked at the bunker, and Ron couldn't help crying out. A rotten animal carcass was dug out, and only a small part was buried underground. What is this? Ron asked Alan quietly. Alan endured the discomfort in his heart and looked at it a few times, confirming. This is a donkey. One of the main means of transportation for the Egyptians was the donkey. People came in 2s and 3s from the direction of the village. There were more people around the bunker, and they stood together. This severely affected the excavation work, especially the children who drilled around. Among the crowd, the man in white robe raised his voice. Retreat, retreat. He seemed to be very prestigious among this group of people, and everyone retreated convincingly. NASA, what happened? Someone in the crowd asked. It's a monster. The Nile monster appeared again. This is the evidence, NASA shouted, pointing at the dead body in the pit. The stupid Hassan encountered a monster. Fortunately, he escaped, at the expense of his donkey. NASA pointed to a dark, thin man holding a shovel. He even concealed the truth that the monster appeared again because he was afraid of being tabooed by the villagers. If Sailor did not find out, how many people would be killed? NASA yelled and almost let his red hat fall to the ground. Hassan stood sideways in despair. I emphasize again, everyone should try not to go to the lake at night. Pay attention to safety. The people who learned the truth retreated, leaving only the first few people, and they continued to deal with the rotten donkey in the sandpit. Is it really a monster? Ron was a little curious. I'm not sure, after all it rots too quickly. Alan replied. There is an aboriginal in the village who is very business-minded. Seeing so many people gather together, they even pushed the beverage cart out for sale. Alan and Ron also got together. Turned out to be watermelon juice and apple juice, and some beer. Alan bought some and took the beer back to the villa with Ron. These drinks are very popular. Arthur also made a lot of ice cubes to keep these drinks cold. Alan and Ron told everyone what had just happened by the lake. Coward, you're a wizard. What are you afraid of? George teased Ron. Of course I'm not afraid. I just remind everyone to pay attention to safety. Ron defended himself. The Weasley twins ran away with a laugh. In any case, we try not to go out at night, Molly chased and urged, staring at the twin brothers until the two of them nodded in agreement. In the evening, Ron and Alan were talking about the situation of the pyramid they knew and the origin of the mummy. In fact, it was Alan speaking, Ron listening, and asking questions from time to time. Osiris' body shattered into 14 pieces. Can he still be resurrected? Ron asked incredulously. What's the matter? Some people's bodies are completely gone. Their souls are broken into 7 or 8 pieces, and they are also seeking opportunities for resurrection. Alan was very calm and thought of the mysterious man. At this moment, Alan heard footsteps from the door. In the bright moonlight, Alan saw the door handle turning. Someone was about to open it. Alan jumped up at once and pointed his wand at the door. The door handle turned away. The door creaked open. 2 tall, fuzzy shadows stood at the door. When the 2 shadows stumbled into the room, Alan saw it clearly and couldn't help but hold his breath. Even in the dim light, he could see what it was. Mummy. In the haze, the mummy staggered into the living room. His arms stretched forward, as if trying to catch Ron, and Alan had already laughed. Ron's mouth was wide open, and he seemed to want to scream, but couldn't make any sound. Knowing the identity of the other party, Alan deliberately drew out her wand and aimed at the mummy's exaggerated mantra, and the mummy made a familiar voice. "Don't attack, it's us." George and Fred. Ron threw the pillow on the bed angrily, hit George's bandaged chest, and bounced out again. There was a burst of laughter between Fred and George. Obviously they found it fun. "Don't you say you are not a coward?" George's words stimulated Ron. "I'm not a coward. It's just that your looks are terrible." Ron made his freckles more obvious because of his angry red face. www.mentalnovel.com. He didn't feel funny at all. "I said he would be afraid," Fred said to George. "I know it's you. I recognize it as soon as you come in." Ron defended himself. "Alan is that." He started to laugh as soon as he saw us. "And you really should look at his expression at that time. You look so scared that you were crying," George said loudly, and began to laugh again. Ron grumbled, looking very upset. "Okay, don't be like a little girl. Alan is coming over and helping us to tear these things away. We are not convenient to use the magic wand now. I don't have much faith in my brother." Helpless, Alan pointed with his wand. The bandages on their bodies fell off automatically, and they rolled into a ball. "Ron, you said you were not a coward. Would you dare to walk by the river?" George rolled his eyes and came up with another idea. "Just wait." Ron stood up angrily. Alan followed quickly, and the river did indeed happen. Ron himself was too dangerous. Although Alan discovered that the twin brothers were actually quietly following, it was obviously not really safe to let them go alone. In fact, Alan wondered whether this was an excuse for their convenience to meet their parents afterwards when they wanted to go on an adventure. The Nile River at night is extremely quiet, but in Ron's view, this kind of silence covers up the crisis, and must be waited for. "Alan, look!" Ron suddenly pointed to the middle of the lake. Looking in the direction Ron pointed, a horse appeared to swim freely in the lake, and after a careful look, Alan discovered that its mane was made of broad-leaved cattail grass. Chapter 181 Guild Wars Nile Modified. Looking closely again, Alan found that the horse in the water turned into a giant sea snake. The sea snake frolicked in the lake water and set off huge waves. Ron beside Alan suddenly walked into the lake, still talking in his mouth. "Gold. A lot of gold." Alan grabbed Ron and tried to drag him back, but Ron seemed to be fascinated by his mind, and his strength was so amazing that he suddenly broke free from Alan and quickly plunged into the lake. Alan quickly pulled out his wand and cast a spell to try to catch Ron, who was caught in confusion, but Ron entered the water like a loach, slipped without keeping his hands, and ran fast in the water. Alan's spell only hit the waves. "Ron, come back!" The twin brothers, who were far behind, followed anxiously and ran in the direction of Alan, and they all realized that Ron had an accident. Although Alan is physically strong, the water is not good. In this case, he could only swim forward desperately, trying to catch Ron. Unfortunately, the weather seems to be changing. A large amount of lake water was evaporated into the air, with a salty and damp smell. The thick cloud curtain landed on the lake, and the electric light could barely penetrate it. The cumulus clouds on Ron's side are stacked like an ominous sign, and it looks very cold. His speed is too fast, throwing Alan farther and farther away. George and Fred in the rear did not rush into the water, but instead used a metamorphosis to make a raft, desperately rowing in the direction of Ron. This made Alan couldn't help but scolded himself, and then he kept stepping on the water under his feet to make his upper body surface. and then summoned the flying broom from the storage space. With the power of the flying broom, Alan rose into the air and quickly flew to Ron. Ron was getting closer and closer to the horse monster in the lake. He touched the horse's neck uncontrollably and climbed onto the horse's back with an incredibly sharp hand. The horse-shaped sea monster plunged into the bottom of the Nile River, trying to throw off Ron on his back to eat flesh and meat, and let the prey's offal float to the water. However, it was empty. As soon as it reached the bottom of the river, Alan stunned Ron with a punch, then dragged his arm and brought Ron to the flying broom. This series of movements is simple and neat, and the horse-shaped sea monster has not been found. Go ashore. Alan held Ron in front of him, shouting loudly at the twin brothers. He couldn't make sure that the horse-shaped sea monster that lost its prey would be angry and angry. Although its image in Alan's eyes is a sea snake, this cannot change the nature of its cannibalism. The weather changed suddenly, and the clouds turned into storms, and the darkness continued to spread, devouring the last light. The strong wind was mixed with thunder and lightning, and rushed across the broad river, as if the artillery was firing continuously. There were horrifying waves rolling on the surface of the river, and the shape of the horse-shaped sea monster was terrifying among the waves. With the thunder and thunder, its momentum became fiercer. Alan had flown to the bank of the river, threw Ron onto the sand, and flew back in a hurry to support the panicked twin brothers. The rafts of the twin brothers are in the downwind zone and may be overturned by big waves at any time. Flat rafts have no place to balance. Coupled with the waves of horse-shaped sea monsters, their situation is very dangerous. George and Fred drove back and forth like crazy, and the tumbling waves roared past their heads. In Alan's eyes, the sea monster was getting closer and closer to them. Alan flew into the sea monster with a strong wind, and pointed his wand at the sea monster. Fallen. The spell flew towards the sea monster with three people's expectations, but it shot directly into the water. This sea monster is more flexible than they thought. The horse-shaped sea monster was completely irritated by Alan's provocation. It turned into a sea snake, made its tail grow longer and flicked quickly, and swept the unprepared Alan off the flying broom. In a flash, the broom was caught in a huge wave and disappeared without a trace. The twin brothers were stunned and quickly moved in the direction of Alan, trying to pull Alan onto the raft. However, the angry sea monster threw another tail and broke up the raft directly. The twin brothers also fell into the water. The sea monster sank to the bottom and quickly swam to George, who was photographed a little dizzy. Just as it reverted to a horse shape, lowering its head and trying to eat the worst prey, a horse's cage was put on its head. It's Alan. He grabbed a piece of scattered wood and transformed it into a bridle with deformity. Then, at the moment when the sea monster came over, he put the horse's bridle on the sea monster's head with a curse. The effect is immediate. The horse-shaped sea monster immediately became docile and no longer threatened Alan. With the sea monsters, the three little wizards swam back to the shore. "I'm sorry, Alan, we made you lose Neptune." The twin brothers looked at Alan apologetically with embarrassment. Neptune's price was not affordable for Weasley's family. As a Quidditch player, the flying broom is essential. It is a comrade and a partner of the player. It doesn't matter. I heard that a new top flying broom has been released this year. I just wanted to replace it. The old one doesn't go. The new one doesn't come. Alan laughed freely. But this monster can't just put it back. It will hate and curse us. Although Alan was very reluctant, but the matter is so far, it is useless to say more. A few people who had become scumbags brought Ron and the monsters back to the villa. www.mentalnovel.com. The whole family was shocked. After awakening Ron and understanding the cause and effect of the incident, Mrs. Weasley scolded the twin brothers, and then planned to compensate Alan with the bonus that had not been spent, and said that she even wanted to pay in installments later. Compensation to the rest of Alan. In the end, Alan had to dissuade his sturdy mother from arguing that his Neptune was about to go bad. Finally, several people were taken to the bath and forced by Mrs. Weasley, and everyone poured a large bowl of potion to prevent colds. The four little wizards sat on the sofa in full their ears emitting smoke from the inside out under the influence of the potion. The four people looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. When you and someone have gone through an event together, you can't help but feel good. And dealing with a horse-shaped sea monster together is one such event. What about this horse-shaped monster? Ron looked at the monster in disbelief. It looks particularly docile, and it's hard to imagine how it roars and eats people in the river. Leave it to Bill. He works in Gilling Pavilion. He himself is the curse breaker. George happily threw the burden on Bill. That's right. What we need now is rest. Fred agreed very much and sang with George. If it's not your prank, well, have a rest. Ron muttered aside so he was pressed on the bed by the twins to perform some wrestling moves. Finally, when there was no more smoke in the ears, the exhausted little wizards were finally able to go to bed. The next day, when several people finished washing and came to the restaurant to eat, they ushered in a surprise. Chapter 182, a preliminary study of the pyramid modified. Bill handed them a bag of gold gallons. This is the reward for you to catch the horse-shaped monster, a total of 400 gold gallons. The price here is lower, and the amount of the reward is not as good as ours. The numbers look few, but they are still quite heavy in the hands. Ron was overjoyed. He had never got ginger long, but George grabbed the gold coins from Ron and stuffed them with Alan. These rewards should be Alan's. If it weren't for him, we would all die at the bottom of the river. Fred and George have a strong heart and agree that the bonus should belong to Alan. What's more, he also lost Neptune, Fred added. Ron, ashamed that he had just seen Kian Yankai, nodded desperately. I propose that this money will be used for several of our tours and the purchase of food and souvenirs. Of course, Alan will not monopolize all the coins. Without this money, Alan was also embarrassed to buy local specialties to eat and drink when everyone ate sandwiches made by Mrs. Weasley. In this way, the quality of Alan's travels in Egypt can also be guaranteed, without having to greet various local delicacies. The outside is very dry and the heat waves are compelling. You can hardly believe that there was a heavy rain here last night, just as Muls knew nothing about the war in the Nile last night. The pyramid is the tomb of the Emperor Pharaoh of ancient Egypt and is one of the 7 wonders of the world. The most magical part of the pyramid is that it is made of stones weighing thousands of tons, and there are no adhesions between the stones, only relying on the stacking and interlocking of the stones. The Muls thought it was incredible in ancient times, so there were many opinions about the construction of the pyramid. Some think it was piled up on the blood and tears of the people of ancient Egypt, and others think it was built by aliens. How the pyramid was built is not a secret to the wizard. The wizards of ancient Egypt had great means and thoughts. They serve those in power, and at the same time use the power of the nation to experiment with their magic. Standing in front of the pyramid, Alan looked up at the glittering pyramid in the desert, imagining the mighty style of the ancient wizard. If you didn't have to come here, I wouldn't come here to eat sand, a woman in her 30s in a white dress said disdainfully, attracting the surprised eyes of the surrounding tourists. What's so good about a grave made of stones? The woman stared back one by one without showing any weakness. Ignorant Mole. George was stunned and very unwilling. Alan found that his wand under the sunscreen moved, curious in his heart. He couldn't help but walked over and asked in a low voice, "What curse did you cast?" "Nothing, just make moles more unlucky." George and Fred smiled, frowning. "Be careful. Mr. Weasley is committed to the protection of moles, if you know your behavior." Alan gave them a glance of self-seeking. "Come here, follow me." Bill took some water and food from the car and distributed it to everyone. "This is the entrance for moles to visit, and our wizards have another passage," Bill explained. Everyone followed Bill and walked into a hidden path behind the pyramid. A spell of driving moles was cast here, and moles would not walk in here. Bill showed a visit permit to the guard in blue uniform. "Now, let's follow closely, shall we?" "Don't run around." The tunnel inside is indeed like a labyrinth, and it's easy to get lost, Bill asked seriously. Alan felt his words were clearly addressed to the twin brothers. "Don't worry, I will watch them," Percy said. Fred and George grimaced hippie. Alan felt that if Percy didn't say that, the twin brothers might still follow the big army. Now, it's hard to say what they will do to Percy. After a while, A group of people entered the stone room through the small entrance of the square. Alan bowed and followed them through a narrow tunnel that seemed to be sloping downward. Bill led the way ahead, and the wand in his hand illuminated the road under his feet. The floor of the pyramid is very soft and there is a lot of sand on it. The air is cold and humid. The walls are made of granite. Mr. Weasley said. He stopped and touched the low ceiling with his hands. All the tunnels are paved with limestone. This action seems to be contagious, and everyone can't help touching the top plate with your hands, as does Alan. A wave of energy entered Alan's body, and Alan suddenly froze, with a system sound in his mind. Sudden mission. Rescue the trapped soul. Limited to 1 month. The mission is successful, and the chance of a prize draw is awarded. Fortunately, the time limit is 1 month, which is exactly the time Alan can stay in Egypt. Alan felt that it wasn't urgent. He could prepare well and then complete the task. But the system will arrange the task according to my own time. How can I find a reason to arrange a task for me every time? The main purpose is to give. Do I have some benefits? Alan stopped the doubts of getting cheap and selling well. And the most urgent thing is to visit www.untitled.com to visit and explore the way to complete the task. But immediately afterwards, the second system sounded again. Sudden mission. To find the energy stone of the pyramid. Limited to 1 month. The mission is successful, and the chance of a prize draw is awarded. It is usually very quiet, and people can almost ignore the system that exists. How does it seem to be hit with chicken blood when entering the pyramid? There were no clues about the 2 tasks in a row, which made Alan feel a little bit crisis. In just 1 month, Alan was a little bit anxious to complete 2 difficult tasks. Bill, have you heard of the Pyramid Power Stone? Alan walked a few steps and rushed to the front of Bill and decided to consult Bill first. There is such a legend. Bill glanced at Alan with surprise. Is this little wizard's knowledge reserve very rich, even the Pyramid Power Stone? The ancient Egyptian wizard saved the pharaoh's body and made it into a perfect mummy. These mummy can be preserved for thousands of years. Bill glanced at Alan. This is because of the energy stone in the pyramid. The mysterious energy of the energy stone can quickly dehydrate the body and accelerate it into a mummy, waiting for 1 day. They can be resurrected. This kind of mysterious power is definitely not hearsay. Even miles have already been verified by scientists. Mr. Arthur Weasley inserted the topic with interest. How do you know, Daddy? Bill asked in surprise. I did a little homework before I came. Mr. Weasley took out a rusty copper nut with a smile. He handed the coin to Alan. You can give it a try, and when I go out, copper nut may be able to restore its original appearance. This is affected by the energy stone. Chapter 183 Pharaoh's Curse Modified. Alan took the rusty copper coin and looked carefully, not seeing any change. Perhaps the rust marks on it were too serious, and these rust marks were also marked as a pattern of 6-pointed stars. This was done by Ron when he was a kid. Arthur reached out and tried to touch Ron's head, but Ron ducked uncooperatively. Ha! Ron is shy. George didn't care about Ron's pitiful self-esteem. This was his first pocket money, but he didn't understand how to spend it. No. Ron glared at George. This copper nut is very meaningful to Ron. After all, there are masterpieces from his childhood. I think it would be better to keep it with him. Alan handed the gold coins to Ron. Although Ron was disdainful, he still took the coin and stuck it in his trouser pocket. Mr. Weasley, do you know where the energy stone will be placed? Alan returned to the previous topic, which is what he is most concerned about. Although no one has successfully found the energy stone in the historical record, no one can deny its existence. Arthur touched his chin and continued. I am more inclined. Those who got the energy stone chose to keep this secret. It may also be the curse of Pharaoh that the truth cannot be disclosed to the world. Bill also joined the discussion of the topic. Pharaoh's curse? If I learn, can I curse Malfoy? Ron was very interested. I'm afraid not. I'm afraid you can't learn. Bill poured cold water on his brother. This curse may be related to the energy stone that exists in the pyramid. For this reason, the Egyptian Ministry of Magic has set up an office to study these curses. Bill explained the sight of Ron's injured expression on his face. Well, Look, we are at the warning ground. Bill pointed to a wall. A solemn mantra was engraved on the wall: whoever disturbs Pharaoh's tranquility, the wings of death will fall on his head. Are we bothering Pharaoh's tranquility now? Ron was terrified. Don't worry, Ron. This is the route surveyed by the Ministry of Magic, and it can fully ensure your safety. Bill looked at the twin brothers in front of him and warned loudly, however, if you break into the untapped cemetery, you are likely to be in danger of death. After passing this warning spot, Alan felt that the temperature had suddenly dropped and the humidity of the air had increased. The tunnel suddenly came to an end. A light yellow wall appeared in front of Alan. Bill illuminated a small hole in the wall with his wand. Come here. Next we need to take the cable car. They walked through this small hole and came to a platform, below which was a large unfathomable, black paint. What's next? Ron asked nervously. Who knows? Mummy, coffin, jewelry? Everything is possible. Bill shrugged. Bill is the curse solver of the Galing Pavilion, but not the pyramid curse solver. A wizard wearing a blue uniform suddenly appeared on the platform, and said blankly to Alan and others, 10 people, 10 gingy along, thank you. It's expensive. Ron pouted. Molly Weasley took 10 gold gallons from her handbag and gave them to the wizard. After receiving the money, he said mechanically, please don't get off the train halfway, otherwise you will encounter any unexpected consequences at your own risk. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, he waved his wand, and 5 small, unencumbered gondola slides along the cable. 2x1 cars. Alan and Ron were in the last car. The cable car slides up and you can see the real tomb immediately. Ron is excited and nervous. He leaned out half of his body and looked down at the cable car. Alan, isn't there really a mummy underneath? Alan also looked down, dark, and could see nothing. He turned around and immediately grabbed Ron and dragged Ron back to his seat. This sudden move scared Ron's wand almost off. It turned out that they entered a narrow tomb and reached out to touch the walls on both sides. If it weren't Alan responding in time, Ron might hit the wall. Oh, thank you, Alan, you saved me again. Ron's face was shocked. It's nothing. It seems we have to be more careful. Alan handed Ron a bottle of water and surprised him. The tomb was extremely long. On the walls on both sides of the deep tomb, Alan found a piece of magic. This piece of magic was repeatedly carved on the wall to warn people. Anyone who enters the grave with an impure heart will strangle his neck like a bird. A curse again, said Ron impatiently. Who would enter the pyramid with impure heart? Yes, I am. Alan touched his nose uncomfortably, thinking, impaired heart is systematic, I just complete the task. Further ahead, the walls were carved in English with the names of wizards and moles who died under the curse, apparently afterwards. The cable car suddenly speeded up, they were gliding, and the speed was so fast. Aren't our cables broken? Ron shouted in horror. It should be going down. If the cable breaks, we will fall directly. Alan soothed Ron loudly. Soon, their downward momentum stopped, rushed out of this narrow tomb and came to an unusually wide space. The cable car moves forward steadily and at a constant speed. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Ron felt that his heart was about to jump out. It should be coming soon, we have been sliding for a long time. Ron was a little impatient. Such a complicated route, such a long distance. If there is no cable car, it really does not know how long it will take to reach the tomb. It'll be here soon. Look, platform. Alan, who has a keen vision, was also excited. Just as the cable car reached the center of the space, above Alan, with a sharp howling, a white figure descended from the sky with its teeth spreading its claws. Alan's eyes were fast. He grabbed the man by the arm and dragged him onto the cable car. This man, like an octopus, hugged Ron in front of him, apparently mistaken him for his own life-saving straw. The little cable car that could not bear 3 people rocked from right to left. Ron gripped the armrest with fright, and looked at the woman with the shawl in front of his face in horror. Go ahead. The cable car cast an acceleration spell and wanted to arrive before the cable car overturned. The cable car kept spinning in the air and moved forward quickly. The people in the car are struggling to maintain balance. All the way to the platform in full precariousness, Alan took the lead in climbing down the cable car. "That lady, it's all right, please let go of my companion." Alan looked a little embarrassed at the woman who was still holding Ron. "Great, I'm saved." The woman in her 30s who was crying embarrassedly was the one who had uttered conspiracy outside the pyramid. "What's the matter?" "We're lost." Ron wiped the snot on his freckled face in disgust with his hands, and then collapsed after looking for a few circles without seeing the silhouette of his family yell. Chapter 184 Authentic Lost Modified. Hearing Ron's words, Alan also looked around. The whole platform was empty, except for 3 of them. "Look, there is a door over there." Alan pointed to a small doorway. "Perhaps they were inside the door and they didn't say anything to scare us," Ron said expectantly. Perhaps it was still George's attention. "This sounds very reasonable." The 3 men walked in the direction of the doorway, and the woman in white followed closely behind them. "Really?" Bill repeatedly emphasized that we must stay close together. "But now they are making such a joke." Ron was angry. Alan didn't answer. Ron guessed it was true. The 3 of them were left on the platform. Just a joke. Ron took the lead through the doorway and froze in place. Alan followed, and behind the door was a long and curvy tunnel, without any trace of anyone. "Father and Mother, where are you?" Ron's horrified voice echoed loudly in the tunnel. But no one responded to him. "Hey, where are you?" Ron's hands flared into his mouth, and the cries echoed in the tunnel. Still no one answered. "Maybe they are just around the corner. They must be hiding, waiting to see what we do." Ron comforted Alan and himself. But no one responded to him. Alan illuminated the authentic wall with his wand and was facing the fresco on the wall. "Well, I know, this must be George's another bad trick to scare me." Seeing Alan ignore him, Ron explained to the girl in white. "No." The woman in white quickly braided her long hair into a twisted braid, revealing mature and attractive features. Ron was almost fascinated, watching her flexible white fingers interspersed with blonde hair. When she finished her movement and looked at Ron with her head tilted in doubt, Ron recovered. "Hey, what are you saying?" Ron asked, almost forgetting what he had said before. "This is not a prank." "Also, I'm not called Hey, I'm Nancy." Nancy frowned in dissatisfaction. "Ah, Nancy, a good name," Ron praised. "Nancy is right, we are really lost." Alan ended his observation and walked over. "What did you find?" Ron asked curiously. "I think we entered a cemetery where no one has ever stepped on," Alan answered. "Ha, that's great. If we go out, we might be rewarded with a lot of gingialong." Ron clapped excitedly. "What is gingialong?" "But you have to wait for you to go out and talk," Nancy said disdainfully. Ron ignored Nancy, learned the look of Alan, cast a fluorescent spell, and observed the tunnel wall. "Is this a new type of flashlight?" "It's too long." Nancy looked at Ron's wand with curiosity and leaned in. Alan continued to explore along the tunnel. Many ancient frescoes and ancient Egyptian scripts are carved on the walls of the tomb. The murals are clear and bright, and the content is very rich. There are farmers working in the fields, harvesters with grains on their shoulders, hunters with bows and arrows, and scenes of rowing on the river. But there are some mural expressions that are puzzling. For example, there are people like butchers, people dancing, and people holding a bundle of cloth. What are these people doing? Their behavior is very weird. The most striking is a figure painting in the screen. A man and a woman face the east. The man is in front, the dignified appearance, and the body is strong. The woman is in the back. The appearance is serene, and the body is full. They held a thick crooked cane in their hands with gems engraved on it. Alan had some speculation in this picture. Maybe this is the wand of the ancient Egyptian wizard. These murals have lasted for thousands of years, but they are so well preserved that it really makes Alan incredible. But at the same time, he also confirmed that no one has ever stepped on here. Otherwise, these exquisite murals will no longer exist. It's incredible. These murals are so beautiful. Ron sighed and caught up with Alan. Nancy followed him and trotted all the way. Unconsciously, Alan had already walked far along the tunnel extending to the right. The floor began to upward, and the air was very dry. exuding a musty smell. "It's so exciting," Nancy said as she turned a corner. Alan felt it necessary to know the woman who was scared and yelled before. "Sapphire, ruby, emerald. Maybe I can still wear a jeweled crown worn by an ancient Egyptian princess," Nancy murmured softly. "Alan, do you say there will be mummies in the tomb?" Ron was more interested in mummies. "Of course there will be. Since this burial chamber has not been discovered, then there must be mummy." Alan replied affirmatively. "Are you the only one in your head? Mummy?" Nancy grimaced in disgust. "We are in a pyramid in ancient Egypt without looking at what the mummy looks at," Ron retorted. "There may be millions of pounds of jewelry antiques in this tomb," Nancy accused Ron, "and you are thinking of a horrible mummy." "What do you know about moles?" Ron retorted angrily. www.untitled.com Moles? What the is this? You are a mole. Nancy also got angry. She thought Ron was scolding her with words she didn't understand. "I think, don't be too happy first. It is necessary to be vigilant anytime, anywhere." Ron is right. Such a tomb, there must be mummy. There may be other unknown danger. Say, at this moment, Alan heard a voice and stopped. "Have you heard anything?" Alan asked. "No." Ron and Nancy spoke in unison and looked puzzled. Alan listened carefully, but that voice was gone. "Am I wrong?" Alan squeezed his wand and walked forward again. They turned around the corner. The tunnel is getting narrower and narrower, and the walls on both sides seem to be pressing against them. The ground is harder and there is less sand. In the dim light, Alan noticed that two forks suddenly appeared in front of the tunnel, and he stopped again. "Which one do we go?" Ron wondered. Alan ran into the tunnel on the left, quickly illuminating the walls on both sides with the light from his wand. Then he quickly stepped back and stepped into the tunnel on the right. Ron and Nancy followed behind Alan innocently, unknown. The mural in the tunnel on the left is a pattern of the lives of moles, and the wizard in the tunnel on the right is a wizard. Alan explained softly, "We are wizards, we should go to the right." Alan's reason is very strong, but also simple and rude. In an authentic labyrinth, there may be hundreds or thousands of authentic tunnels in the pyramid. Apart from the designer, no one can tell which one to go. Chapter 185 Door modified. The three continued to move forward, and Alan turned to the right all the way by the same method. In the authentic labyrinth, each time there will be two forks for them to choose, and every time Alan will choose the mural with the wizard on the right. Every time the mural of the fork is exactly the same as the mural of the fork in front. They don't know how many articles they have taken and how many times they have chosen. Alan suddenly stopped again. "Is it a voice?" The sound I just heard disappeared instantly, and now it is quiet again, so quiet that I can hear my heartbeat. "Alan, I heard it," Ron said in horror. "Me too." Nancy tilted her head, as if to listen more clearly. The sound rang again, and the three held their breath and listened carefully. There was silence. "Go." Alan gritted his teeth. "No matter what it is, there will always be a time for a thorough understanding." Ron and Nancy followed Alan silently, because the long walking time made them feel that things were not good. The narrow tunnel suddenly turned a sharp bend. The three went further, and the air became warmer. "Stand up." Alan suddenly hurried forward and ran to a wall, leaving Ron and Nancy behind him. They looked at each other, and quickly tried to keep up. Ron was very convinced of Alan, and Nancy, by virtue of her intuition, felt that Alan was obviously more reliable. As they approached, they realized that it was not a wall, but a door. The cracks were cracked. The mud sealed on the door cracked and scattered to the ground. "Cleaned up in front of people. It looks so beautiful." Nancy looked at the suddenly appearing gate fascinated. Suddenly, she turned her head suddenly and looked at Alan. "What did you just do?" After a pause, she said in surprise, "You are really wizards?" She thought Alan was joking before. "Of course we are wizards." Ron glanced at Nancy and continued to focus on this awesome gate. "That's right. This ancient door is awesome. It's not very high, but it looks very expensive. The dark mahogany is now petrified. But what is certain is that it must come from a distant country. None of the trees grown in Egypt could grow like this. The whole door was carved with strange hieroglyphs from top to bottom. Alan recognized the sun and the moon, as well as several animals such as scorpions, birds, and cats, which were deeply carved into the red wood. The most shocking thing is the pattern in the middle of the door: a majestic male lion, carved with gold characters, and shining brightly like the sun under the light of the magic wand. Gold is soft. Ron touched the lion's head uncontrollably. Be careful. Alan fell Ron down to the ground, avoiding the arrows shot from the roaring mouth of the lion. Those arrows flashed a faint blue light, and at a glance they were made of toxic materials. They thought the lion could scare away those who invaded the tomb. Alan stared at the shiny lion. This trick worked well in ancient times. If you can't scare away, use poison arrows to kill the invaders. Ron was afraid. Not only that, but it was cursed. Alan looked at the hieroglyphs on the door thoughtfully. Curse, do you understand? Nancy asked with interest, making the two wizards feel that this woman's heart is really. It's just a door that's already luxurious. The burial chamber inside doesn't know how many treasures there are. I can understand part of it. Alan had no intention of explaining these ancient magical words to a mole. Unless you walk in and read the resurrection spell, otherwise, if you enter this door, you will be cursed, Alan said. So what is the spell? Nancy asked. Are you really missing the resurrection spell? Alan was surprised. Otherwise, is it better than being cursed? Nancy raised an eyebrow. You can actually choose not to enter, Ron retorted. Are we going to go back so far? Nancy asked rhetorically. Ron and Alan have nothing to say. How do you open the door? Ron asked. Our hole is open. You can try it. Alan held his wand to watch Ron all the time. Cough. Ron stretched out his wand and aimed at the gate. Nancy watched Ron's movement with interest. Are you going to witchcraft? Accurately, it's magic. Alan replied only to find that he was trying to correct a person who couldn't do magic, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Are caves open? Ron waited expectantly for the door to open to them. However, the gate remained immobile. Ha ha, it's not easy. Your magic doesn't work. Nancy laughed. Ron tried several times in exasperation, and the result was still that Nancy looked at him with a smile, laughing. Mole. Or, you come? Ron said angrily. Give up. I'm coming. Nancy was imposing. Both Alan and Ron are puzzled by each other's so confident tone that even wizards can't open the door. www.untitled.novel.com. Will she have a way to open it? I saw Nancy stepped back a few steps. Ah. Hey. She trotted to help, flew a foot, kicked on the door. Boom. The door made a heavy noise, but it seemed to have been kicked a little. It hurts. Nancy hugged her legs, and the two little wizards looked at each other, so violent. It must have been painful. Alan stepped forward, checked Nancy's legs, and cast a healing spell on her. It's magical. Nancy turned her ankle, and couldn't feel any pain at all. Suddenly, a thunderous sound sounded, and the tone was the same as the sound they had heard in the tunnel before. Excuse me, please let me rest in peace. Nancy gave a startled scream. Let me rest in peace, said the thunderous voice again. Alan lifted his wand subconsciously and turned around. His eyes widened in surprise. Ron and Nancy realized that the sound came from behind them, and the sound of something cracking came, and the fear rose to their throats. Mouth. The cracking sound became louder and louder, and it sounded like someone was constantly breaking the crackers in half. Louder, louder. The ground in front of them cracked open. Something came out of the ground. Alan and Ron pointed the wand at it, watching it cautiously. Is a person. First the head, then the crossed arms, the sturdy drained legs covered by robes. It's a stone statue. Ron sighed softly and long, then took another breath. Alan glanced at Nancy. She bit her lower lip nervously, her hands clenched into fists, and she was tightly guarding her chest. The stone statue moved. Nancy screamed in horror. Chapter 186. Stone Wall Ghost Modified. Alan hurriedly looked at the stone statue and did move. The originally closed eyes of the stone statue opened, and the dark eyes fixed on the three Alan people, making people shudder. Its eyes are covered with thick, brightly colored eyeliners, and its wide pupils are extremely strange. Alan noticed that the stone statue was a typical Egyptian face with a straight nose, thin cheeks, and slightly protruding lower teeth that could not bite. "Let me rest in peace." The stone figure again made a lifeless voice like death. "What should I do?" Ron asked dryly. "What should I do?" Alan seemed to hear the sound of his heart beating. "What else can I do?" Nancy shouted desperately. "Why am I so unlucky?" Somehow the collapsed floor, the sorcerer, the talking stone. At such a tense moment, Alan and Ron suddenly looked a little inexplicably funny. They certainly know why Nancy is so unlucky. It seems that George's bad luck curse is a bit powerful. Being with her and accompanying myself also followed bad luck. Unfortunately, the pyramid and the Coolidge vault were set up with a magic circle that prohibited phantom shifting to avoid thieves. All mantras end. Alan pointed at Gixie with his wand. Nancy felt that a layer of shackles had been removed, and the lingering boredom in her heart disappeared. "If you can't bring me back to life, please let me rest." The stone figure made a sound again. This made Nancy swallow the words that questioned Alan. The three men cautiously confronted this huge stone statue for a long time. However, nothing happened except that the stone statue opened its eyes and kept repeating the words "let me rest." It seems that he will only say a few words. Ron relaxed his guard. Perhaps he is waiting for our further action. Alan didn't think the stone statue would be so harmless. Ron and Nancy looked at Alan together. Alan stepped back in fear. "Why look at me? Open the door, it's your turn." Nancy said bluntly. "Yeah, Alan, since this stone statue just speaks, why don't we go into the tomb and see?" Ron agreed with Nancy's words. "Well, then I open the tomb, and you are in charge." Alan also wondered what was in the tomb. Alan carefully observed the ancient inscriptions engraved on the door, which not only marked the resurrection spell, but also the method of opening the door. He opened his mouth, and just about to pronounce it, he felt his shoulders buckled. Nancy pulled him in. "What is the resurrection spell?" she asked. "Are you still thinking about it?" Ron said in surprise. "You are wizards. Maybe you have the ability to fight the curse." "But I'm just an ordinary person," Nancy argued. "Nancy, we won't let you do anything." Alan tried to make Nancy's gaze look sincere, but unfortunately, the other side was unmoved. "If you really read the resurrection spell, then we are afraid that no one can escape," Ron threatened. While the three men were arguing over the resurrection spell, no one noticed that the stone statue's expression changed again. Its red lips bent. One eye blinked slowly. Alan gave up the idea of arguing with Nancy and read the spell directly. Every time he pronounced a syllable, the picture and text on the red wooden door turned with it. The door creaked and a gap was opened. As long as you reached out and pushed, the tomb could be displayed in front of the three people. However, none of the three people moved. "I don't know when they were covered with ghosts. Dense ghosts." "What is this?" Nancy asked in horror. "Ghost." Ron swallowed. "Don't worry. The ghost can touch humans." "Where did they come from?" Nancy seemed to be comforted by Ron and calmed down a little. "Crossed from the wall." Alan saw through the dense white transparent ghosts and saw that ghosts constantly emerged from the stone walls and joined the army of ghosts. "Woo!" The statue made a long scream. The three nervous people were startled by the sudden sharp voice. The three men looked at the stone statue at the same time. It opened its mouth wide and made another scream. It was like a signal. All the expressionless ghosts sent out a long mourn after another, just like the wailing of the tortured person before his death. At the same time, the faces of all ghosts became gritty and twisted, as if suffering the most brutal torture. High-pitched, low-pitched, intermittent, and endless. Various painful voices erupted one after another, making the three of Alan almost breathless. "This is a terrible, haunted call." Nancy grabbed Alan by the arm, her hands cold as ice. "Save me, I can't help it." Alan immediately cast a magic spell on her, but her expression seemed more painful. "No use, these voices directly attack the soul." Alan was shocked. Ron, as a wizard, although pale, looks much stronger than Nancy. a mole. Woo. The horrible cries are getting louder and louder. www.untitled.com. It seems to be going deep into the souls of the three. Run. Alan snarled. Go to the tomb. Maybe we won't hear. But the panic on Ron and Nancy's faces was even worse. I can't move. Ron cried sadly. Nancy hugged her head. She was so painful that she wanted to roll on the ground, but she couldn't move at all. You have to think of a way. What is the ghost afraid of? Glare. Fluorescent flashes. Alan ordered Ron and the two to close their eyes and issued a super fluorescent spell. Effective. Large ghosts disappeared in situ under the influence of the strong light spell. It didn't take long for Alan to rejoice. The stone statue made a call, and a steady stream of ghosts poured in from the wall. Such a speed. So many ghosts. Although Alan has strong strength, he can't carry too many enemies. The wail of the ghosts became louder and louder, and the distance between them and the three people became closer. Stone statue. Since it is the stone statues that control the ghosts, just break the stone statues. Broken. Alan's curse penetrated the ghosts' bodies and hit the stone statue's driver without any errors. But there was no harm. And those ghosts that were hit like pieces of torn paper shattered and dissipated in front of Alan's eyes. Magic damage can be resisted with ghosts. So what about physical damage? Taking out Merlin's gems to help resist damage. Alan exhausted all his energy and hurried through these ghosts. The cold feeling penetrated his heart. In just a moment, he saw the memories of the ghosts before they died and felt their pain. It was tightly bound. The brain marrow was drawn out alive, it was hollowed out to remove all the internal organs except the heart, and it was made into a mummy. Chapter 187. Golden Coffin. In tomb modified. Just a few steps away from the stone statue, the stone statue moved, its eyes wide open, clenching fists in both hands, and slammed into Alan. Alan jumped flexibly on his arm and took advantage of it. The sledgehammer transformed from the stone using the deforming technique appeared in the hands of Alan, leaping high, and directly hit the brow of the stone statue. Killed in one blow, the stone statue turned into crushed mud and rolled to the ground. The sound in the tomb was silent. Merlin. Alan, you succeeded. Ron cheered. Nancy sat on the ground all at once, crying with her head held. Alan was not happy, and he watched the mud with vigilance. Why? The stone statue is broken, these ghosts still stay in place. These pieces of mud vibrated lumpily. Ron's open mouth froze before he could close it, and Nancy stopped crying, staring at the place where the voice came. Now, they have become a startled bird. As soon as the wind and grass move, they immediately become suspicious. They are right. The cracked mud flew from the ground and recondensed into a stone figure. Oh, God bless. Nancy prayed desperately. Merlin bless. Ron also howled. A flash of light flashed, and Alan thought of the zombie who was bound to the monster subway. Perhaps the magic ball of the goddess of fortune falls has a magical effect on these souls cursed by Pharaoh. The stone statues had been condensed and the wailing sounded again in the tomb. The stone figure chased Alan angrily, and Alan fled around. The ghosts' wailing also followed. The tomb was beaten by stone statues beyond recognition. Ron and Nancy had to protect their heads and faces to avoid being hit by splashing stones. Alan was forced to a corner. The dark eyes of the stone statue hung down, looking at Alan. It opened its mouth and showed a smile full of evil. Then, waving that huge slap, it was about to be photographed fiercely. Alan roared, jumped forward, turned back with the power of the wall, and turned the stone figure into fragments again. Alan's heart thumped, but before he could think too much, he quickly summoned the magic ball of fowls and pronounced the mantra that the mob people had read. A magical power came from Alan's body, a magic ball of silver light, and a soft light spread. The ghosts who came into contact with the light gradually softened their faces, soothed their expressions, and stopped wailing. The restored ghosts faced Alan, crawled to the ground, kissed the dust on the ground, and then disappeared. Under the soft light, the debris and the dirt gradually merged with the dust on the ground, leaving no trace, until no more ghosts poured in, until all ghosts disappeared. Alan stopped the spell and put away the magic ball. Ron looked pale and bloodless, and asked Alan in horror, "Alan, won't they appear again?" Nancy looked at Alan without blinking, his expression dull. "Of course, we are safe." After Alan returned the gem to the space again, Alan turned his eyes to the tomb. "Now, let's see, what's in it?" Alan's eyes were firm, and Ron and Nancy stood a bit silly behind him. They hadn't recovered from their previous encounter. "I'm going in first. There is no danger for you to come in again." Alan carefully pushed open the door and walked in. When the light from the wand illuminated the tomb, Alan knew that he would never forget what he saw at this time. "What did you see?" Ron shouted eagerly outside the door. Alan's eyes shone strangely, shouting out, "You can come in and see for yourself." Ron and Nancy walked in, and the scene before them shocked them. Thick dust and dense cobwebs also concealed the treasures in the room. "Clean up." Alan waved his wand, and all the dust disappeared. Nancy's eyes quickly looked around, desperately trying to see everything clearly. But there were so many things to look at, she felt dizzy. The walls are all hieroglyphs she can't understand from top to bottom, carved deeply into the stone. The ground was filled with exquisite court supplies, countless jewelry boxes, luxurious gold chariots, gilded lions, and even a beautifully carved lotus throne. But the most striking is the golden coffin placed in the middle. The coffin is made of pure gold, covered with gold and silver jewelry, jade and jade. "Oh my goodness," Nancy murmured amazedly. Alan, Ron stared at the gold without blinking. "We sent it. We have to be extra careful." Alan paused without saying anything. Under Ron's surprised eyes, he pushed all the jewels on the gold coffin away, only to see 2 lines of text engraved on the gold coffin. "Is an ancient magic text I saw yesterday. I know tomorrow." "What does the above text mean?" Nancy asked softly. Alan didn't answer immediately. www.untitled.com. He stood in the middle of Ron and Nancy, staring at the mural under the 2 lines of magic words with a good eye. On the mural, 3 people entered the tomb and resurrected their well-preserved mummy in the golden coffin. "He knew we were here," Alan answered in a lighter voice than Nancy. "So who is he?" Ron asked eagerly. "We will soon know," Alan said finally. Alan pushed the coffin lid. He used a lot of energy, but unexpectedly, the coffin lid was easily pushed open. Inside it was a mummy-shaped coffin, not very long, one with a golden mask. The mummy appeared in front of the 3. The mummy's body was wrapped in a thin layer of sackcloth, and a delicate collar was placed on his chest. In addition, he was also covered with accessories such as collars, amulets, rings, bracelets and other accessories. The sarcophagus is also filled with dazzling and exquisite funerary objects. The stone statue outside is so huge, but the actual mummy is so small. Ron muttered in a low voice. The mummy lay on his back, his thin arms crossed his chest, and he held a wand with black gems in his hand. "This gesture symbolizes that the dead will be resurrected in the future," Alan exclaimed. "How do you know?" Nancy asked wonderingly. "The authentic inscriptions were carved on the walls before." Alan leaned closer to the golden coffin. The mummies in the golden coffin, and the tar-dyed eyes seemed to be staring at him expectantly. "So who is he? Is he a pharaoh?" Nancy asked. "No. I prefer him to be a wizard and a prophet." Alan lifted the gold mask on the mummy's head, and Nancy took 2 steps back in fright, exclaiming shortly. Chapter 188. Resurrected Mummy modified. When Alan removed the golden mask of the mummy, the ancient Egyptian nobleman who had not slept for many years finally revealed his true face. The mummy was tightly wrapped, and the skin on his face had cracked, dark, like a shrunken leather. His eye sockets were filled with black resin, and a roll of cloth was stuffed in his nostrils. The biggest focus on his face was the mouthful of teeth, which reminded Alan of the teeth outside the door that could not be neatly aligned. A sour smell got into Alan's nose. "It is a rotten taste, the smell of aged rot, the taste of death." Alan couldn't help holding his breath. Nancy felt dizzy and almost unable to maintain her balance. Her legs softened and fell to the ground. Alan hurried to her and fed her the detoxification agent she had stored. "Well, it's so yummy." "What did you drink for me?" The taste was so amazing that Nancy couldn't help retching. Although it's hard to drink, but it can save your life. Alan handed the remaining potions to Nancy. Although Nancy was too arrogant and big-hearted, she still thanked Alan for the potions. The bottle was clenched tightly in the palm. Then, Nancy suddenly widened her eyes, revealing a look of consternation. Alan quickly turned around to see. Ron didn't know when he picked up the mummy's mask and put it on his face. Ron, don't touch these things. It just took off from the body. Alan was completely convinced. What a reckless Gryffindor, as naughty as his twin brother. Ron's wand slipped from his hand to the ground, his whole body trembling. Ron, what's the matter with you? Alan noticed something was wrong and quickly rushed up, trying to take off the mask on Ron's face. However, the mask seemed to grow firmly on Ron's face. No matter how hard Alan tried, he could not remove it. Ron stopped shaking and said in a very strange tone, "Trutetki Kerikihara." What are you talking about? As soon as the words came out, Alan realized what Ron was thinking. Resurrection spell on the door. Nancy suddenly made a terrified scream. Alan heard the slow, procrastinating footsteps behind him, and he quickly turned around and saw the mummy in the golden coffin walking towards him stiffly and staggeringly. Its hollow, resin-coated, Tade eyes looked straight at Alan, and grinned toward Alan and Ron. Tapping, tapping. The whole tomb can only hear the sound of mummy dragging his feet. Slowly, he raised his arms and made a terrible clack. Alan raised his wand and wanted to split the mummy, but his hands tightened his throat tightly. Alan's afterglow glanced at the corner of the golden mask flashing in his ear. It was actually Ron. Alan's wand also fell to the ground. He wanted to use his hands to pull the hands off his neck, but Ron's strength was unexpectedly great. All of a sudden, Alan couldn't get rid of it. The ugly, terrifying mummy is getting closer and closer to Alan. Suddenly, the hand that held Alan's throat loosened and Ron's body twisted and fell to the ground. Behind him is Nancy holding a mahogany box high. She stood motionless, breathless, staring at the terrible shadow in front of Alan. Cough cough. Alan loosened his throat and stepped away from the mummy and Ron. With a bang, the mahogany box fell off Nancy's hand. Nancy stood motionless, covering her cheeks tightly with both hands. Alan grabbed her by the arm and pulled her to his side. "Thank you, Nancy. You saved me," Alan whispered. "But Ron, he won't be killed by me." Nancy's throat tightened in fear, and the whole body began to tremble. No, he's a wizard." Alan kept comforting, and couldn't help worrying. Although the wizard has nothing to do with being killed by a wooden box. With a click, the mask on Ron's face fell to the ground. The mummy suddenly made a hoarse and sharp voice, "Thank you, my slave." Nancy wanted to scream with her mouth open but couldn't make a sound. She stared at the mummy who was approaching step by step. "Who are you?" Alan asked alertly. "Who am I?" The mummy chuckled and Alan even read pride on his rotten face. "I am the great Tutankhamun the Great, and the greatest prophet of all time." Tutankhamun straightened his sackcloth chest. Seeing Alan and the mummy seemed to be having a good time, Nancy's big heart actually relieved her fear a little bit. She grabbed Alan's shirt and asked, "What are you talking about?" He said his name was Tutankhamun, and he was a great prophet. Alan explained softly, "I have waited too long for this day." Tutankhamun said, "I have waited for so many centuries, my slave." You are reading www.uukanzu.com. He raised his croaking arms, as if hugging the sun. "I know that one day, you will open my tomb." As Tutankhamun waved, Ron's wand flew into his hand. He glanced at the wand for a while, his face glowing with excitement, and said aloud, "As a reward for your resurrection, I will allow you to be my slaves forever." Alan looked at him cautiously, waiting for the opportunity to retrieve his wand. Tutankhamun seemed to be caught in some kind of illusion, so excited that he couldn't hold himself. "I'm back. I'm resurrected. I have such a powerful force, so much wealth. I will continue to rule Egypt just like 4,000 years ago." Ron groaned and woke up with his head in his arms. He stood up swaying and found that the mummy could walk and talk. Before it was too scary, he shouted angrily, "Give me the wand back." Ron rushed in front of the mummy and reached out to grab it. "It's mine, Give it back to me. Tutankhamun's throat burst into a cold laugh. You won't need it anymore, he said softly, pointing his wand at Ron. When Ron succeeded in attracting Tutankhamun's attention, Alan rushed out quickly and retrieved his wand. Except for your weapon. Tutankhamun was suddenly hit by the power of the spell on the golden coffin, and the wand in his hand flew out. Tutankhamun quickly stood up, and the rags on his body were ragged to the ground, revealing a withered body. To Alan's surprise, Tutankhamun did not attack him and Ron for the first time, but put a purple amulet in his heart into the shroud, which was obviously very cherished. Chapter 189 Mummy Battle. Already edited. Alan didn't stop the attack in his hand, and all the fossils, quarters and other spells attacked Tutankhamun with his face covered. Tutankhamun pointed to a stone cat beside the golden coffin with Ron's wand. The stone cat with green gems leapt high, blocking Tutankhamun in front of him and swallowing it. Alan spell after spell. Kill them all. Tutankhamun let out an evil laugh. They can't leave this place alive. The stone cat hurried to Alan quickly, and the green gemstone eyes shone in cold light. It raised its sharp claws and slashed towards Alan's throat. Alan flashed his head slightly, trying to avoid the stone cat's claw front. However, he felt the old fingers of the stone cat rub the back of his neck. Those cold fingers, hard. Alan knew that he would never forget this feeling. There was a tingling in his neck. Alan's wand rested silently on the stone cat's abdomen. Under the effect of the close-up spell, the stone cat exploded and the fragments fell to the ground. Tutankhamun's expression became very angry. He raised his wand and began to cast a spell, as if he wanted to put out some powerful magic. Run. Fast. Nancy screamed. She pushed Alan hard and let Alan see the direction she was pointing at. There was a hidden doorway. As Nancy ran, she whimpered lowly. Ron ran out of his legs, and everything in the tomb became blurred before his eyes. Alan deliberately walked behind them, hoping to use both the Iron Armor Curse and the 10,000 Curse to finally resist Tutankhamun's spells cast under this long-term chant. Finally, Tutankhamun's enchanted light intertwined around Alan. His heart pounding, Merlin blessed, the three of them ran smoothly into the doorway, and Ron closed the door. Great, this guy is too slow to cast a spell. Ron leaned against the door breathlessly. What a good thing. Look. Nancy's trembling voice was filled with fear. Alan's wand glowed faintly, and the light illuminated a hand. A human hand. Above that hand is an arm, and that arm hangs stiffly on an upright human body. It was a mummy, and Alan recognized it. It stands by the front wall. The face with no eyes, no mouth, and linen ropes seemed to be staring at Alan nervously, just like waiting for him to attack first. Alan used his wand to scan the space outside the mummy that had no face and could not speak. Ah! Nancy yelled lowly when Alan's wand reflected an amazing scene in the room. The dark mummies tied with linen rope densely surrounded the three of them. This room is full of mummy. Under the dark fluorescence, their shadows seemed to be pressing against the three. Nancy shivered backwards, backing behind Alan. Alan looked at the mummies carefully. Their arms, torso, and legs were tied with flax rope, and their movements were uniform and stood stiffly. On the wall on one side was a row of mummy coffins. The coffin lid was open, the coffin was rotting, and some white maggots were crawling between the wood chips. Aren't they going to be resurrected? Ron swallowed. If you don't wear a mask, the one outside will not be resurrected. Who knows here? Nancy yelled in dismay. In the deep darkness, the faces of the mummies silently watched the quarreling three. Everything in this room, walls, ceiling, darkness, seemed to be approaching the three, and the mummies seemed to be moving towards them. What? Alan took a step back, one step back, and he realized he was holding his wand tightly, and his hands hurt. The fluorescent light from the wand shined on the faceless mummy, and their position seemed to move forward. Really? Alan took another step back, staring at the aggressive mummy. Panic is like a huge wave, swept across the three people, drowning them. Nancy and Ron couldn't believe their eyes and stared ahead. A mummy leaning against the wall seemed to be moving sideways slightly. The linen ropes that bound them fell off their bodies, They were moving their arms, neck, ankles. A crunching sound was made, and the three people stunned. In this suddenly moving room, the mummies made a squeaky noise and were all alive. The air was filled with the decay of aged mud. In the faint light, mummy after arm raised their arms over the top of their faceless faces, moving slowly and painfully. The mummies moved staggeringly and stiffly. "What should we do?" Ron opened his eyes and asked Alan in horror. "What else can I do?" Alan pulled open the door, jumped out and cast an armor shield in front of him. A purple light was in the middle of Alan's magic shield that had just been made, which sparked some magic sparks. A huge force hit Alan between those mummy. The purple light was deflected by the iron armor curse, and the light emitted from Alan, but hit the stiff mummies scatteredly. The mummies shuffled and walked out of the door step by step, approaching Tutankhamun. Tutankhamun yelled in strange language, and Alan understood what he said. "Stupid slaves, www.mentalnovel.com. Go and get rid of those three." But the mummies were still unmoved, still approaching Tutankhamun and surrounding him. Tutankhamun yelled angrily, pointing the mummy in the front row with the scepter in his hand, and the purple light hit. Fire broke out on their chests, and the fire quickly spread to their arms and legs, but the rest of the mummies remained unmoved, neither slowing down, nor responding to the blaze that was quickly engulfing their companions. Reaction: Tutankhamun opened his mouth in horror, uttered vaguely in that mysterious language, and then tried to escape. But it was too late. The burning mummies rushed towards him, grabbed his throat, and fell on Tutankhamun. The mummies piled on Tutankhamun's body, and all the mummies burned with purple flames. The wand is flying. Alan took the opportunity to help Ron get the wand back and give him back. At this time, Tutankhamun gave a harsh scream. "Will they all die together?" Ron looked forward. "Why would they help us?" Nancy asked, puzzled. "I don't know." Alan shook his head, watching the developments. In fact, Alan probably guessed the reason. The curse issued by Tutankhamun is likely to be a control and enslavement curse. The curse hit Alan, and was bounced back by the iron armor curse, hitting the mummies. So the mummies would fight back, and in order to fulfill Alan's wish, attack Tutankhamun. It's just too complicated to explain, Ron and Nancy. The purple flame gradually extinguished, and in the thick pile of ashes, a humanoid struggled to climb. Chapter 190 Scarab Amulet Modified Burning Beyond Recognition. The dark Tutankhamun actually climbed out of the thick ashes, his dark knuckles tightly holding the wand with black gems, pointed at himself, and issued a short hoarse voice. "He is accelerating himself," Alan exclaimed. Tutankhamun stumbled towards Alan and they threw their hands violently, just to catch Ron's neck. "Oh, no!" Ron groaned strangely between his lips and stepped back desperately, trying to avoid Tutankhamun's fatal blow. Alan wonders why Tutankhamun doesn't use magic. Before it was too late to think about it, Alan flew out with a swift kick, hitting Tutankhamun's chest, and Tutankhamun was kicked out. But soon, Tutankhamun rushed up at a faster rate, his eyes staring blankly at the three, his jaw solidified into a terrible grin unique to the skeleton. He raised his arms stiffly, stretched out his hands, and threw them hard at Alan. When Alan was ready to get out again, Tutankhamun's arms suddenly became very long and crossed. Alan and Ron pinched Nancy's throat with its tar-filled hands. Nancy opened her mouth and struggled hard. Tutankhamun tilted his head and grabbed her abruptly. Nancy made a nearly suffocating cry and then suddenly stopped, becoming a dry cough. Alan turned around and grabbed Tutankhamun's arm. "Release her!" Alan shouted. The burnt black skeleton gasped dryly. He pinched Nancy tightly, pressing her back straight, and he was about to fall to the ground. Nancy closed her eyes in despair, her hands waving helplessly. "Let go, let go, let go." Ron didn't know where to find a wooden stick and struck Tutankhamun's arm desperately. Alan knew that his strength alone could not match his mummy even if he had been exercising for a long time. When Ron attracted the attention of the other party, Alan pulled out his wand. In order to improve accuracy and avoid accidentally hurting the two entangled bodies, Alan also approached the past and began to chant, "Relax." He succeeded. The wand fired sparks and the mummy unconsciously let go of his palm. Nancy grabbed her neck and gasped. The angry Tutankhamun straightened up and grabbed Alan with his backhand, trying to throw Alan away from him that he thought was the most threatening to him. Alan gasped in consternation. The mummy has such amazing power. At the moment of flying out, Alan held out his hand, desperately trying to catch something, not to let himself fall too badly. The purple light flashed, and Alan grabbed Tutankhamun's shroud hidden in front of his chest. Tutankhamun was brought down to the ground. The purple amulet he had cherished on his chest dropped when he came out. Ding ding bumped on the ground a few times. Alan finally saw the whole picture of the purple amulet. This is a scarab amulet made of crystal clear amethyst. Tutankhamun tried to twist his body, trying to grab the amulet on the ground, but one hand is faster than his. It's Alan. Alan grabbed the purple amulet and fell. Tutankhamun was scared to the ground. He was stunned. Seeing this, Alan seemed to understand what to do. The basilisk's sharp fangs appeared in his hand instead of the wand. Alan waved hard, and the basilisk's fangs penetrated the scarab beetle. This scarab beetle was alive, twisting and struggling in Alan's hands. Black smoke erupted from its back. No! Tutankhamun's horrible screams shook all four walls. He was tumbling painfully on the ground. The twitching frequency of his limbs was exactly the same as the scarab in Alan's hand. When Tutankhamun rolled near Nancy, Nancy stepped back and forth, her eyes widening in horror. "My life! My life!" Tutankhamun screamed, and he raised his head in pain, shouting at the scarab beetle in Alan's hand. "It has kept me alive for 4,000 years. How dare you? I want to be buried." Oh! The last magic spell erupted, but no one was hit. Tutankhamun's voice fell, and his body gradually stopped twitching. His head, his arms, and his entire body were reduced to ashes. What did he just do? Ron's eyes widened and his face was unbelievable. His cry was a bit like my father's voice when imitating constipation of Amos Degree in the Department of Magical Animal Management and Control of the Ministry of Magic. He coexists with this scarab. Alan raised his hand, and the scarab amulet that had been turned into powder was scattered on the ground. Speaking of constipation, the scarab is also called shell. That scarab. Nancy stammered. "Is this mummy?" Alan nodded. "I think so." Although Tutankhamun expected that he would be resurrected in 4,000 years, he did not predict his ending, waiting for thousands of years, but only a moment after the resurrection. For Tutankhamun, this prophecy is not a blessing or a curse. At this moment, the entire burial chamber shook violently, and a loud noise came from the door of the burial chamber. Ron ran over and opened the door. The huge stones fell from the sky one after another, blocking the door tightly. With the thickness of these stones, it takes a long time to clear a passage. And now, what they lack most is time. Nancy and Alan were shoved and bumped together. www.untilnovel.com. Alan helped Nancy steadily. "What's going on?" Nancy asked in horror. Perhaps the total amount of fright in her life combined did not come as much as the day came today. "It's Tutankhamun's last curse. He wants to collapse the catacombs with us." Alan glanced around quickly, looking for an escape opportunity. No illusions can move here. When he saw a mural on the wall, Alan's eyes lit up. "Hide in the golden coffin," he shouted. "Ah, why?" Nancy thought of the horrible look of the mummy and didn't want to go in at all. "Quick, otherwise it will collapse soon," Alan urged. "Listen to Alan," Ron said as he ran forward. Nancy grabbed Alan's hand and, with the help of Alan's power, stumbled forward. The entire catacomb was shaking violently, and they could not stand firmly, almost falling to the ground several times. Finally, with the help of Alan, Ron and Nancy got into the huge golden coffin. Alan lifted the coffin cover and half covered it, and darkness covered Ron and Nancy. Looking at the movement, it seems that although there is not enough to run out, there seems to be a certain amount of free space. Alan was not eager to follow in, but pointed to Tutankhamun's wand, which whistled and flew to Alan, and then the rare treasures in the room were received in their storage space. The catacombs shook even harder, and they could even hear the harsh sound of rubbing stones. Boom! With a loud noise, a huge stone fell from the top of the head, hit the ground, and instantly shattered into countless small pieces. "What are you doing? Come in quickly." Alan, Nancy and Ron in the coffin were anxious. Chapter 192 The Book of Death Revised. Alan quickly turned into the golden coffin and closed the lid. As the first boulder fell, the crypt shook even more. The three people hiding in the golden coffin were shoved around the wall. What the is going on? Pain and panic struck Nancy's nerves, and she could not help shouting, "No matter what it is, as long as you can save your life, everything will be fine." Ron leaned in the corner of the coffin and was stunned. "Come with me." Alan held Nancy, who bumped into his arms. His voice calm and calm. "Where are you going?" Ron and Nancy asked in unison. "There is an emergency exit in the coffin," Alan explained. "There is a small exit. The Egyptians built concealed doors and emergency exits in many mummy coffins to allow the soul of the corpse to leave." "Wow!" Ron exclaimed in surprise, and Nancy wept excitedly. "Come on, you two follow me." The boulder fell on top of the golden coffin, and the loud sound seemed to shake the eardrum, and the buzzing in the ears of the three people. Alan turned away in the huge coffin and straightened his waist. He pushed open the hidden door behind the coffin and drilled out. The exit was very small, only enough for them to crawl out. "I didn't know how long I crawled in the low caves, and the sounds of rumbling and boulder collapsed were thrown far behind. I don't know how long I walked, when they finally stood up and found themselves coming an empty temple. The owner of the shrine is the Osiris who measures the merits of the world." "Ah!" Nancy exclaimed, "that mummy." Ron opened his mouth exaggeratedly. "Is he not dead yet?" "Don't worry, this is just a realistic statue." Alan comforted. Tutankhamun's sculpture knelt in front of Osiris, the main god, with a cobra painted on his forehead and his wand lying flat on the ground. Osiris on the colored throne holds the scepter and whip in his hands. His skin is green, wearing a tall hat, with a black cylindrical beard, and his expression is very solemn, and he seems to be considering how to arrange the undead in front of him. "We may no longer be within the scope of the pyramid." Alan carefully observed the surrounding environment and reached a conclusion. "Where are we?" Ron asked. Nancy also looked at Alan eagerly. She wished she could escape this nightmarish place as soon as possible. "I don't know where, but what is certain is that there must be water nearby." Alan replied affirmatively. "Look, there are signs of flooding on the walls and the ground." "Huh, what's that?" Alan walked toward the lotus throne surrounded by 4 pillars in the center of the temple. A black scroll was placed quietly in the center of the throne. Alan wrapped his hands in dragon leather gloves and gently unrolled the scroll. He found that in addition to some hieroglyphs he could not understand, various lifelike pictures, and some ancient magic words. Alan recognized the top few words: Book of Death. The following lines are, "Osiris, the of the underworld, I have opened the way for myself. I am following in the footsteps of Horus. I am a holy lotus growing out of the ground. Please be wise and loving. My quality, I am a sinless undead. Please give me eternal life." Those exquisite patterns depict how Tutankhamun injected his soul into the scarab-shaped amulet in order to obtain God's protection and seek eternal life. Alan translated these words to Ron and Nancy, and they exchanged expressions that they both understood. "Who is Horus?" Nancy asked first, looking forward to finding a way out of here. "Horus is the son of the Osiris above. The eyes of Horus represent the ability to distinguish between good and evil, defend people's health, and help the dead resurrect." Alan explained according to the content on the picture. "Why did he turn himself into a shell?" Ron looked disgusted. The ancient Egyptians called the dung beetle a scarab, and it was a symbol of resurrection and birth. Alan felt that Tutankhamun had planned the resurrection after 4,000 years after predicting his death. Ron sneered contemptuously. "Look at the dense mummy. I have found so many people to be buried with, and I dare to call myself innocent." "So he has been imprisoned for 4,000 years in vain. and he will never live forever. Nancy looked at the majestic on the throne in awe. Did the book write about how we get out? Ron asked anxiously. As long as we escape the curse of Black Olaf, we can go back to life. Alan, carefully read this book of death. It is simply a guide to reincarnation. We didn't pronounce the resurrection spell. Are we going to be cursed? Nancy thought of these weird things that happened tonight. Actually, it was Tutenwinker himself who pronounced the spell. Alan shrugged. www.mtlnovel.com. But black off the creator's eye. Is it the energy stone the system is looking for? Alan thought of the huge black gem on Tutenwinker's wand. He summoned the wand, and the black gem on the wand rose into the air and flew straight to the scepter in Osiris' hand on the throne. Blending with it, the three Alan wanted to walk over and take a closer look. Suddenly there was darkness in the temple. Nancy creaked under her feet. She screamed and threw forward. The thing slipped away from her feet. Alan felt something rubbing his ankle. He kicked hard immediately, but didn't get anything. Alan wanted to cast a fluorescent spell, but was surprised to find that there was no magic here. All spells cannot be cast. Help! Ron and Nancy shouted in horror. There are some small animals on the ground, many and many. But what is that? Ron thought of spiders for the first time. The sound of these little animals crawling is very similar to that of spiders, and something slapped Alan's ankle, and he stomped desperately. In the darkness, Alan felt that the whole ground was moving, and the ground was moving forward, rolling, shaking, and boiling like waves under his feet. Something climbed on Alan's leg. It was hard and had thorns on it. The clicks and clicks kept coming, as if the animals were biting each other. Nancy gasped, her chest undulated, and her body was choked by waves of fear. Ron was so frightened that he was crawling on the ground, under his feet, all spiders and dense spiders in his mind. But Alan felt that these animals had barbs, unlike spiders. Chapter 192. Ladder modified. Alan, save me. Ron couldn't control his emotions completely, calling Alan in a crash. A pair of paws grabbed his pants, and he stepped back, but there was something patting behind. Looking at the back of his shoe, Ron struggled to get rid of these little things, but was accidentally tripped. Don't do it. Ron was unsteady now, and he began to plop forward and helplessly stretch out his hands, but couldn't catch anything. No. Ron leaned forward, yelling appallingly, and then he felt two hands grabbing his shoulder firmly from behind, and Ron was twitching in fear. He feeling the critters crawling and biting. The hands firmly grasped his shoulders, holding him hard, and Ron couldn't breathe or think. Calm down, Ron. Alan increased his voice as he felt the shaking of his body. Nancy on one side fumbled to Alan's side. She was itchy, as if something was crawling along her legs towards her left wrist, and Nancy shook her hand hard. What is this? Something? She was itching all over, and there was a slight tingling sensation on her arms and legs. Although for some reason most of the bugs went to Ron, the situation could not be allowed to go any further, and a solution had to be found. Ron, Nancy, close your eyes and open your mouth, Alan ordered. They will crawl into their mouths. Ron's voice trembled, and he wished he had never been born. Nancy tugged at Alan's sleeves, beckoning that he was ready. Alan poured the unicorn powder into her mouth, and then, regardless of Ron's resistance, broke his hand away. Mouth. Plug the white powder into his mouth. Then, Alan released the two-headed chicken and snake in the pet space, and a disgusting rusty metal smell gradually spread in the air. Although the two-headed chicken and snake are mini, they are not weak at all, especially for these little bugs. As soon as it appeared, Alan noticed that the densely packed small creatures on the ground were desperately crawling around, struggling to stay away from this little two-headed chicken and snake. What's the taste and what happened? Nancy panicked, fearing what would happen again. Ron felt better, shaking his body constantly, and he felt that the creatures crawling on him, suspected of spiders, had fallen to the ground. He was addicted to this kind of jitter and could not stop it at all. Don't worry, they all crawled away. Alan when comforted. Alan, Are you carrying stinky eggs? It turns out that they are so effective for killing spiders. Ron asked. He secretly decided that he must save pocket money when he goes back and use them to buy stinky eggs. This is an anti-spider weapon. The two of you are here. I climbed up to see what the scepter was all about. Alan didn't answer Ron's question. It was imperative to find a way to leave. He used the memory to accurately climb the statue, groping and touching the black gem on the scepter. The magic in Alan's body was input into the scepter uncontrollably. The scepter emitted a dazzling white light and shot straight onto the lotus throne in the middle of the temple. The Book of Death on the throne of the lotus floated in midair, slowly unfolding, and pictures of the life of ancient Egyptian nobles and ancient Egyptian text were suspended in midair. Although Ron and Nancy couldn't understand the text, they also understood that the content of the painting turned out to be Tutankhamun's life. They looked at it faintly, even ignoring the dense and thick layer of scorpions on the floor. More precisely, it is the corpse of a scorpion. At this time, the Book of Death heard powerful and vicissitudes of recitation. Although Nancy and Ron could not understand it, it did not prevent them from having a sense of awe from the bottom of their hearts. Alan understood it. Osiris climbed up and listened quietly. This is a prayer to the gods and a soothing to the dead. This is a tribute to the deity and a description of the world of the dead. Although these words are simple, the wording is quite beautiful and sincere. I am a holy lotus. I was born from the nostrils of Pul. It originally belonged to Hasha. I am eagerly looking forward to the grace of God, reaching the wild reeds and bathing in the divine light. As the sound disappeared, all the pictures and texts were suspended in the sky, rotating like a horsey-drawn lantern, like a vortex, like a nebula. Eventually, they transformed into the shape of the sun, suspended above the lotus throne. The eyes of Horus emerged from every leaf of the lotus. The ancient Egyptians believed that the eye of Horus could help them repair their bodies, help them to be resurrected, and protect them from being invaded on the road to eternal life. Alan tried his best to search the information in his memory and pull nostrils. Alan's brain is turning wildly. www.mentalnovel.com thinking about the meaning of the inscription. In Egypt, the symbol of the sun pulling is the light of the sun, and the pyramid symbolizes the sun's rays rushing to the blue sky. There is also a passage in the inscription just now: the sky stretches its own light towards you, so that you can go to the sky, just like pulling eyes. This is a ladder. Alan slaps in excitement. The patterns composed of these pictures and words correspond to the lotus throne. Just like a ladder. This is the way Tutankhamun left for himself. Once he is resurrected, he can input magic power into God's scepter, activate the ladder, and he can return to the world. Alan thought he had found a way out, and then told Ron and Nancy about his guess. So, as long as we stand on the lotus throne, we can go out. Ron looked at the ladder respectfully. Nancy burst into tears with joy, and hugged the two little wizards in her arms. Ron opened her mouth and flushed, looking at Nancy in surprise. Alan could understand Nancy's mood, but he also felt a little embarrassed, so he patted Nancy's back gently. Now, let's leave here. Alan politely got rid of Nancy's hug, pressed his hands on the lotus throne, jumped up easily, and then took the initiative to reach Nancy and Ron. The three men held hands and stood in the middle of the large throne, looking forward to leaving this huge crypt. However, half a day later, they haven't changed. They still stay in place. Why are we still here? Ron asked anxiously. Nancy looked eagerly at the swirls of nebula, pictures and words swirling above her head, tears constantly sliding down her cheeks. How on earth can we leave? Chapter 193 Task completed. Modified. Alan tried his best to control the irritability that kept rising in his heart. My speculation is correct, so why can't I start the ladder? Thinking for a moment, Alan turned over and jumped off the throne of the lotus, took the wand that was thrown to the ground and had no gems in his hand, and jumped to the throne neatly. If Tutankhamun wants to return to the world, then he will not abandon his wand. This series of actions was extremely simple and beautiful. Ron and Nancy looked at Alan expectantly, as if the trigger had been triggered. In the distance, The jewel on the scepter in the statue of Osiris whistled and flew over, and it returned to the wand in the original position. Yancy and the wand blended together as if they had never left. Alan turned his wand and pointed at the lotus throne and the vortex in the sky. However, they remained in place without any change. The eager expression on Nancy's face was gradually replaced by despair and panic. "We need spells. What would it be?" Alan thought. Araho hole opened, restoring as usual, cracking the curse, forming the curse. Ron scattered his thoughts, desperately wanting to help Alan find a suitable spell. He's Tutankhamun. The spells with similar functions in those days weren't these things that Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic have streamlined and secured for many years. Alan sighed and looked at Ron with a sarcasm in his heart. Ron's history of magic must have been poor. Along the way, which sentence is like a hint of a spell? Those curses that represent curses, those spells that pray to gods. You can't leave 3 people as mummy, can you leave? Alan shook his head, desperately wanting to get rid of the bizarre and ridiculous ideas in his mind. The 2 lines of text on Tutankhamun's golden coffin suddenly appeared in his mind. He could not help but murmured, "I saw yesterday, I know tomorrow." The black light emitted by the wand hit the graphic vortex in the sky, and turned into a thick beam of light, which enveloped the 3 people. In an instant, the 3 people's eyes became foggy, and then more and more blurred and darker. Alan could not accurately express this strange feeling, as if he was on rock and could only rush forward helplessly. The rapidly rotating air blast was deafening, and the silhouette of the shadowy temple immediately left Alan. The 3 went away. The 3 people were surrounded by a beam of light, like a leaping sun, and a flame was drawn in the sky. All the granite, soil, water, viper, insects and ants melted and flowed under the eyes of the 3, when they saw when the Nile River was tumbling and surging under the moonlight. The uncomfortable feeling at the beginning was left behind, and finally became a kind of nearly hysterical excitement. They finally came out. The world in front of them looked infinitely beautiful, and Ron cheered and shouted something that no one could understand. Nancy cried and laughed. The arrogant waywardness peculiar to the light mature women before the pyramid no longer existed. "We were ascending into the sky just now?" Alan's face was a little bit pale. When Nancy heard the sound, she couldn't help but rushed towards Alan again. Alan shook his hands in shock and suddenly rushed behind Ron. Ron looked at Nancy at a loss as he did it. When ready to be embraced, Nancy stopped. Ron opened his mouth wide, put his hands down in embarrassment, and with a chuckle, Nancy laughed and hugged him. At this time, a few figures suddenly appeared out of thin air on the river bank. It was Arthur and Bill and Father, and there was an Egyptian with a black ponytail, a loose white shirt and pants, and a red turban around his neck. Dad, Bill. Ron, who saw his loved ones, even crawled to his father's side to keep his thigh. "Ron and Alan, it's counted to find you too." Arthur's anxious expression gradually eased. "Where have you been? It's so naughty. I don't know how worried your mother is." Bill blamed. "We didn't mean it. We just lost our way by accident. Who knows how bad it will be?" Ron complained. "Fortunately, said used blood-related magic to help us locate your position so that we can come so quickly." Bill thanked the Egyptian in white gratefully. Ron and Alan also saluted, said to show respect and gratitude. "This lady?" Mr. Weasley turned his attention to Nancy. "This is Nancy, just like us, a hapless man who got lost in the pyramid." Alan explained. "I mean, this lady doesn't look like a wizard?" Arthur asked gently. "Yes, I'm not a wizard." Nancy didn't understand why the expression on Alan's and Ron's faces was so strange, and replied first. "So, maybe we have to erase your memory before sending you home," Mr. Weasley said gently. "Delete my memory?" Nancy jumped back and looked at Mr. Weasley in horror, as if he saw the mummy alive again. "Yes, www.untitled.com. Sorry, we must abide by the International Federation of Magicians Confidentiality Act." Mr. Weasley looked at Nancy with apology. "However, I think that with 2 such naughty little wizards, you may experience something that is not good. It may be a good thing to erase the memory." Bill looked at Alan and Ron sarcastically, expressing unfriendly, or even a little angry, He is still thinking about the sudden disappearance of Alan and Ron on the side of said. He pulled out his wand and wanted to cast a forgetful spell directly on Nancy. He couldn't understand the wizards from afar. Although he didn't ask directly, he couldn't help but be curious. No, eliminate the memory of a mole. This is a legitimate act with a law to follow. What's so tangled about these British guys? Wait a minute, sir. Alan quickly pulled down Sade's high wand, obstructing Sade's spell, and the spell hit the sand and splashed sparks. Overwhelmed, Nancy looked at Alan helplessly and frightened, her eyes full of pleading. Nancy, do you want to erase this memory of today? Alan asked gently. After all, what you experienced today is a nightmare for a mole. No, I don't want it. Nancy's voice was firm, and her eyes were full of pleading. I don't want to forget everything today. I don't want to forget you. Dad, can't you let Nancy forget us? Ron also pleaded for Nancy. No, this violates the confidentiality law and is to be dealt with. Arthur said embarrassedly. The International Federation of Wizards will find us, the British and Egyptian Ministry of Magic, in trouble. Then if we make an unbreakable oath, can we spare Nancy? Alan asked. Chapter 194 Goodbye Modified. I'm sorry, Alan, we can't get special treatment. And it's still in Egypt. Arthur Weasley's words are mild and contain apologies, but they are determined. Said raised his wand again. Although Bill had some business dealings with him, he did not trust these British people. Moreover, he was very unhappy that his spell was interrupted by a little wizard. I think you can say goodbye. Sade's tone was cold and very unfriendly. Nancy looked at the sad expression on the faces of Alan and Ron, and suddenly his expression firmed. Alan, Ron, it's nice to meet you. Yeah, actually shouldn't have stepped into yours the world. She held back tears and looked up at Alan and Ron, her beautiful face full of sadness. Sorry. Alan smiled gently at Nancy, who had experienced an adventure together, but he was really annoyed. He didn't have any thoughts about the mole friends he had just made, but thought that International Wizarding Union, the Society Confidentiality Act, is really old-fashioned in these respects. Even if this mole did not erase her memory, she would only think she was crazy even if she went back and said other moles. And the online video screen developed in more than a decade. Forget it. Anyway, your current Hogwarts status as an ordinary student will not attract the attention of other adult wizards. Ron was very sad about the friends he had just made who had to be separated. Nancy smiled hard. It's okay. It's okay. Don't be afraid, it doesn't hurt, right? Even Arthur and Bill gave Nancy a smile of encouragement, and Weasley's tutoring prevented them from subjectively discriminating against moles like other pureblood. Come on, Nancy whispered, her body trembling slightly, but her eyes never left Alan and Ron's faces for a second. Sade's oblivion spell hit Nancy, and Arthur and Bill had already pulled Alan and Ron's phantoms to appear, disappearing without a trace. Nancy woke up and saw that she was on the banks of the Nile. Her face was blank, completely confused, and finally, she went along the river and disappeared into the distance. Ron, how dare you? How dare you play with Alan missing in the pyramid full of spells? Mrs. Molly Weasley turned her wand into a wooden stick. Merlin blessed Ron, and her mother's transfiguration was so good. Molly Weasley threw herself at his little son Ron. Mom, don't fight. You listen to me explain. Ah! Ron jumped up and down, and her mother's wooden stick followed him like a shadow, hitting his heart several times, making a crackling sound. We didn't do it on purpose. We lost it with you somehow. Ron felt very wronged, frightened in the pyramid. Desperate panic. Whoever thought that he would be beaten when he came out? And the key is that this is not caused by his own initiative to play the missing. Suddenly, he was held in the arms by Mrs. Molly Weasley, and Ron's neck, nose, and ears flushed red. For a long time, Weasley's talents let go of Ron, and Alan saw the tears that hadn't fallen in her red eyes. Alan, don't blame you. Ron must be too naughty. Mrs. Weasley gave Alan a kind smile. In Molly's mind, Alan with good academic ability is not likely to be mischievous. It must be Ron's trouble. But Mrs. Weasley blamed Ron, but she showed love for Ron in action. In this exotic country, she even used her own power to renovate a table of British gourmet food and no beef sandwiches that Ron did not like. At the dining table, Ron recounted the magical experience and great adventure of himself and Alan in the pyramid catacombs. Of course, it is inevitable that he has exaggerated his courage and ability in the onset of the old problem, so that he has played a great role in this adventure. But Alan didn't take it out. He just kept smiling and enjoying the food. His mind was no longer here. Alan missed his relatives who were far away in Britain. After eating 3 kinds of desserts, the 2 exhausted little wizards were given permission to return to the room, and Ron, who was tensed and relaxed, quickly fell asleep. In the room, the purple light flashed, and a small, round purple crystal appeared in Alan's hands. When the scarab beetle of Tutankhamun was penetrated by the fangs of the basilisk and turned to ashes, a round of purple crystals remained in Alan's palm. And this amethyst is the energy stone that Alan is looking for in the system mission. Therefore, when Ron and Nancy did not pay attention, amethyst was taken into storage space by Alan. After a closer look, Alan, who couldn't see the crystal clue, put it back again. The task of saving the trapped souls is completed, and the chance of a lucky draw is awarded once. The task of finding the pyramid power stone is completed, and the chance of a prize draw is awarded once. The familiar lottery disc appeared in Alan's mind, and the pointer began to rotate at the order of Alan. Purple, purple, purple. Alan cried silently in his heart. The pointer gradually stopped turning, and a yellow box popped out. Alan opened the box and turned out to be 3 sets of books. Temptation of Power, How to Get Power, Game of Thrones. Such a book is actually placed in a yellow box. Alan casually called up the last game of Thrones and turned a few pages. It was a novel that hadn't been written yet. Alan immediately wanted to plug it back into the system's storage space. Resisting his dissatisfaction, Alan picked up the book again and placed it carefully beside his pillow. The disc pointer of the lottery turned crazy again, and in the eyes that Alan looked forward to, a green box jumped out. Alan could not wait to open the box, which contained only a thin piece of parchment. Alan called up this piece of paper. Although the parchment was thin, its contents were very valuable. This is a magical potion recipe for enchanting potions. If this kind of potion can be made successfully, after taking it, the wizard's magic growth potential can be increased a lot. Probably on the basis of the original magic, an increase of about 20% or 30%. If it is taken by a legendary wizard like Dumbledore, it is estimated that the increase in magic power will be very terrifying. Dumbledore Fallon suspects that they have such magic power. It may mean that they have taken this potion. However, this medicine has a limitation. That is, a person can only take it once in a lifetime, and taking it again will have no effect. Chapter 195 Twins Prank Modified. After that, Alan's life in Egypt was undoubtedly very relaxed and pleasant. What happened in the crypt was more and more bizarre by Ron. At first, Mr. Weasley was very willing to listen and asked for details. But then, under the circumstances that each time Ron spoke differently, no one wanted to sit there and listen to his boasting. Under the leadership of Bill, they visited all the ancient tombs that were allowed to enter. However, such bizarre things as falling into the catacombs never happened again. The magic that the ancient Egyptian wizards applied to the ancient tombs is very magical. Let Alan they opened their eyes. It's magical, but no matter how thrilling it is, we've seen it before. The resurrected mummy. Ron couldn't help but contrast. There are still so many mummies in an army. George and Fred grinned, gesturing not far from Percy. Speaking of Percy, he can be said to be very energetic recently, and he looks particularly ashamed. He will enter the 7th grade this year. Of course, this is not the thing he is most proud of. Percy is ecstatic that he received appointed as the president of Hogwarts Male Students Association. Therefore, in the course of action, he will always present himself as an important figure. Now, I can control you. Before going out to play, Percy said a word of satisfaction when he passed Alan, which made Alan puzzled and looked at Percy inexplicably. Swaggered out of the door. He was talking about last semester. Ron walked to Alan's side, with an expression that had seen everything. Alan finally remembered, reminded by Ron, that he did indeed hit Percy and said, "Percy can't manage Ravenclaw's head." "I didn't expect him to care so much, even remembering it now." Alan shrugged, patted the dust that didn't exist on him, and walked out the door freely. Hurry up, hurry up. Today the reporter of the Prophet Daily in Egypt will interview us," Mr. Weasley urged. Although the heat is difficult, but when a group of 10 people stood in front of the tall pyramid and let the reporters take pictures, they all burst into joyful smiles. The chunky Molly Weasley, the tall, bald Arthur Weasley, and their 6 children with fiery red hair were all shaking their hands desperately towards the camera. George and Fred also made all kinds of grimace, and the reporters who made the photo entertain leaned forward and back, and many of the shots were shaking. Skinny, tall and clumsy Ron stood in the middle, with his pet mouse spotted on his shoulders, an arm around his sister Ginny, and Percy wore a beautiful dress on his messy hair for the Turkish hat. The badge of the president of the student union is attached to the hat, and the glasses of the frames sparkle in the Egyptian sunlight. The most striking is Alan, with his red hair. His blonde hair is particularly dazzling. He put his hands in his trousers pockets, and looked relaxed and comfortably off for his age. It was a bit like a child playing an adult. But the photographer was obviously very fond of Alan, a handsome boy, and he washed the photos a lot more. A copy was given to Alan. When visiting the last tomb, Ginny cried a lot, because Mrs. Weasley would not allow her to enter the tour anyway. Alan thought her decision was undoubtedly very correct. The tomb was covered with strangely shaped bones, a head and a body, a head and a skull with 2 heads. "These are moles who broke in without permission," Bill explained and glanced at Alan without a trace. Even Alan, who had seen the dense mummy, felt that the scene was very tragic, really a malicious transformation curse. In contrast, Nancy, who was cast by George and Fred, was lucky. If it weren't that they met Alan and Ron, maybe her bones would also be buried in the dark crypt. When leaving the tomb, Ron discovered that Percy was missing and, thinking of his own experience with Alan, immediately informed Mr. Weasley and Bill. "Percy, why?" Arthur couldn't believe that his best son would be missing for no reason. Bill glanced at the twin brothers who were hiding aside, smiling happy. And then Bill stepped back, and Mr. Weasley quickly followed, and returned to the tomb just left. George and Fred looked at each other and quietly hid, but it was useless, and Molly didn't know when to stand behind them. "George, Fred, did you tease Percy again?" Mrs. Weasley tucked her waist in a fierce manner. "How come?" "Of course not." George and Fred looked at each other, one by one, trying to escape Mrs. Weasley. Although Mrs. Weasley was fat, she was extremely flexible. www.mtlnovel.com grabbed their collars at once. Ginny looked at the 2 brothers with their heads down and smiled happily. When Arthur and Bill hurried back to the tomb, they discovered that Alan was standing in front of the tomb door, shouting something. Mr. Weasley, Bill, and Percy were locked in the tomb. Alan said helplessly, "When I saw it, the tomb door had been dropped by George and Fred." A hole opened. Mr. Weasley pulled his wand and aimed at the stone gate. "Useless, Dad. Only ancient Egyptian spells can open this door." "I went to Sid for help and asked him to send some people to see it." Bill looked helplessly at Mr. Weasley. However, the sound of bang-bang knocking came from the tomb, and Percy's desperate, hysterical voice also came out. "Percy, don't be afraid. Hold on. I'll go find someone to help here." Bill shouted. Useless, the tomb was enchanted, and the people inside could not hear the sound outside. "I just tried it," Alan explained. "Dad, don't worry, I'll go find someone here." Bill hurried out, and Molly looked at the twin brothers in exasperation. "Percy is up. Are you happy?" George and Fred did not expect this to happen. Mrs. Weasley preached and looked anxiously. Alan looked up and down around the Mushi gate, trying to remember the opening spell when he was in the catacombs. He finally spoke the spell completely. The stone door of the tomb that closed Percy rose slowly, and Percy's figure appeared in everyone's vision. His meticulously combed red hair had been rubbed into a bird's nest. The hat with the badge of the president of the male student union which was highly regarded by Percy, fell on the ground and covered the skull. Chapter 196 Shopping in Diagon Alley modified. What made Percy even more embarrassing was that Bill was told that the door was opened by Alan, the object of his talk this morning. Percy had to whisper to thank Alan. Alan pretended not to see Percy uncomfortable and nodded with a smile. Under Arthur's disapproving gaze, Percy blushed and thanked again. On the last night before leaving Egypt, everyone went to visit the Wizard Night Market. The night market is full of magic items, and the most popular wizard tourists are all kinds of magic amulets. During the visit to the pyramids, the strange amulets hanging on the mummy's heart were impressive. And Ron, when he saw a purple scarab amulet, almost shouted directly in the downtown. Ron didn't even dare to stop in front of this amulet and went directly to another stall, and became interested in something like a small glass top. This is a pocket speculum. If there are suspicious people around, it will shine and spin. The street vendor wrapped in a white headscarf introduced enthusiastically. But it has been spinning and shining now. Ron pointed out the question bluntly. Well, you see, there are people here and there. Maybe there are unreliable and untrustworthy people nearby. The street vendor's eyes rolled and explained. After some bargaining, Ron got the pocket speculum at the cost of paying 5 silver coins. When contented, Ron installed the speculum. He found that Alan was still standing in front of the stall, talking to the vendor. Ron's curiosity suppressed his fear of the scarab beetle and stepped forward again. Alan has picked up a lot of amulets, with scarab patterns, cats, monkeys, and even pigs. Alan, how do you buy so many amulets? How much does it cost? Ron was really envious of Alan having so much pocket money. The functions of these amulets are different, and some styles are still very beautiful. It is suitable for gifts to relatives and friends. Alan picked a lot of amulets in the enthusiastic recommendations of street vendors. He couldn't hold a smile. At the night market, they also tasted Egyptian specialties. During this period, the speculum Ron bought kept on. It must be broken, Ron. Percy suggested that Ron go back and change one. It's useless to go back, and the stall owner won't admit it. There are a lot of fake goods that are sold exclusively to wizard tourists, which is very unreliable. Bill sipped the mallow soup. The cooked mallow soup, thick, green, sticky, delicious, Bill is very fond of. The speculum is not bad, Ron said to Alan decisively. Bill, he didn't find that Fred and George put the beetle in his soup. However, Alan had a different view, and he glanced quietly at the rat spot on Ron's shoulder. The speculum is indeed not bad, but the reason why it keeps shining and rotating is largely due to the discovery of this animagus. Alan now has no confidence in Egypt. After he shot it, he promised that the other party would escape or hurt, and when doing good things, it is best to plan some benefits for yourself. Wait for returning to the UK to do some preparation and layout. Talk later. Alan, who returned to the UK, rejected the Weasley family's invitation to temporarily stay in the borough, and he couldn't wait to see his family. Although the rest of the holiday is only a week away, everyone cherishes every minute and second together. The mother Morgan Le Fay tried all her best to make the returned young son happy. Owen and Ren are obviously more interested in the magic of Egypt. Daisy and Emily picked it up among the pile of talisman that Ellen had brought back. Daisy handed a bear-shaped talisman to her sister. Little sweet bear, you take this with you. Emily took it happily and put it on her neck. Is there a bear in Egypt? Later, after receiving the book list mailed by Hogwarts, Alan rejected the good intentions of the family to accompany, went to Diagon Alley on his own, to buy the items needed. In the Galing Pavilion, Alan exchanged a large number of gold gallons, silver psyche, and copper nut for gold. After refilling the purse, he went to the Quidditch boutique with great interest. Alan knew that this boutique now houses the world's most advanced broom, the Firebolt. Far away, Alan saw a large group of people around the shop door. Alan drilled sideways, squeezing through the excited men and women and wizards, and finally saw a newly built platform with the most stylish broom he had ever seen in his life. Just out. Sample. A wizard with a square chin told his companion, "This is the fastest broom in the world." Really, Dad, a boy younger than Alan shook his father's arm and asked sharply. The Irish International Club has just placed an order to buy 7 such boutiques. The owner told everyone, they are the most sought-after goods of this World Cup. Alan concentrated, reading the sign next to the broom carefully. Firebolt. This latest high-speed flying broom has a streamlined design, high-quality ash handle, diamond polishing, and the registration number is manually written. Each carefully selected birch branch at the tail of the broom is ground into a streamlined shape, giving the broom unparalleled balance and subtle accuracy. Firebolt can accelerate from standstill to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds, and can reflect the magical braking effect. The price is negotiable. Alan walked into the store without hesitation and ordered a Firebolt in the clerk's incredible eyes. After Alan filled in the delivery address, the clerk smiled again and again to ensure, as soon as the Firebolt arrived at the store, it was packed carefully and properly and mailed to Alan. Just after leaving the door of the Quidditch boutique, a familiar voice came from behind. Harry Potter. Alan, did you come to see the Firebolt? Harry asked. Alan nodded. After I came back. He was talking about it every time I met Albert. You know, this broom made him miss when he played Quidditch in Hogwarts. This broom has amazing charm, and many people come around to see it every day. Harry looked at the direction of the Firebolt booth, his eyes fiery. You are obviously one of them. Alan smiled. Yeah, Firebolt. The fastest broom in the world. But it's so expensive, it's impossible for my uncle to buy it for me. Harry had never longed for something like this in his life, but as long as the thought of reaching out to ask for money from Uncle Vernon, especially when so much money was needed, Harry dismissed the idea of buying a Firebolt. Alan heard that he was a little dissatisfied with Dumbledore's approach in this matter. He felt that he was obviously simple enough to make Harry's life normal but did not do it. In the end, he said that he was forced to help but know that he would be abused. The reason why I have to do this, as far as I know, your grandfather Fremont Porter invented the smooth hair smoothing agent after graduation. Well, that's what Hermione would occasionally use when dressing up for the festival. This best-selling product made your Porter family's wealth said to have quadrupled at that time, and after retirement, he sold the company with a huge profit. Your Porter family also has a private vault in Gouling Court. Harry, you should be fairly wealthy. I want to buy a broom. Shouldn't even the most expensive broom be a problem? Harry remembered the piles of gold coins, silver bars and mountainous bronze gnats in his vault. Well, but Dumbledore thinks I shouldn't spend money. He and Hagrid think my aunt and uncle are right. I am sure I don't know anything about it, otherwise they won't need a blink of an eye, they will take all of it for themselves. You know, Alan, they often complain about the cost of adopting me. Alan saw what he had said, so he said what he really wanted to say. Well, but for whatever reason, your aunt adopted you at the risk of being retaliated by the power of the mysterious person, although not disorder it has right to spend money. www.muttlenovel.com. Harry, but why didn't Dumbledore let Hagrid exchange some mole money as an adoption fee for Dursleys? He didn't want other wizards to get in touch. The words of your house can allow you to take it back. I believe that as long as you have a fixed income, you will not be so miserable at the time of their home. Don't believe anything. They know that you have money and you will take it as your own. Not a first-year student anymore. Those moles who can enter the Gilling Pavilion or dare to enter the Gilling Pavilion have ghosts. Harry was speechless. He found that he had never thought about these things. Dumbledore may not have time to think about my things. He is busy enough. I don't want to disturb him with such things. Okay, Harry. I still have a lot of things I need to buy for the start of school. Together, Alan didn't continue to delve into this topic with Harry, but he couldn't help but sarcasm. Dumbledore actually has almost no time to pay attention to other things besides thinking about you. Father said that the graduates of the last school year already have someone who can't even put your weapons away. Dumbledore is not in a hurry. Next, Harry accompanied Alan to the pharmacy to add the ingredients needed for the potion class. Alan's favorite bookstore is very different from the signs of the past. The shop usually displays a bronzing magic book as thick as paving slabs, but now there is a large iron cage behind the glass, which contains about 100 monster books of monsters. These books are all entangled, fighting each other fiercely, like in a fierce wrestling match. Broken pieces of paper flying around. Why should the boss enter this kind of book? Harry asked strangely. Because it is listed as a textbook for the protection of magical animals, Alan answered. Chapter 197 Lyson Bookstore modified. Hearing Alan's words, Harry suddenly felt that the Hogwarts professor of protection of magical animals might have a common language with Hagrid. Harry took out the book list from his pocket and took a good look at it for the first time. It clearly stated, Lessons for the Protection of Magical Animals, Textbook The Monster Book of Monsters. Only then did Harry understand why Hagrid said it would come in handy. He felt relieved. He had always been worried that Hagrid wanted him to help deal with some scary new pet. Alan stood in front of the iron cage and watched these books fighting with interest, and the manager of Lyson Bookstore stepped forward in 2 steps. Hogwarts? He asked abruptly. Come to buy new textbooks? Yeah? Alan nodded. Harry nodded, and his textbooks had not been bought. Harry hadn't finished speaking, and was shoved aside by the manager. Flash off, the manager said impatiently. He put on a pair of very thick gloves, lifted a big stick full of knots, and walked toward the cage door of the Monster Book of Monsters. 2 books. The manager's mood collapsed a little. I have been bitten 5 times this morning. Wait, Harry said quickly, I already have that kind of book. Really? The manager suddenly showed a relieved expression. Thank goodness. It's Merlin. The manager's exaggerated expression made Alan and Harry hold back. But I need this book, Alan said with a smile. Actually, you just have to. Before Alan finished speaking, a loud bang cut through the air. 2 monster books of monsters grabbed the third one and ripped it in half. Stop it, the manager shouted, thrusting his cane into the iron cage and banging on the books to separate them. I won't buy these items anymore. No more. It's a mess. We bought 200 invisibility books of invisibility that time. We spent a lot of money, and we couldn't even find a shadow. I thought there would be nothing worse than that. While opening the cage door, the manager photographed the monster books that swarmed out with a wooden stick. In a panic, a book actually jumped on a stick and quickly slid onto the manager's arm, biting the manager's shoulder fiercely. The manager's stick fell to the ground all at once, and you pushed me to push out the cage. Alan shot quickly, grabbed the 2 escaped books with a thunderbolt, threw them into the cage, then snapped and closed the door. Where is the monster's monster book? This is a monster. The manager slapped the book desperately with the other hand. However, he did not let the book work. Harry grabbed the spine, trying to pull it off the manager's shoulder, but in exchange for the manager's worse cry. When the manager was pale with pain, and Harry was at a loss, blindly tapping, Alan, who had seen enough, decided to gently stroked its spine, and in an instant, the monster's monster book began. The manager's shoulder fell into Alan's hand. Its sharp teeth were brought together and quieted in Alan's hands. The curse healed the wound on his shoulder, and the manager's face was shocked. What spell did you cast on him? The manager looked at Alan eagerly. No curse is needed. The method is very simple, Alan said while demonstrating to the manager. You just need to gently press its spine and it will be quiet. The monster book in Alan's hand shook comfortably, and the manager and Harry stepped back together in awe. But the book was still lying quietly in Alan's hands, with no signs of an attack. It's that simple. The manager looked dazed. With the selfless help of Alan and Harry, the monster's monster book was quickly and quietly placed on the shelf. The manager specially arranged a show assistant to touch the books from time to time. Thank you 2 very much. The manager found all the textbooks needed by Alan and Harry, and determined not to charge for their books. Your way to save is not just me, but all the little wizards who came to buy this book. The manager smiled, and finally got rid of the nightmarish book-selling process. Alan, even the bookstore manager doesn't know how to subdue this book, but you know how to subdue them. You are awesome. Harry held his new textbook with admiration. Just happened to know. Alan smiled politely and walked out quickly. because he inadvertently glimpsed another book displayed on the small table, Foreboding of Death. What to do when you know that doom is coming. He didn't want to be threatened by Harry all day long. But Harry had already seen it. Harry stopped and stared at the book in amazement. Oh, I can't read that book if I change it. You reading books www.uucan'tsu.com. The clerk of the bookstore standing next to him said lightly, after reading, you can see the sign of death no matter where you are, which is enough scare people to death. Yes. Scaring yourself is the most terrifying. Alan nodded in agreement. After reading it, you maybe hinted in your heart that everything you see becomes a sign of death. The clerk grinned at Alan when he heard his words accepted. But Harry was still staring at the cover of the book. Above it was a black dog the size of a bear, glaring with shiny eyes. Strange, it looks so familiar. He followed Alan absently and walked towards the Broken Cauldron bar. He didn't pay attention to the road and hit several people in a row. Alan grabbed Harry's arm quietly, and then returned to the Broken Cauldron steadily. Harry, I think we should have lunch. Alan pointed to his stomach and proposed. Harry nodded casually. As soon as he entered, Alan noticed Tom, the owner of the Cauldron Bar. Tom hurried over and looked at Alan without trace. After taking note of Alan's needs, he bowed again and left in a hurry. Alan looked at the other customers in the Cauldron Bar. A weird little witch from the countryside, with a basket of purchased items on his hand. The seemingly weak witch is debating the latest article in Transfiguration today. Wizards with no aging, noisy little men. There is also a man who looks like an old witch, wrapped in a thick wool coat with a balaclava helmet and asking for a plate of raw liver. The sun is shining in the summer afternoon, and drinking cold juice under the umbrella is really comfortable. Chapter 198 Gravity spell modified. When the cold juice passed through his throat and slipped into Harry's stomach, the cold sensation rushed into Harry's brain, which finally made Harry recover. That could not be a sign of death, he said to Alan dissatisfiedly, at the same time as if he was comforting himself. What are you talking about? Alan took a sip of juice and put his hands behind his head. Harry started talking about his Aunt Maggie, and said that he got on the night bus and came to the Broken Cauldron Bar. I was so nervous when I saw it on Magnolia Crescent Street. It was probably a stray dog. Harry recalled desperately. It's not a fuss to meet a stray dog on the street. Alan comforted. How to say, I can feel it. It's very unusual. It feels very much like the dog on the cover of the book in the bookstore today. Harry scratched his unkempt hair in distress. Actually, Harry, instead of being sad for a stray dog, think about why the Ministry of Magic is indifferent to the fact that you have blown up your aunt. Alan reminded that he felt that instead of panicking for something that hadn't happened, he should pay attention to the problem that has already happened in reality. It is possible to be fired for another little wizard. I'm wondering too, Harry admitted. Don't say fired. I thought I would be caught. Why did Fudge let me go? Harry's mind was successfully transferred to this matter. Who knows? In short, it will definitely not be because of your fame or your lineage. However, if you change to other wizards born with moles or have other biological bloodlines, it will not be so easy to get rid of the punishment. Alan drank the juice in the glass. Whatever happens will happen. Sooner or later, we will know. What we see and hear may not be the truth. Just let it happen. Just don't think too much. After talking, Alan stood up and said goodbye to Harry. Harry climbed upstairs heavily into the room and threw the textbook on the bed. He always felt that Alan was pointing. Unlike Harry, Alan returned home happily, sorting out what was needed for the school. As the days passed, Alan's comfortable summer vacation life came to an end. Now, Mr. Harris' family has no doubt about Alan's ability. In their eyes, Alan's mind far exceeded that of a wizard of the same age, and his actions were extremely stable and mature. There was no problem going to King's Cross Station alone. The fact is true. Alan arrived at the station smoothly, even 5 minutes faster than he expected to arrive. In the blink of an eye, Alan passed through the solid metal wall and came to the 9 platform. As soon as he looked up, Alan saw the Hogwarts Express train, a bright red steam train, spitting smoke there. The platform was full of men and women sorcerers who had brought their children into the car. "Hi, Alan." Punlo, with long curly hair, saw Alan, who had just crossed the wall and walked over quickly, greeting him happily. "I haven't seen you in a long time, Punlo." Alan couldn't help smiling, feeling very happy. Just as Alan and Punlo talked about their summer vacation in Egypt, an excited voice interrupted their conversation. "Ah, Punlo." "Percy Weasley." Percy squeezed her red hair and her face turned pink, and he walked towards Punlo, struggling to raise her so that Punlo could see his shiny badge. Seeing Percy's very similar expression to the male peacock on the screen, Alan snickered, and Punlo glared at Alan strangely, looking at his badge as Percy wished. "The president of the Male Students Association?" Punlo raised an eyebrow. Percy smiled extra brightly, demonstrating to Alan next to him, his shining brightly in the sunlight. "Congratulations, but I do too." Punlo pulled out an insignia exactly like Percy from his pocket. To Punlo's surprise, Percy seemed to laugh more happily. The whistle of the train whistled long, as if urging the little wizards to get on the train quickly. Percy picked up her salute, looked at Punlo, and vacated a hand, trying to help Punlo and carry her salute on the train. However, he took Punlo's salute and walked a few steps, then put down the salute with blushing. "This salute is really too heavy. Does Punlo have a big stone in it?" He hesitated to ask unauthorized use of magic wand. Punlo quietly withdrew his wand into his sleeve and raised a brilliant smile. "Alan, the salute is very heavy. Can you help me fight it together?" Alan, who saw Punlo's small movements, came forward and took the salute from Percy. Percy's eyes widened as Alan carried two large suitcases and boarded the train with Punlo briskly. "Is Alan's strength so great?" he murmured. "Gravity curse, so naughty." Alan, who boarded the train, said to Punlo. Punlo blinked innocently. "I don't like the wizards of Gryffindor to show off in front of me." www.mentalnovel.com. Alan can't help but laugh at the same time as Punlo. "Sorry, I have to go to another box, and then have to patrol the train," Punlo said sorrowfully, and she suddenly felt that being a chairman of the girls' student union was not entirely a good thing. "It's okay, I can be with them." Alan raised his head, happily greeting them to Harry Hermione, who probed his brain in the distance. Then he'll go first." Punlo flicked his beautiful curly hair and turned away without leaving. Alan couldn't help but touched his nose. "Am I doing something wrong?" It feels like Punlo is angry. There was another loud whistle, and the locomotive squirted steam and started slowly. Alan pulled the salute and went to Harry's compartment. Hermione sat next to Harry, smiling and saying hello. Ron and Ginny flew to the window and the Weasleys waved away. It wasn't until the train turned a corner that they could no longer see them. Then they took their seats back. "I need to talk to you separately," Harry whispered to Ron, Alan and Hermione that the train was gradually accelerating. "Ginny, you go away," Ron said. "Yes, no problem," Ginny said arrogantly, leaving her head blank. Alan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked along the aisle, trying to find an unoccupied compartment, but all the compartments were filled with people, except the one at the rear. There was only one person in that compartment, a man who was asleep by the window. 4 little wizards stood at the door and looked at it. The Hogwarts Express train is usually a student car, except for the witch who is pushing the cart to sell food. They have never seen other adults in the car before. Chapter 199. On the train modified. The stranger was wearing a tattered wizard robe, and several parts of the robe were made up. He looked very sick, and had no strength at all, although he is still very young. His light brown hair is already grey. Alan looked at the man and sighed in his heart. The werewolf's life is really hard. "Do you know who he is?" Ron asked in a low voice as they closed the sliding door and chose the seat furthest from the window to sit down. "Professor J. Lupin." Alan and Hermione spoke in unison. Ron was dumbfounded. "How do you know, Prophecy?" "It's written on his suitcase," Hermione answered, pointing to the luggage rack above the man's head. There was a small, crumbled box, tied with many ropes, and the ropes were neatly knotted. Professor J. Lupin's name was printed on the corner of the box. and the letters had peeled off a little. A little embarrassed, Ron frowned at Professor Lupin's lifeless figure. "I don't know which course he taught." "That's a question," Hermione whispered. "There is only one position vacant, isn't it?" "Black magic defense, you said. Does he know the curse?" Ron asked. "What curse?" Harry and Hermione looked at Ron together. "There are rumors that this job is cursed by the mysterious people, and each person can work for a year and still be intact." "God," Ron said mysteriously. "Obviously, he needs this job." Alan raised his chin, and under the pressure of life, the curse of nothingness could not stop Lupin. The position of Professor Hogwarts was an opportunity for him, and the other party was to protect Harry. Good luck to him. No teacher has taught this subject for more than a year in the past 2 years. Harry thought that the curse Ron said was likely to be true. "I hope he is qualified for this position," Ron said suspiciously. "Look at him like this, a powerful witch can kill him, doesn't he? No matter what he does." He turned to Harry. "You think what did you tell us?" Harry talked about the contention between the Weasleys and the Arthur S. warning just now. After he finished, Ron was stunned. Hermione opened her mouth to show her teeth and covered her hands, and finally she put your hands down and said, "Sirius Black escaped to find you." "Oh, Harry. You have to be special and careful. Don't go into trouble, Harry." Alan nodded in agreement. To be honest, if someone else like Harry is adventurous and has such a troublesome physique, it is estimated that he has already died, and I don't know how many times. "I'm not in trouble," Harry said angrily. "Always trouble to come to me. Go find a madman who wants to kill him." "Isn't Harry home, silly?" Ron shuddered. Harry didn't expect them to take the news so seriously. Ron and Hermione seemed to be more than him. "Fear of Black. No one knows how he escaped from Azkaban," Ron said restlessly. "No one has done this before. And he's still a focused prisoner. But they will catch him, won't they?" Hermione said seriously. "I mean, they let all moles also act to find him." "Alan, what do you think?" Harry turned to Alan. "What? Oh, sorry, I think I need to go out first." Alan didn't think Black was a problem at all, but Penlow, who had already toured the door of the carriage 3 times, successfully attracted Alan's attention. Alan stood up and went out. "Harry, I don't think Alan is worried about you." Hermione was a little angry. "He just wanted to find his leader, the chairman of the Female Students' Union." Ron interjected suddenly. "What?" Hermione asked angrily. "Cough. I mean," Ron glanced at Hermione in fear, explaining carefully. "Just like Percy was the president of the boys' school, Penlow was appointed president of the girls' school." "Oh, that's great." Hermione turned her head, but the tone was not friendly. "Hi Penlow. Do you want to visit often?" Alan chatted with Penlow quickly. "Yes, these little wizards, especially this group of lions, always like to chase and fight." Penlow raised his hand, and a second-year Gryffindor boy stopped running and returned to the carriage obediently. "He's scared of you," Alan said definitely. "Of course, I petrified him before, and set it in the aisle for 5 minutes." Penlow raised his eyebrows, revealing an extremely domineering, charming smile. "The Hogwarts Express train travels north all the way, and the view outside the window becomes increasingly desolate. As the high-altitude clouds thickened, the sky darkened. It's really unlucky. It looks like it's going to rain." Penlow said worriedly. "Don't worry, Hagrid always has a way to protect us from the rain." Alan took a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Penlow. "It's not Valentine's Day today." Penlow took the chocolate and joked happily. "Did you know, eating chocolate can make people happy?" Alan shrugged, and he still had a lot in his hand. Penelope turned the chocolate in his hands www.untilnovel.com and walked to the distance again. Alan followed her. "Huh? You?" Penlow looked at Alan strangely. "It's almost lunch. I'm going to find the fat witch," Alan said with a smile. When Alan was carrying a pile of food, he opened and pulled the door of the car again and found that Harry had already eaten in his seat. Seeing the food brought back by Alan, Ron opened his mouth exaggeratedly. "Alan, don't see, you can eat like this." "Well, I think you must not need it anymore." Alan raised the food bag in his hand. "However, obviously this food will not be wasted." Alan looked at Lupin, who was asleep. Do you want to wake him up? Ron nodded at Professor Lupin. Hermione just tried it, and the professor slept soundly. Of course, you can't wake a person who pretends to be asleep. Alan glanced at Lupin. In that case, these foods are probably going to be wasted. The Fat Witch said that once they are sold, they will not be returned. Alan was looking at these foods with difficulty. Professor Lupin lying on his seat. The professor moved suddenly, and everyone looked at him in unison, only to see that Professor Lupin slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Professor, Hermione said cautiously. I'm sorry, Professor. Did we wake you up? It's okay. Professor Lupin looked at Alan with a smile, and Alan immediately politely invited, Professor, I don't know if I can have this honor. I invite you to have lunch with you, or if it's just some snacks. Alan took a large stack of crucible-shaped cakes from the bag and placed it on the table, looking at Lupin with a smile. Lupin stood up, moved his stiff body, took a large piece of chocolate from the bag, and shared it with Alan. Chapter 200 Share Modified. Alan Harris. Are you Irving's child? Professor Lupin picked up a piece of cake and looked at Irving. This is both reasonable and beyond Alan's expectations. Professor, do you know my father? Alan asked in surprise. Of course. Irving is famous at Hogwarts. Professor Lupin's frowned brows loosened and he smiled broadly as if he had thought of something interesting. Alan found that the professor actually had a much smaller feeling of seemingly poor and laughing. Harry and the three sat aside, quietly eating the food in their hands, but his eyes were not idle, and they were quietly looking at the new professor's speech and manners. Professor, which college were you at Hogwarts at the time? Alan asked knowingly. The three of Harry stopped eating, their faces full of interest. I was studying at Gryffindor. Professor Lupin smiled friendly at Harry. Harry Potter, I heard Dumbledore talk about you. Ariel Gryffindor. Harry was flattered, and Hermione and Ron were already surprised. So, Professor, you must know Harry's father too? Alan asked what Harry wanted to ask. Of course. In fact, I have a good relationship with James. Professor Lupin looked at Harry gently. Professor, then you? Harry licked his lips, courageously, asking about his father's things, but was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Three people Harry disliked appeared at the door. Draco Malfoy followed his two buddies from left to right, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Gore. Hey, see who this is. Malfoy opened the door of the cubicle and said in his lazy, dragged tone, snot and dead chicken. Crabbe and Goyle laughed roughly like a monster. Malfoy. Alan stopped in disapproval. Alan. Malfoy put away the strange look. You'd better not stay with these people, it will reduce your style. Then he turned his spear to Ron. I heard that your father finally got a little gold this summer, Malfoy said. Is your mother surprised to death? Ron stood up and knocked Crookshanks Hermione's new pet basket to the ground. Lupin snorted. Who is that? Malfoy said. He saw Lupin and instinctively took a step back. The new professor, Harry said as he stood up to pull Ron back when he needed it. What did you just say, Malfoy? Malfoy's grey eyes narrowed. He is not a fool. In fact, as a professional bear child, he will never provoke trouble under the eyes of a teacher. Let's go, he said to Crabbe and Goyle sadly. Three people disappeared. Harry was busy comforting the angry Ron, but left the matter of asking his father behind. After eating the food, Professor Lupin needed to find a quiet compartment to sleep and went out. Wow, Harry. This year's Dark Magic Defense class will be great. A professor graduating from Gryffindor. Ron couldn't help being excited and disgusted with Harry. When thinking of Ravenclaw graduated Jidero Lockhart, Alan suddenly felt a little disturbed and didn't want to look at Harry's fortunate look, even though Alan knew in his heart that Jidero was really but Lupin. He stood up, grabbed a snack and walked out. The train continued to gallop northward, and the rain became heavier. The windows turned into a watery grey, and gradually darkened, and finally, the lights in the island on the luggage rack all turned on. The train rattled. The rain slammed, the wind screamed outside the window, and it was dark. Punlo. Alan saw Percy following Punlo step by step, patrolling the train and appeasing the restless wizards. Alan, hurry back to your cubicle. The rain is now heavy and the aisles are slippery. It's best not to move around. Percy snapped. Where is it slippery in the hallway? Furthermore, Alan is just moving in the hallway. There is nothing to be fussed about. Punlo arrogantly refuted Alan. Percy's ears were hot and matched with that fiery red hair. Alan thought Percy was like a volcano that would erupt at any time. Alan looked at Percy speechlessly, because Punlo made him no longer interested in arguing with each other, but Alan, who already knew the other's thoughts, did not get used to the other's thoughts. He was not Harry Potter. In the face of Ron, who is prone to awkwardness, Alan may not have the kind of Harry waiting for the other party to show their shortcomings, and can wait for the other party to wake up and then compromise with each other to forgive and be patient. Even if you are not bad or have something advantages, this is of no value to Alan, and there is no need to give the other party this opportunity to re-exhibit his own advantages. So Alan walked directly to Punlo and let her spread her hands to give each other snacks. She deliberately appeared closer to Percy than usual. Percy's ears were hot and matched with that red hair. Alan thought Percy was like a volcano that would erupt at any time. Do you think the train seems to be slowing down? Punlo smiled while eating snacks in his hand, although it was too sweet for her preferences. It's not possible yet, I guess we're only halfway through, Percy retorted without hesitation. Sitting on the Hogwarts Express for 7 years, he knew what he wanted to show off with the other party. However, the train is getting slower and slower. The sound of the wheels was gradually inaudible, and the sound of wind and rain hit the window more loudly than before. Why did it stop? Punlo asked, perplexed, when he sensed something was wrong. In the whole car, countless heads came out of the compartment curiously. The train stopped with a chuckle, and the sound of ping-pong was heard in the distance, and the luggage must have fallen off the shelf. Then, for no reason, www.mtlnovel.com, all the lights went out and they fell into total darkness. Throughout the train, screams and weird sounds followed one after another. It may be that the train is broken. As the president of the student union, we need to look at the situation. You are going back to your car to stay now. After that, Percy left proudly. Fluorescent flashes. Punlo let the wand shine, then glanced at Alan apologetically and hurried away. Some little wizards ran into the hallway and were rushed back by the seniors. Fluorescence flashes. Alan walked calmly toward Harry's car, which was the case with many wizards, so that the little fluorescent light brought light and stability in the night. Alan opened the door of the carriage and found that Neville and Ginny were also in the carriage. Everyone looked a little uneasy. Seeing the light in Alan's hands, the group of third-grade students seemed to remember that they would also be magic, and they pulled out their wands, and the small compartment lit up instantly. A squeaky squeak came from his ear. It was Ron. He was wiping out a clean place on the window and looking out. Something is moving outside, said Ron. It seems that someone is getting in the car. Alan, do you know what's going on? Ouch! Hermione exclaimed in pain. I'm sorry. Neville accidentally hit Hermione. At this moment, the sliding door opened slowly. Under the fluorescence of the 6 magic wands, you can see a figure wearing a cloak standing at the door, tall and large, almost touching the ceiling. His face was completely hidden under the hood. A hand was stretched out under the cloak. It was grayish, with a glint of light, and it seemed to be covered with mucus and spots, like something that trot in the water after death.